Chapter 1. Preschool Years. He walked up the path to the ruined house, slowly, afraid of what he might find on the inside. Even by just standing and looking at the building, he could tell that the battle had been one-sided. The damage, the marks, it was all trademark of his former master. The wall on one side of the building had been blown apart, and on the upper level, the windows had been crashed by something he would guess was a reductor cruise. When he reached the door to the family house, he stopped on the doorstep and hesitated. Did he really want to see this? Chances were high that she was dead. Scratch that, the chances were 1 in a million that she was alive. Even if the Dark Lord had given her the chance to get away by herself, he knew Lily Evans would never abandon her family. She had always been like that, faithful, caring, and willing to see whatever she did through to the end, even if it really meant the end. That had been one of the many things that had made her so special. Severus felt his chest constrict painfully, and he had to close his eyes to stop the tear that was threatening to spill over. After a moment, he swallowed and tried to gather his courage. He had to see this. He would never be able to rest if he hadn't made absolutely sure there was no way of saving her. He had to know. Slowly but steadily, he walked in through the open doorway. The door itself had been blown of its hinges. Taking just a mere few steps into the Potter house, he found the first evidence of death. On the floor, just a few meters ahead of him, the body of a young man with untidy raven-black hair was lying face down on the ground. Severus stopped for a moment, emotions mixing at the sight. On one hand, he had always detested James Potter and wanted to give him a piece of his own mind. On the other hand, he hadn't wanted him to die, and also, this meant that the possibility that Lily was also dead. He shook himself out of his dark thoughts. He had to keep going. Slowly, he made his way up the stairs. There were no signs of a battle in the upper hall. He looked around and felt his heart sink in his chest. The door to the infant's chamber had been blown down. Feeling his entire body turn colder for each step he took, he entered the chamber. And then he saw her. There, just in front of the crib, rested the body of Lily Potter. Severus didn't know how, but somehow he managed to move over to her. When he reached her, he fell to his knees. He reached out with a hand and touched her chin. She was so cold. Severus didn't know how long he stayed there or when the tears stopped coming. But for some reason, he looked up into the crib. It was empty. For a second, he just sat there looking at the crib and thinking of the inhabitant that should have been there. He had only seen Harry James Potter once when his parents had brought him to an order meeting because Bathilda Bagshot, who lived next door to them, could not care for him due to having caught a nasty flu. His feelings towards the boy had been pretty rusty at that time. That boy, that blasted boy, was proof that Lily had deserted him, proof that she had chosen James Potter over himself. Also, that blasted boy had been the reason that Voldemort had gone after Lily in the first place. If it hadn't been for that boy, then perhaps he wouldn't be here grieving her death. But then again, it was still her son, the only thing left of her now. What would she think of him if she knew he just left her son to die? Alright, so she hadn't thought very fondly of him since their 5th year in school, but still. If she knew one of her childhood friends had turned his back on her son, then Lily Potter would be turning in her grave. He shook his head at the thought. He had to find Harry. Even if that boy had been the reason for Lily's death, Severus himself hadn't exactly been innocent. If he hadn't told Voldemort about the prophecy, then nothing of this would have happened. Or better yet, if he hadn't chosen Voldemort and the dark arts over Lily in the first place. Thinking about his many mistakes and how they had ruined the life of the one he loved, Severus felt tears returning to his eyes. He knew what he had to do. Lily had died to protect Harry, and so would he if he had to. He had been unsure of himself in his childhood and been driven to the dark arts to gain power. Well, no more. From this point on, he would not doubt himself or hesitate in his choices. He would follow through and do what he thought was right. He would do what Lily would have thought was right. Feeling his new resolve burn through his entire body, he silently stood up and looked down at Lily one last time. "Do not worry. I will make sure your son is safe, or die trying to ensure it," he said softly before turning to walk out of the room. Now, he needed to find out who could have taken the boy. His first thought was the fraction of Death Eaters that would want to avenge their fallen leader, out of which Bellatrix Lestrange stood out in his mind. However, he soon thought better of it since they wouldn't know where to look for him. Even though the Fidelius charm AHD obviously been broken now that Voldemort had destroyed the place it protected, the Death Eaters would still need to find out where to go to find the Potters. That left only a handful of people, the same ones who had known the location of the house. That included himself, the Marauders, Bathilda Bagshot, and Albus, he thought. That had to be it. Albus must have sent someone here to take the boy to safety. He shook his head. Leave it to Dumbledore to always think of people's safety. But he couldn't protect everyone. He had failed to protect the Potters. Failed to protect her. Finally reaching the end of the anti-apparition wards, Severus tried to think of where Dumbledore could have taken Harry. Hogwarts? No, that would make too much sense. If he had learned something about the old fool, it was that Dumbledore rarely did anything out of common sense. He always had to analyze the situation out in the slyest detail to try and ensure that he made the right decision. This often led to him overanalyzing situations, like in the case with Lily and James's Fidelius charm. If he had just taken to enlist them both as Hogwarts teachers and kept them close to the grounds, then they wouldn't have needed the Fidelius charm. And to top it off, he was pretty sure they both would make excellent teachers, though it was somewhat reluctantly he admitted to himself that James Potter really did know his stuff when he put his mind into it. So Hogwarts was out of the question, and he would most likely not use another Fidelius charm as the last one had failed. Aside from Hogwarts, Gringotts were the safest place to place something you wanted protected, but he doubted that Albus would lock Harry up in a Gringotts vault. So that was also out of the question. So where could he be? On the street, just outside of Private Drive number 4, Albus Dumbledore was talking to Minerva McGonagall about why he was leaving Harry Potter in the care of his relatives. He left out the part of the protection of love that had been the driving reason for him to leave Harry with the Dursleys. He knew all too well that Petunia Dursley had disliked her sister ever since she got accepted into Hogwarts. The poor girl had written to him more than once, pleading for him to take her in, but he had told her that was not possible as she did not have any magic in her to begin with. But Harry needed protection, and right now, this was the best he could get. He was just about to place the boy on the doorstep when he heard McGonagall give off a surprised shout and turned around just in time to see a cloud of black smoke land on the ground. As the smoke cleared off, he could make out the face of a very, very angry Severus Snape. Severus! He began but was cut off when the furious potions master walked up to him. You said she would be safe, he hissed angrily, his voice dripping with rage. Dumbledore just looked at Severus with a pained look. He didn't know what to say. He rarely lost his words, but this was one of those rare times. He had given Severus his word that Lily Potter would be safe, and yet, she had died. I thought they would be, but they trusted the wrong person, he said with sorrow evident in his voice. He looked away, not wanting to meet Severus' angry gaze. Severus gritted his teeth as he stopped in front of the headmaster of Hogwarts. He gave a quick look down into the headmaster's arms, where a young infant rested, unaware of the rest of the world. After confirming that Harry was safe and sound asleep, he turned back to Dumbledore. You're right, they trusted you, he growled. As soon as the words left his mouth, Severus felt himself being lifted off the ground by his collar. He looked over his shoulder to see a furious Rubeus Hagrid lift his other hand and curl it up into a fist to knock him out. However, Severus quickly sprung to action and built up his legitimacy. As Hagrid met his eyes, Severus made a quick push on his mind, causing Hagrid to drop him as he staggered back to regain his balance after the mental assault. Severus landed swiftly, but didn't let down the mental power he had built up. No matter how strong a person was physically or magically, their mind could not withstand a direct assault if they had not been trained in it. And Hagrid hadn't been. Hagrid, calm down. Dumbledore's voice was heard. Instantly, the half-giant stopped in his tracks, but he still glared daggers at Severus. McGonagall tried to hide her opinion on the exchange between her headmaster and her colleague, but wasn't faring much better than Hagrid. Ignoring the others, Dumbledore turned back to Severus. While I do understand your rage towards me, I was not the secret keeper, he said with a little more force than he intended. Severus froze and his retort got caught in his throat. If Dumbledore wasn't the secret keeper, then was it Black? He wouldn't betray those two even if he died 1,000 times over, Severus asked as he eyed Dumbledore. He could not read Dumbledore completely, but enough so to know when he was lying. And right now he could tell he wasn't. "I will answer any questions you may have when we get back to Hogwarts," Dumbledore stated. Behind them, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid looked on, wary of the former Death Eater. However, when Dumbledore stated he would tell Snape all he wanted to know, their faces took on shocked expressions. He hadn't even had to ask for it. Dumbledore had just given him the opportunity. "Fine, but Harry is coming with us," Severus said firmly, looking down at the bundle in Dumbledore's arms. "I'm afraid I can't agree with you on that one. Harry has to stay here, where he is protected by Lily's blood." Severus was about to give his angry retort when he realized what Dumbledore had said. Blood wards, of course. That was why the old man wanted the Wizarding World's savior to live with a Muggle family, because they were Harry's real family. When he hadn't the slyest idea where Dumbledore could have taken Harry, he had apparat to the Hogwarts gates and asked the staff members where he could find the headmaster. Flitwick had told him that Dumbledore had made a visit to the address Private Drive 4. It hadn't clicked then, but now it did. That was where Petunia Dursley lived. "You're not seriously thinking of leaving him here? Do you know how much Petunia hated Lily? She would undoubtedly take it out on Harry if she got that chance," Severus hissed. However, Dumbledore stayed firm to his decision, and after a few heated words, Severus gave up. "All right then, but I will check up on him whenever I get the chance. And if I find he is treated badly, I will take him away from here. Do you hear me?" Dumbledore didn't argue with him and instead opted to put Harry down onto the ground, along with the letter he had written to Petunia and Vernon Dursley. McGonagall, however, had finally worked up her courage to bite back at her colleague. "What do you care? From what I recall, you always hated Potter, didn't you?" Her eyes were narrowed and Severus couldn't help but shiver under her gaze, the same one that had been judging him during his school years. However, he did not waver. "I couldn't care less about Potter," he said with venom in his voice. "But Lily is another story. We were best friends, remember?" McGonagall snorted. "Yeah, very much so. You two rarely spoke after your third year, and even outright argued after your fifth." As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She looked back at Severus and saw him lose his confident posture. His shoulders sunk and his eyes lost their life. Had Lily really meant this much to him?
"I'm sorry, Severus."
"I didn't mean it," she said. It wasn't often Minerva McGonagall admitted she did something wrong. So when she did, she was a little rusty. "Of course you did. And I deserved it," Severus said before he turned his back to his older fellow professor and disappeared in a puff of black smoke. McGonagall stared at the spot where Severus had disappeared from, unsure of what had just happened. After a few seconds of staring, she turned to look at Dumbledore with confusion written all over her face. Dumbledore just shook his head. It wasn't his place to tell her why Severus had acted like he did. The young man would need to do that himself if he ever wanted to move on from here. And so, he just gave Minerva a shrug of his shoulder, before apparating away to talk to Severus about whatever he wanted to know. Seeing as they were the only ones left, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid soon got on their way too, joining in the partying where wizards and witches from all over the world raised their cups to salute Harry Potter, the boy who lived. It had been a few months before Severus had gotten to see Harry since they left him on the Dursleys' doorstep. He would have gone sooner, but he wanted to have Dumbledore with him to see what a bad decision it had been to leave Harry with his aunt and uncle. However, Dumbledore had been busy rebuilding the Wizarding World, and to be honest, so had Severus. While he was not as important a figure as Dumbledore, he did know a lot about the Death Eaters organization and had been worked hard in the hunt to track down stray Death Eaters. When it had turned out that a group of Death Eaters had tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity, Severus had personally tracked down the Lestranges, and Barty Crouch Jr. Frank had been one of the few Gryffindors, aside from Lily, that Severus had held any kind of respect for during their school years, and Alice had been one of Lily's best friends. He felt he owed the Longbottom pair at least that much. The duel between himself and Rodolphus and Bellatrix had been fierce and heavily loaded with emotions from both sides. The Death Eaters had been furious with him for turning his back on them, and Severus had been furious that they had harmed Lily's best friend. Despite initially having been overwhelmed by the two, particularly Bellatrix, He had managed to turn it around by hitting Rodolphus' right shoulder with sectumsempra, severing the veins in it and forcing him to use his left arm for dueling, which as good as incapacitated him. This action also served to lift most suspicions of Severus still being a Death Eater, as many people had thought. When the time had come for him and Albus to finally see Harry, they had not gotten a pleasant welcoming. As soon as Vernon had spotted the two wizards outside his door, he had tried to shut it in their faces, to which Severus had responded by blowing it to pieces, before stepping inside and hastily repairing it before any muggles noticed that the door was missing. When they had asked to see Harry, Vernon had started to roar at them that they had no right to demand things of him and that he would call the police. A few minutes and insults later, Petunia had reluctantly shown them Harry sleeping in the cupboard underneath the stairs. This, along with his already intense dislike of Petunia, had caused Severus to go through the roof. If Albus had not stopped him, then he was almost certain he would have killed the Dursleys then and there. He actually almost had the killing curse roll of his tongue, but Dumbledore had silenced him before he got to shout it. After forcing the Dursleys to arrange for a better living arrangement for Harry, Severus had reluctantly given them one last chance to keep Harry. And, to his great surprise, they had taken it. Well, at least Petunia had. She had began to give Harry real meals, and she had managed to talk Vernon into giving Harry the leftover bedroom on the second floor. How she had done that, Severus didn't know, but he was grateful that she had managed it. Slowly, his despise of Petunia Dursley, that had lasted since they were both children, began to wear off as she showed signs of actually caring for Harry. Severus' visits began to become more prominent during the summers, as he was mostly occupied with his classes during the Hogwarts school year. When Harry was 5 years old, Severus had told him about his wizarding heritage and showed Harry the levitation spell as proof that magic existed. The boy had been stunned, but he soon got over it and began bombarding Severus with quizitons about the wizarding world. Whenever Severus visited, he always had a lot of quizitons, and they were always new ones. He really was a curious one, just like his mother. And so was the case even this sunny summer day, when Severus walked up the gravel walk to private drive number 4. He rang the bell and waited patiently until the door opened and Petunia stood in the doorway. "Oh, it's you. Come in," she said simply. Severus didn't argue with her on that and just stepped into the hall of the house. He heard the door close behind him and turned around to look questioningly at Petunia. "He is in his room. He and Vernon had another argument this morning," she said. Severus narrowed his eyes at this. Vernon still argued with Harry? It had not been easy to get the Dursley patriarch to accept Harry into his house, and if it had not been for Petunia supporting Harry, Severus would have gotten Harry out of her faster than Lucius Malfoy could say mudblood. They had managed to get Vernon to agree with it, but his relationship with Petunia had been strained ever since, and it was not unusual for him to argue with Harry about something, even if it was not magical. Don't worry, no blows were exchanged. They just shouted at each other. Something about Harry's father. Severus nodded thoughtfully and left the hallway to climb the stairs. When he got onto the upper floor, he made his way to Harry's room and opened the door quietly. The room didn't contain much other than a desk by the window, a bed in the right corner, and a wardrobe. On the bed sat a boy of around 7 of age with raven black, untidy hair. When he heard the door open and close, he growled. "I'm not in the mood to talk, Aunt Petunia." Severus smirked. He remembered Lily behaving in a similar manner whenever she was annoyed with someone. Aside from the fact that he was as good as a carbon copy of his father, Harry really was more like his mother. Calm, thoughtful, curious, and always striving to do better than he currently could. Sure, James had also been very level-headed, but that drive usually only extended to his pranks. "Well, I guess I'll be going then," Severus said, though he didn't move from the spot. Upon hearing the voice of who had entered his room, Harry turned around. When he saw who it was, his face went from sulky to overjoyed in the space of a millisecond, and he quickly bounced off the bed and made his way over to his real uncle. "Uncle Sev!" he cried happily as he threw himself at Severus, who somehow managed to catch the young boy and remained standing. The first time Harry had done this, he had fallen to the ground in shock and disbelief, but after a few times, he had gotten the hang of how to catch the young Potter. Over the years, Harry had kept surprising him, like the first time he jumped on him when he came to visit, or the first time he had called him his Uncle Sev. While he didn't mind it, it still felt really weird. "Hey there, kid. How have you been?" he asked as he untied himself from the little boy's arms and moved over to sit at the bed. Harry pouted slightly that he didn't get to hug his favorite uncle, but then again he had understood that Severus felt it weird. It had only taken him 3 times of attempt escape from Severus's side for him to get it. When Severus was seated on the bed, Harry went over to the chair and sat down. "Uncle Vernon is being mean again. He insulted Daddy," he said as his face went back into the angry expression it had held before Severus had entered. Severus sighed. Ever since Petunia and Severus had made clear to Vernon that insulting Lily was a bad idea, the overgrown plums had taken to bad-mouthing James instead in his attempts to get back at Harry for invading their home illegally. While Severus still disliked James Potter, he had warmed up to the memory of Harry's dad a little since Dumbledore told him how many times James had put his life on the line during the war to protect his wife. This, in Severus' mind, was enough to deserve slight redemption, but not a complete one. He was still James Potter after all. "I see. And what did he say?" And so, the two went into a discussion about if James Potter had been as bad a person as Vernon had made him out to be. As soon as Severus had assured Harry that his father had not been a criminal, alcoholic, or drug dealer, all of which words Severus would like to punish Vernon for teaching Harry, they went into a talk about all stuff in the magical world that Harry wanted. When Severus mentioned that there had been a case of a youngster who had used accidental magic to get his family's living room sofa to swallow his father's boss when he had been over one day, Harry jumped up from his chair. "Oh right, check this out, Uncle Sev," he joyfully said before reaching out with his right hand towards his desk, where a book rested. Looking at it, Severus saw that it was the copy of Hogwarts, a history that he had given Harry during his last visit. What happened next, however, caused his eyes to widen and his mind to stop working for a second. Slowly, the book started levitating off the desk. It followed exactly where Harry's hand was pointing, showing that the boy had complete control over it. Severus just stared in awe as Harry levitated the book around the room before carefully putting it down on his desk again. Then, he turned towards Severus and grinned widely. "See? Now I can make things fly too," he said. Snapping out of his stupor, Severus looked down to see Harry smiling at him, obviously proud of his newfound powers. And with every right in the world, Severus thought. For a youngster to be able to control his or her magic before getting proper schooling in the matter was extremely rare and had only happened 5 times in modern society, according to what he knew formed the Ministry's database, out of which 3 cases had been in the last century. Albus Dumbledore, Tom Marvolo Riddle, and Lily Evans. Speaking of which, he noticed that the latter's son was waiting for some kind of reaction to his feat. "That's really good, Harry, but you know, you aren't supposed to be able to control your underage magic," he said with a smile. Harry, however, looked confused. "I'm not, but it just came to me," he said, wondering if he had done something wrong. Severus chuckled good-heartedly at the boy. "Don't worry, it is not unheard of, just very unusual. So unusual, in fact, that the last reported case where an underage witch or wizard could control their magic before attending school was your mother," he said with a smile. Harry's eyes widened with awe at this. It had come to him so naturally, so he had thought that all wizarding children could do that. Seeing that the young Potter here did not quite understand how unusual that really was, Severus set into explaining what would usually happen for wizards' children and muggleborns before they went to Hogwarts. The more Harry learned about it, the more awed he got and the more he understood just how unique his ability was. When Severus began explaining that wizards usually required a wand to perform any magic at will, Harry wanted to know who he knew who could do magic without wands. The answer got him grinning. "So I'm technically as good as Professor Dumbledore?" he asked, though he knew all too well that he wasn't. The world's current most powerful wizard had visited him once or twice during his childhood so far and had become slightly like a grandfatherly figure to him, even though he rarely saw him. "Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. You got ways to go before you even catch up to me," Severus said as he grinned at his young friend. "Although," he thought, "there is no doubt that you will surpass me one day, or perhaps even Albus one day. Albus himself believes you can, and if this early development is any indicator, you might just become stronger than even the Dark Lord was." He just hoped that Harry would follow his own and Dumbledore's example, rather than Riddle's. The day before Harry's 11th birthday, Severus was called to Professor Dumbledore's office. As he walked through the castle corridors, he could not help but think how much had changed during the years since the Potter's death. The Wizarding Society was now almost completely restored to its former state before the Wizarding World War, and his own life had changed drastically. Never in a lifetime had he imagined himself as the uncle of James Potter's son. But then again, Harry was a lot more like his mother than his father in terms of behavior and personality. The suspicion about himself being a Death Eater had also disappeared over the years, as he had helped hunting down important members of Voldemort's organization. Even though it was frustrating to see people he could confirm as Death Eaters, such as Lucius Malfoy, slither away like the snakes they were and not facing punishment, he knew he could do little about that as long as he didn't have proof. When it came to his teaching, he had worked here for almost 12 years now. During his 3rd year, he had been offered to become the head of the Slytherin house but had declined as he did not want to involve himself with that house if he could avoid it. The position had instead gone to Professor Sinistra, who taught astronomy. As the years passed, he had began wondering where Harry would be placed, but if he had to guess, he would put all his money on Gryffindor. The kid was his parents' son after all. When he reached the gargoyle statue, he simply said, "Sugar canes," and the statue began to rotate and swirl upwards to form the stairs that led to Dumbledore's office. He had been here many times over the years. When he had operated back to Hogwarts that night, after James and Lily's deaths and his disagreement with Minerva, Dumbledore had followed him and taken him to his office to talk. When he had managed to calm down, Dumbledore had said that he wanted to start mentoring Severus personally so that, when the time came, Severus could pass his knowledge on to Harry if it turned out that Dumbledore for some reason had passed on. Though reluctant at first, Severus had began learning from Albus, and after some time, he found that he had actually gotten to use all of the things he learned in one way or another during the Death Eater hunt. Now, as he reached the door to Dumbledore's office, he had a pretty good idea of what this was about. As he heard the muffled voice inside the office tell him to enter, he opened the door and stepped in. "Ah, Severus, you got my message. Sit down," he said, and motioned to a chair just in front of the office desk he himself was sitting behind. Severus did not object and did as he was told. "Now then, I believe you are going to visit Harry on his 11th birthday tomorrow, right?" Dumbledore stated more than asked. Severus knew that Dumbledore knew all too well that he was going to visit Harry tomorrow, but asked nonetheless just to be polite. "That is my plan," Severus said. Dumbledore chuckled at the man's simpleness. "Then I hope you won't mind to deliver this, do you?" he said, and handed Severus an envelope that said, "Mr. H. Potter. The first bedroom on the 2nd floor. Private drive for Little Winging, Surrey." Severus just smiled. Harry was finally getting his Hogwarts letter. Over the years, Harry's magical abilities had increased, and he could now even levitate his own wardrobe, though Severus had tried to keep him from doing that, as he had yet to learn how to put it back down without making any noise. About a year ago, he had also managed to somehow set his desk on fire, which, however, he had not been able to control. "And when you have done that, would you be so kind as to take Harry with you to Diagon Alley? He will need to do his preschool shopping," Dumbledore went on. Severus scowled at the headmaster's choice of words. Even though he had been a so-called nice guy for several years now, he still felt weird and slightly uncomfortable when someone called him kind. Dumbledore knew this, of course, and Severus had a nagging feeling that was exactly why he always called him that whenever he got the chance. "Harry's going to be delighted. He have been bugging me to take him there for ages," Severus said. Dumbledore just chuckled and moved on to talk about how Harry had been doing lately. The closer to Harry's time to return to the Wizarding World came, the more time H.D. Dumbledore been able to take off to spend some time with Harry. He had been able to visit him quite a few times during these last 2 years. But this summer, he had been very busy, as all the people who knew how to count reckoned that the famous Harry Potter would come to Hogwarts this year, and Dumbledore had been forced to shake of the press every time he went to see Harry. "By the way, he still doesn't know he is famous, right?" Dumbledore mentioned, just as the conversation was coming to an end. Severus stopped to think for a few seconds. He and Harry had been talking about a lot of things this last summer, so he had to think twice before he was sure he had not told the boy about his fame. "No, he doesn't. I should probably mention that to him before we go shopping," Severus said, before the two wizards took their farewells and he stood up to leave. Once he was out of the office, Severus thought about how things would, once again, take a drastic change in his life. He had had a lot of those during these years since he left the Death Eaters, and to be honest, most of them had been for the better. He just hoped that this coming change would not be one of those few that went for the worse. However, he couldn't help to feel at least a little bit excited for tomorrow, and it wasn't only because the boy who had become almost like a real nephew to him were going to come to Hogwarts. No, this wasn't just any nephew, but a nephew who was world famous for something he didn't even know of. Tomorrow would be written down in history books for all eternity in magical society. Tomorrow, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, would return to his home in the magical world. Chapter 2. My First Real Friend. Happy birthday! Harry sat up in his bed with a start, just as the door to his room opened and in stepped his aunt. In her hands, she held a small birthday cake. Behind her, Harry's cousin Dudley was walking with small wrapped-up box in his hands. Harry felt his heart swell with happiness. He never got much for his birthday, since his bad uncle were the one who was handling the household's economy. Petunia had to get him what she could with her own savings, which weren't much since she also had to buy the household's food supplies with them. Vernon had insisted that this was the price to pay for keeping Harry in the house. If Petunia wanted to have her freak of a nephew in the house, then she would be the one to pay for him. Harry didn't really mind, but was always just happy for all he could get. Dudley, while taking after his father in many aspects, such as his selfishness and how many pounds he put on per year, still had somehow gotten at least a tiny bit of understanding towards Harry from his mother. Though the two cousins did not play much together, at least he left Harry alone and didn't complain about everything Harry got. As Dudley set the small box down on Harry's bed, Aunt Petunia walked over to the grinning boy and bent down so the cake, which held 11 candles tightly pressed together on its small space, was on the same level as Harry's face. Now, blow out the candles and make a wish, Harry. Harry didn't wait. He took a deep breath and blew with all his might at the cake, causing the 11 candles to go out. He then closed his eyes and willed his wish to come true, over and over again. He kept repeating his wish in his head until his trail of thought was interrupted by his cousin. I don't get how you can just sit there with your gift in your lap and not open it. Harry opened his eyes to find Dudley staring longingly on the present that still rested untouched in his lap and laughed. No doubt was Dudley hoping that Harry would let him open it if he himself didn't do it. Like that was ever going to happen. He grabbed the box and tore at the wrapping paper, causing it to fall off. Inside, Harry found a small, rectangular box which he curiously opened. There, inside the small box, rested what looked like a locket. He picked it up and looked at it with confusion written all over his face. While he didn't particularly dislike living here, he couldn't remember any moment from his life here that would be worth putting in a locket. With a mix of confusion and curiosity, Harry clicked the locket open and gasped. Inside was a picture of an auburn-haired woman, standing next to his aunt and smiling brightly, while Aunt Petunia looked a little bothered by being the picture. It didn't move, like the wizarding photos that Uncle Sev had showed him, but Harry vaguely recognized the red-haired woman. It was his mother. That was taken during Lily's and James' wedding. Petunia said, a little embarrassed at her own antics in the picture. I didn't know what to give you now that you were going into the magical world, but I was looking through an old photo album the other day and found this. I thought you might like it. Harry was too stunned to say anything. He looked up from it just in time to hear Dudley mutter something about boring and walk out of the room. He then switched his gaze to his aunt, who looked at him, expectantly, waiting for his reaction. Thanks. I will always have it with me, he said, still with surprise written all over his face. Petunia let out a sigh of relief that her nephew liked the photo and then stood up. She would need to have breakfast ready soon or Vernon would be grumpy all day. Not to mention she did not want to disappoint Harry on his birthday. While she was still wary of her nephew slightly, she had come to realize that he wasn't actually much different from her own Dudley. Only real difference, aside from parentage, was that Harry could make things fly whenever he wanted to. I'm glad you like it. I'll go get breakfast ready. Feel free to come down whenever you wish, Petunia said as she went over to the doorway. Oh, and I think Snape is coming by soon, so you might want to get up, she said before disappearing down the stairs. Hearing that his favorite uncle was on his way, Harry kicked off the bed blanket and jumped to his feet before walking out in the corridor and into the bathroom to get freshed up. Today was the day. Today, he would get his Hogwarts letter and would get to go to Diagon Alley and see the magical world for himself. Uncle Sev had told him so many stories about his own childhood and how wonderful Hogwarts was. Or well, Sev hadn't said it was wonderful exactly, but to Harry that's what it all sounded like. There were so many things he wanted to see and so much to learn. He could hardly wait to get to finally go. When he had freshed himself up, he went to his room and picked out one of the few t-shirts that wasn't hand-me-down from Dudley. Due to her rather restricted economy, Petunia hadn't been able to buy him that many real clothes, and so he had to put up with stuff that Dudley had eaten his way out of, literally. However, he did have 3 complete sets of his own clothes, which he saved for special days, such as when he knew he would get magical visits or for occasions such as his own or Dudley's birthdays or Christmas. As he made his way downstairs, he could hear voice come from the kitchen. Recognizing that there was one more voice than there should be, Harry hurried out into the kitchen. "Uncle Sev!" He grinned at the sight of the black-dressed wizard. Severus smiled at Harry and reached out with one of his hands to pat the boy's head. Harry immediately tried to duck but failed as Severus just redirected his pat, and Harry groaned as the man ruffled his still wet hair. "Happy birthday, Harry," Severus said with a smile tugging at his lips. In his mind, Severus wondered what it was about Harry that made him smile all the time. He rarely smiled when he was around others, but with Harry he almost always smiled. Perhaps that happy attitude of Harry's was contagious? "Thanks. When are we going?" Harry immediately wanted to know. Severus chuckled, just as impulsive as his parents. Lily had also been overly eager to get to Diagon Alley. Severus reached inside his robes to try and dig out the letter for Harry, while Petunia served the birthday boy a load of pancakes for breakfast. However, Harry ignored the pancakes and kept looking at Severus expectantly. Seeing that his cousin didn't move to touch his pancakes, Dudley reached out to try and steal some from his cousin's plate. "Here you go," Severus said and fished out Harry's Hogwarts letter, which the boy took with enthusiastic hands and tore open to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster: Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF. Warlock: Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed. Of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. After Harry had read the contents of the acceptance letter, he looked up at Severus again. Realizing that Harry still wanted an answer on his question, Severus leaned back and said, "We will be going after you have had your breakfast. But before we go, I would like to talk to you about something. Now eat up." Harry nodded his head and turned towards his plate, only to find it empty. He looked around confused and found Dudley sitting with his hands on his stomach, trying to digest all of the pancakes he had obviously nicked from Harry's plate. While Petunia Dursley scolded her spoiled son for stealing Harry's breakfast, another mother was scolding her twin sons for attempting to sneak dung bombs into Percy's room. Molly Weasley's screams of frustration at her sons' antics could be heard all the way up to the first floor, where a young girl sat in her room, curled up into a ball on her bed. She didn't really take in the fact that her brothers had been caught or that her mother were shouting at the top of her lungs. Neither did it matter to her. Soon all that would be gone anyway. Her brothers, her mother's screams. It would just become quiet. Soon, the burrow would be empty, with the exception of herself and her parents, whom were both busy with work and housekeeping. Silently, a tear rolled down Ginevra Weasley's cheek. She would be left all alone. No one to talk to, no one to play with. No one would be left here. Her dad would be away at work all day long, and her mother would be kept busy to keep the house running. Ginny would be left to fend for herself. Not even her brother, Ron, would be left to play with. Sure, he had been annoying all his life, and the times Ginny had just wished he would disappear from the face of Earth were too many to count. But she hadn't meant it like this. Not for an entire year. And now he barely paid any attention to her anymore. He was too excited to finally get out of here and to finally get to do something with his life. Was she really that little of importance to him? After another few minutes, the shouting from downstairs had calmed down, but that did little to soothe Ginny. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt to think that her brother would just leave her. She could understand that he was excited to go to Hogwarts. She would be the same if it was her who was going, but couldn't he at least try and think about her, how this might be affecting her? Sighing, Ginny sat up and dried her tears with her sleeve. She looked around her room for something to do to keep her mind of her brother's upcoming departure. Looking at her nightstand, she spotted the book that her dad used to read for her as a bedtime story. There was one story in there that she found especially fascinating. Perhaps reading would get her in a better mood? Hoping it would, she reached out and began to search the book for the page where her favorite story began. She knew the page by heart, and if someone asked her to tell them the story, she would probably be able to recite it word for word, but it felt good to hold the book in her hands. It made it all feel more real. So she managed to find the page, which had a picture of a small baby with a lightning scar on his forehead painted under its title, and began reading. The Boy Who Lived. Once upon a time, actually not too long ago, there was a dark wizard haunting our country. He was so powerful that wizards and witches, even to this day, still fear to say his name out loud. Rumor said that he could make the sky fall down on our heads, and that he was so strong he could blow up an entire city with one single curse if he wanted to. Anyone who rose to fight him were easily taken care of by his followers, the Death Eaters. During this time, however, one family that opposed him had other things to think about. The young couple had just had their first child, whom they named Harry Potter. The Potter family's happiness, however, was short-lived. For some reason, rumors spread that this boy had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, and in time, the word reached even the Dark Lord himself. The belief that their savior might have been born. More and more people rose to oppose the Dark Lord, and this drove the tyrant furious. Hoping to break the spirits of the rebels, he who must not be named began searching for Harry Potter. He turned heaven and earth upside down in his search for his supposed doom. Knowing their lives were in danger, the Potter family went into hiding. But one cannot hide from fate, and one evening, on Halloween, you know who managed to track down the Potters. Hoping to save their son, the parents of the boy went up against the most powerful wizard of his time, but were easily taken care of by the Dark Lord, who then turned his wand on Harry. But just then, when he was about to kill the boy, something happened. Just as fate had allowed he who must not be named to find the Potters, fate saved Harry from the wrath of the Dark Lord, vanquishing his powers and saving the wizarding world. After all he had done and all the people he had made suffer, the Dark Lord was stopped by a mere infant. Harry, who was now an even bigger target for the Death Eaters, was sent into hiding once again, but it is thought that he will return to us. In times of need, he came through for us, and if fate wills it, he will do so again. Because if fate wills it, even the most fragile of creatures can save the world, just like it happened for Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The end. Ginny sighed as she finished reading her story. It all sounded so unreal, but her parents said it was a true story. They had been alive during this time. But true or not, she actually felt a little better now after reading it. She still remembered the first time her dad had read the story for her. Back when she was 5 years old. She had been mesmerized. She idly wondered if Harry Potter was out there, somewhere, waiting to return. She hoped she got to meet him one day. If he ever came back, she hoped that perhaps she would get to see him sometime in her life. What she didn't know, though, was that fate would make it so she would see him a lot more than she could ever dream of. And to top it off, in a not-so-distant future as she thought. Harry closed the book Severus had shown him when they got to his room. He looked up at his favorite uncle with questioning eyes. "Why am I in a storybook?" he asked. Severus chuckled at the way Harry put it. Out of all ways to ask what he wanted to know, that had to be the most weird way to put it. "Because you are famous in our world, Harry. In our world, your world, you really are the boy who lived," he said. Harry just stared at Severus. When his soon-to-be teacher had asked to get to talk to him alone in his room after breakfast, this was not what he had been expecting. Well, to start it all off, he hadn't expected to be given a book with children's tales in the moment he sat down, and he had been even more shocked when he had found his own name on one of the pages. And as if that wasn't weird enough, now Snape was telling him that it was a true story? But I never did any of that, did I? He asked and shook his head. This didn't add up. Severus looked at Harry with sadness evident in his eyes. He really had hoped Harry would just accept it and move on without needing persuasion. Now, however, he realized that had been a fool's hope. Harry was too much like his mother to just accept something and move on. Did you ever wonder why we didn't tell you what happened to your parents, Harry? He asked silently and felt a sting of guilt in his chest. Despite that it had been 10 years now, Severus still felt like it was his fault that Lily and James was dead. No matter how you put it, it came down to his choices and wrongdoings that Voldemort had gotten to know the prophecy and went after the Potters, and the closer he had grown to Harry, the more guilt-ridden he had felt. This boy didn't deserve to grow up like an orphan. He deserved to live with his parents and have a happy life. While Snape was having a relapse into his guilt, Harry's mind went haywire trying to put everything he had learned in place. It sounded so far-fetched, but yet, it did fall into place. Harry had never been told about his parents because Severus had insisted that it was not important. And he had been living with the Dursleys as long as he could remember, but that didn't mean he had always lived with them. If what the book said really was true, then him living at the Dursleys' house would be the hiding he was sent into after he who must not be named had been defeated, supposedly, by him. "What is this Dark Lord's real name?" he asked, curious of why someone would be afraid to speak a name. It wasn't like it would call the person back from the dead, was it? Severus looked at Harry and took a deep breath. He himself was still not too comfortable speaking the name of his former master, but Dumbledore had encouraged him to try and use Voldemort's real name, and when Severus had refused, he had set up lessons for the young man simply to learn how to say the name, which had infuriated Snape at the time. "We still don't like to speak his name out loud," he said. "But the wizard referred to in the book is named Voldemort." Harry then went on to ask questions about when this had happened and how it had happened. Severus answered his questions to the best of his knowledge, and in the end, Harry seemed to at least think there was a possibility that it had happened, though he still hadn't really wrapped his mind around the fact that he was, supposedly, famous. Seeing that he wouldn't get Harry to really understand to what extent he was famous without showing him, Severus decided it was time to finally go to Diagon Alley. Introducing Harry to Side-Along Apparition, the boy emptied his pancakes in the alley to where Severus had apparat them. When Harry was back at his feet, it was time to enter the leaky cauldron that was located just around the corner from where they had apparat. "Remember now, you are famous, Harry, and you have been gone for 10 years, so people will most likely be acting up when they find out who you are," Severus warned him as they entered the inn. Harry just nodded, but he had barely heard him. He was too excited by the prospect of finally be able to enter the wizarding world. He had been looking forward to this ever since Severus had told him about the magical world. Feeling his chest almost explode with anticipation, he opened the door and stepped in. The atmosphere inside the leaky cauldron was a good one. It was warm and there was a sense of peacefulness hanging in the air. The tables were packed with funny dressed, in Harry's opinion, since he wasn't used to see wizarding clothes, people, but not overly overcrowded. Behind the bar, a man stood and was currently working on cleaning some glasses. When the doorbell rang, he looked up.
"Ah, c'est vrai."
"How nice to see you again. Are you here for a drink?" he asked while smiling at Snape. Severus just shook his head and steeled himself for what he knew was to come. "No thanks, Tom. I am just escorting my young friend Harry to buy his school supplies." At the mention of Harry, the innkeeper looked down at the small boy walking by Snape's side and gasped as he recognized the face that were so much like the boy's father's. It didn't take long for him to understand who this boy was. "Bless my soul, it's Harry Potter," he breathed in shock. In an instant, all the talking in the inn quieted down. Harry looked around in confusion at the situation the simple mention of his name had caused. Then, after a few seconds, the inn burst into life as all its current inhabitants rushed to greet Harry and shake his hand. The shocked boy did his best to cope with the situation, but after a while, he began to feel almost frightened when people who had already shaken his hand came back to do it again. And again. And again. Finally, after what seemed like several hours, Severus decided that enough was enough and managed to free Harry from his admirers. but not before Doris Crockford had gotten to shake his hand for the 5th time in a row. When they got out into the backyard of the inn, Harry asked, "What the bloody hell just happened?" "Harry, language," Severus berated him. Harry, who had been in a state of shock, quickly put his hand over his mouth and apologized. He didn't usually use foul words, as he had been taught by Severus not to, but that had completely been erased from his mind in his state of shock. And to be honest, Severus didn't blame him. "Well, I told you that you were famous, didn't I?" he said simply as he put his wand on the select stone to open the archway to Diagon Alley. Harry watched in awe as the bricks began to move and shift places until they formed the archway to the alley. This day was getting weirder and weirder. Better yes, but weirder. His shock of facing his fame head-on forgotten as he saw the place he had wanted to go to for so long, Harry eagerly entered the alley with Severus in tow. The young man chuckled at the boys' antics as they walked down the alley, looking in shop windows and talking about all they could see. Or well, Harry spoke about all he saw and Severus put in a simple "yes, it's nice, and not before we got your things" here and there. Initially, Harry wanted to go into every single shop, but Severus somehow managed to steer him towards Gringotts Wizarding Bank. However, halfway. "But how am I going to pay for all of this?" Harry asked as he was reading through the list of supplies he needed for Hogwarts. "I got no money and Aunt Petunia didn't give me any before we left." Severus chuckled and explained that Harry had a trust vault in Gringotts, that his parents had set up before they went into hiding. He also mentioned that his trust vault only contained a small amount of the Potter family's possessions, but that he would need to wait until he was 17 before he could access the family vault. When they had managed to get a sack of gold from Harry's trust vault, after a cart ride that Harry described as funny and Severus described as horrible, Severus immediately dragged Harry to Flourish and Blotts to buy his school books. He let Harry sneak around in the shop to look at all the books while he gathered the books they needed. When it was time to pay, he called Harry back and the boy returned, covered by a large stack of books he said he wanted to read. Despite telling him to put most of the books back where he took them, he allowed Harry to keep extensive guide for basic potions and simple but unnecessary spells. The potions book mainly because he hoped that Harry would take after his mother and excel in his own class, and the latter because he thought it couldn't hurt for Harry to learn some extra magic. Besides, the spells in that book were supposed to be harmless, so he didn't think there would be any problem with that. They continued their shopping, and after the bookstore, their next stop was the apothecary to buy some supplies for his potions class. Severus also made sure Harry didn't buy a funny-looking Mickey Mouse head in a bottle. That was actually a very poisonous plant called rat's ear. When they went to buy him his school robes, Snape decided that this would be a good opportunity to go get Harry his birthday present. As he had not gotten him anything yet, so Harry entered Madame Malkin's boutique by himself, feeling slightly nervous. "Hello?" he asked as he saw no one inside when he first entered. Hearing that someone had entered, a middle-aged woman came running towards him, whom he assumed were Madame Malkin herself. "Hogwarts, right, dear?" she asked, and Harry nodded, not sure if he was supposed to say something. Without another word, she led Harry to the back of the shop where she began to measure him from all angles to get an understanding of how big his school uniform should be. The boutique was empty, aside from himself and Madame Malkin, so Harry just did as he was told, and after about 20 minutes, he was done and paid for his school uniforms. Outside, Severus waited for Harry. Harry frowned when he saw Severus holding a cage in his hand, smiling at Harry as he approached. Inside the cage was a snow-white owl with golden amber eyes. "Happy birthday, Harry," Severus said as he handed the cage to Harry. It took a few seconds for Harry to process what this meant, but as soon as he did, his face broke out into a smile. "He's mine," Harry asked in wonder as he stared at the owl in the cage who, for some reason, had taken to flapping his wings angrily. Severus chuckled at the owl's antics before answer. "She is yours, Harry," he said with emphasis on she. Harry blushed and grinned cheekily at his mistake. He then looked at his new pet. She was beautiful, he thought. He would need to come up with a good name for her later when he got the time. However, right now he still had one thing left to do: get a wand. However, Severus seemed to have other plans. "No need to rush now, is there? It's your birthday, Harry. How about we go get some ice cream and try and relax for a little while?" he proposed, which Harry eagerly agreed to. He rarely was given ice cream when he was out with the Dursleys. So, the pair made their way towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream bar. When they got closer to the bar, Harry spotted 3 red-haired people standing by the bar disc, probably buying an ice cream or more. His suspicions were confirmed when one of the persons, a small red-haired girl, turned around with a large ice cream cone in her hand, which Harry swore must be held together by magic. The girl giggled happily and began running out into the service that Severus and Harry just entered to find a place to sit. "Don't run with your ice cream, Ginny," Harry heard the red-haired man whom he guessed was the girl's father shout at his daughter. "If you stumble, your ice cream will be ruined." Too late. Just as he said it, Ginny's shoe got caught in a crack in the ground and she fell, letting go of her ice cream cone that flew high up in the air, then dove and headed straight towards Harry and Snape, who just entered the bar. Seeing a cone of ice cream heading his way, Harry instinctively raised his hand and reached out with his magic as he had learnt to do when he was smaller. Slowly, the cone led down its descent, until eventually, it found itself in Harry's hand. Harry cast a look at the ice cream to check if it was okay before looking up in the direction where it had come flying from, only to find 3 gobsmacked redheads staring at him, including the young girl on the ground. After a nudge in the back from Severus, Harry continued walking until he was right in front of the red-haired girl. I think this is yours," he said awkwardly. He didn't understand why they were staring at him like they were. He hadn't said who he was, so it couldn't be his name. Then he suddenly remembered what Uncle Sev had told him about underage magic and that young wizards and witches didn't usually have the ability to control them. The girl accepted her ice cream back with a piped-up "thanks" and then went back to her dad, not wanting to risk ruining her ice cream again. The red-haired man shook himself from his shock of seeing a boy being able to control his underage magic before smiling at Snape. "Oh my, Severus, I didn't know you had a son," he said as he handed the bar owner his money for the ice cream and walked over to where Harry and Snape stood, daughter in tow. Behind them followed a young red-haired man that Harry guessed were a few years older than him. "That's because I don't have one, Arthur," Severus said as he walked up and met the red-haired trio halfway. The 2 men shook hands before the younger red-haired man bowed respectfully to Snape. "Then who is this?" Arthur asked with a grin on his face. Harry flinched slightly. The incident still fresh in his mind, he didn't feel too comfortable telling people who he was. He did not particularly like being in the spotlight. He had always thought it would be nice and fun to not being just left for himself, like he usually was in the schoolyard during class breaks at his and Dudley's school. But the incident that morning had left him with other thoughts on the matter. However, Severus didn't seem to think it would be any problem, since the ice cream bar was rather empty with most people eating lunch at the cauldron. He gently gave Harry a slight push and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself, Harry?" Shaking his head to clear it off the incident, Harry hoped Severus was right and this was a man he could trust. "My name is Harry Potter." For a moment, no one said anything. Harry heard a gasp and turned to see that the girl, Ginny, he thought he had heard her being called, had grown eyes larger than ping-pong balls. After a few seconds of, in Harry's opinion, very uncomfortable silence, Arthur finally broke himself out of his stupor. "Oh, I see. Well, nice to meet you, Harry. I take it you are going to Hogwarts this year?" he asked with a nod towards Harry's trunk. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. They hadn't went crazy about meeting the famous Harry Potter. "Harry, this is an old acquaintance of mine, Arthur Weasley. We have been working together at a number of occasions. And this is his son, Percy," Severus said, nodding to the younger red-haired man. Harry waved to Percy, before turning back to Ginny. Arthur and Severus had launched into a discussion about how well Mr. Weasley's sons were doing in his classes. Harry smiled at Ginny, who still seemed to be shell-shocked at learning his identity. Well, Harry thought he would probably be shocked too if someone told him that he was talking to Robin Hood from Disney's Book of Bedtime Stories. After a few seconds, Ginny seemed to shake herself out of her stupor. Hi, my name is Ginny," she said as a light pink color began to cover her cheeks. Harry, however, didn't notice as his gaze had found its way to the giant ice cream cone in Ginny's hand. Severus had said they would buy ice cream, but now it seemed that would take a while. Ginny noticed he was looking at her ice cream and managed to build up her courage enough to ask, You want to have a taste?" she asked nervously. Inside, she felt like a flock of butterflies had entered her stomach. Just this morning, she had read his story and hoped she would get to meet him one day, and here she was, talking to the very same Harry Potter. It was a little strange, though. He didn't seem any more special than herself or her brothers. You would do that for me? Harry asked, taken aback by the girl's kindness. Together, the two young kids made their way over to where Florian Fortescue had put out a cup with extra spoons to use for eating the ice cream that was not served in cones. However, in order to prevent children from taking them down to play, he had put them on a rather high shelf, which neither Harry nor Ginny could reach. Harry, however, got an idea. Reaching out with his right hand, he willed his magic to grab the cup with spoons and lifted it down, using levitation. Ginny stared wide-eyed as he took 2 spoons out of the cup and then levitated it back into place. How do you do that? She asked, awestruck. Perhaps Harry was a bit special after all. Harry thought for a moment. He didn't really know how he did it. One day, he had sneezed and accidentally released a burst of magic that had lifted his book high into the air and then dropped it down. Realizing what he had done, he had begun trying to learn how to do it at will, and after a time it had come to him. It had taken him a while to realize that he did not have to sneeze though, so he had spent several hours tickling his nose and sneezing to try and create the same effect. I'm not sure, but when I learned about my magic, I tried to learn how to use it at will. At first, it just came out without warning, but the more I tried to make something move without touching it, the more I learned to control it. Uncle Sev says that it's unusual for children to control their underage magic, but I wonder if that many actually have tried. Ginny nodded her head as she accepted the spoon she was given. She had only used magic a few times, and that had been accidentally. And, to be honest, she had never tried to control it because her parents and brothers had told her that it was impossible. As the two of them ate Ginny's ice cream, Ginny asked if Harry, though, that she too would be able to control her underage magic if she tried, and Harry said that she wouldn't know until she tried at least. As they made their way back to where the grown-ups were sitting, Ginny began to feel more comfortable with Harry. He seemed nice and kind, and she noticed curious about her. When her ice cream was gone, Harry said that he hadn't bought his own yet, and together, they walked over to the counter and Harry pulled out his sack of gold from his pocket, which caused Ginny to once again go wide-eyed. Without Severus keeping an eye on him, Harry decided to buy the largest ice cream possible, and when Harry and Ginny came dragging it towards the table, Severus finally noticed what the two had been up to and groaned at Harry's decision. As the two grown-ups scolded their respective charge, neither of the children seemed to care too much as they swallowed down as much of the ice cream they could, though it should be noted that more than half of it was left when the two of them were full. Checking his watch, Arthur realized that they needed to go find their family, who was apparently around shopping supplies. Percy highly stated that he had finished his quick. Saying goodbye and promising Ginny to send his owl to her when he got home, Harry and Severus walked off towards Ollivander's wands. Or well, Severus had to push Harry on the trolley, as he was so full of ice cream he could barely stand. Uncle Sev, do you believe in birthday wishes? Harry asked when they left the Fortescue ice cream bar. Severus frowned and raised an eyebrow. Wonder where this came from. Well, not really. There aren't any magical proof that a wish made to a birthday cake are due to be fulfilled. Why do you ask? Because mine just got fulfilled, Harry said with a cheeky grin. Severus frowned. Had Harry been wishing for ice cream? Really? What did you wish for? He asked. Harry chuckled and leaned back on the trolley. After sighing with relief and happiness, he looked up at Severus and grinned from ear to ear. A friend. Chapter 3, Ginny's Happy Month. Harry watched as Hedwig, his snow-white owl, flew off in the distance. Once he had gotten back from Diagon Alley, he had said goodbye to Severus and made his way to his room. It had not taken him long to get out a piece of parchment and a quill and, though unused to the writing material and tool, scribble down a few lines for his owl to take with her to his new friend. When he had been done with that, he had immediately set to unpack his new school stuff. Excited to learn all he could about the magical world, his world, he had just grabbed one of the books and thrown himself down on his bed to read. He usually weren't a bookworm, but right now he was just so excited finally get to know the world where his parents had lived. Severus, and on occasion the funny old man with glasses, had told him so many things about the magical world. He could barely contain his excitement when he was called down for dinner an hour after he had gotten home. Uncle Vernon had scowled at him, and for every second that passed, his face had gotten redder and redder as Harry showed exactly how happy he was by talking constantly about all the things he was going to learn. At last, Vernon had blown up and screamed at Harry to go back to his bedroom and read his bloody books if it was so bloody important, which Harry, to the older man's annoyance, had happily agreed to. He was currently laying in his bed, reading the standard book of spells. It had been a good 3 days since he had sent off Hedwig now, and he was starting to wonder just how far away Ginny lived. Come to think of it, he had never asked in what part of England the borough was located. What if Hedwig had gotten lost? No, that's not going to happen. She probably just takes her time. No need to rush after all. There was still almost an entire month before it was time to go to Hogwarts. He could wait. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't have anything to do here. He still had to do some chores for his aunt and uncle now and then, and when he didn't, he had a stack of interesting books to read.
Top, top, top.
Harry looked up from his spell book when he heard the tapping on his window. There, outside, Hedwig was tapping her beak at the window to gain entrance. Like shot from a gun, Harry closed his book and flew up from his bed to let in his owl. Swish! As soon as the window had opened up, Hedwig flew in and landed on his desk. After flapping her wings, Hedwig held out her leg where a piece of rolled-up parchment had been attached. Harry picked out a box with owl treats and gave Hedwig before he got loose the parchment and opened it, filled with anticipation. Dear Harry, thanks for your letter. It really cheered me up. My brothers haven't had time for me lately as they are all going to Hogwarts soon, so your letter came as a happy surprise. I actually didn't think you would write so quickly. Oh, and you should give your owl a pat on the head. She bit Ron's finger when he tried to snatch your letter from me. A beautiful owl, by the way. What's her name? I hope you will have a good year at Hogwarts. My brothers have told me all about it, and I can't wait to go next year. Wish I could go this year with you and Ron, but I'm still too young. I hope we can meet at the platform before you leave for Hogwarts, though. I'm going to try and convince Mum to let me come along to see my brothers off. Your friend, Ginny. Harry read the letter over and over again. After the third time, his face broke out into a smile. Ginny had signed the letter, your friend. He finally had a real friend. During his years in Muggle school, he had never had any real friends. Sure, he had not been the worst bullied student there, but he hadn't had anyone to talk to or hang out with and, though he would never admit it, had been a little envious of Dudley for being the most popular person in their class. But here he was, and he had finally made a friend. His heart sank a little in his chest when he read it over a fourth time and registered that Ginny would not come to Hogwarts this year. He promised himself that he would write her as much as she could in order to try and make her feel not so lonely. Ginny was sitting in her room again. She had been doing that a lot this summer. She knew her mother was worried that she was shutting herself off from the rest of the family, but she couldn't stand watching all her brother have fun and prepare to go to Hogwarts without a care in the world. She just felt so left out. Harry's message had cheered her up a little, but now that the excitement from that was gone, she felt all alone again. The owl had been a nice company, not talking about what she was going to do at school and not playing things that she thought Ginny to be too small to do. But of course, it was Harry's owl, and for Ginny to answer him, she had to send the owl away. If she had been able to, she wouldn't have minded to keep the bird around for a while, just so she would have someone to talk to. Someone who doesn't talk down to her or make fun of her. She could of course try and read something to keep her mind of things, but the only book that really captured her complete attention was the story of the boy who lived, but for some reason, that story didn't feel quite as special anymore. Perhaps, now that she had met the real Harry Potter, reading about him weren't as exciting. Now, she was more excited to get to know the real Harry Potter. Oh, she couldn't believe she just said that. The real Harry Potter. If someone had told her just a few days ago that she would have made friends with the real Harry Potter, she would have thought they were mental. Well, she would have wanted to believe it, but it would have sounded so far-fetched. Why would the world-famous Harry Potter want to be friends with someone like her, Ginny Weasley, whom her own brothers rarely paid attention to? Well, perhaps she could ask him when his answer came? If his answer ever came. No, Ginny, don't think like that, she told herself. Surely there must be something good about her or Harry wouldn't have minded her at all. But what could it be? What made her special? Well, except for her being a Weasley and her hair being a tiny shade darker than the rest of her family. She was decent at flying, But no, Harry wouldn't know that, not even her own family knew about that. There must have been something tangible, since they really hadn't had any contact before they became friends. But what about her would be special? She was a girl just like anyone else. Well, the only answer would be to ask Harry. She would have to wait until Harry wrote her back to ask him in her reply. But how would she ask it? Ooh, this was getting more depressing than looking at her brother's plan for Hogwarts. Ginny, it's time for dinner. Her mother's voice came from downstairs. Sighing, Ginny stood up. If she didn't come down to dinner, hell would break loose, almost as bad as if her mother would have heard her say those words. Coming, Mom. Throwing one last look out her window, hoping that Harry's owl would be back when she got up from dinner, Ginny made her way over to the door and went downstairs. Her room was on the first out of 7 floors, so she didn't have a long way to go, unlike her brother, Ron, who lived at the 7th floor. Ron already sat by the table, however, when she entered, along with Fred, George, Percy, and her dad. Her mother had just made a stew fly over Ron's head and land onto the table before moving over to sit next to her husband. Ginny sat down without a word and waited patiently for her brothers to have their go at the stew before serving herself. So Ginny, what were you doing in your room? You have been locked up in there for 2 days straight now, asked her mother. Ginny swallowed down a mouthful of stew and potatoes, then took a gulp of water to wash it down before answering. Well, yesterday I was writing Harry a letter, and today I haven't really done much, just reading, she said before blowing on her spoon to try and chill her next mouthful of mushroom stew. However, as she said it, snickers could be heard around the table and, irritated by her brothers making fun of her, Ginny looked up. Fred had been leaning towards his twin brother and whispered something in his ear which the others couldn't hear, while Ron had been staring at Ginny before shaking his head. Are you still going on about that dream of yours? Ron's voice clearly showed that he wasn't too interested in what she had said, just that he thought she was being silly. Ginny felt her cheeks heat up, and without thinking, she stood up, causing her chair to fall to the floor. I'm telling you, I have really met him, and he have sent me a letter. Why don't you believe me? She cried out in anger. Ever since she had mentioned her meeting with Harry in Diagon Alley and him wanting to be her friend, her brothers had been making fun of her. Well, except Percy, of course, but he wouldn't understand humor even if his life depended on it. Teasing had been expected from Fred and George, but to Ginny's annoyance, Ron too had taken to downplay their meeting to silly imagination. Geez, calm down, sis. I was just thinking that you were taking this a little too far. You don't need to bloody blow up at me, Ron exclaimed at her outburst. Ginny gritted her teeth and was preparing a nasty retort when her mother's temper blew off, having been triggered by Ron's use of bloody, which she deemed as an unforgivable act of crime. Ronald Weasley, I don't want to hear you talk like that, especially to your sister. While Ginny didn't appreciate being babied by her mother, right now it felt good to see Ron being put in his place. He used to be really nice and a good playmate, but the closer he had gotten to attending Hogwarts, the more they had been gliding apart. Recent days, he had become such a prat. If she didn't know better, and if he didn't deny it so badly, she would say he was starting to become like Percy. But Mom, she blew up at me first. Ron tried to defend himself. It doesn't matter. No such words in my house, Molly Weasley said with an edge in her voice, just daring her son to talk back to her. After a moment, Ron shook his head and looked down. All right, I won't say it, he said with a defeated voice, though he added, I'll just go outside instead. So no one could hear it, except Ginny. Ginny, however, had more pressing matters. Her stew and potatoes lay forgotten on her plate. Dad, you were there. Tell them I met Harry. Arthur Weasley looked a bit troubled at being brought into the argument between his two children. It couldn't be more obvious that he had wanted to just eat his food and then disappear from the table, most likely to go outside and study some Muggle artifact he had found somewhere he shouldn't have been. However, as his daughter fixated him with a hard, yet pleading look, he finally relented and joined the conversation. Well, what Ginny is saying is true. We met Harry outside of Florian Fortescue's ice cream bar. He was there with Severus, Hogwarts potions master, Arthur said, hoping that he could get back to his food now so he could get out and take a closer look at that fascinating thing he had managed to confiscate after work. Muggles called it a car. How they got something as big to move without magic, he had no idea. So he was really eager to pick it apart and study its insides. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher. I trust that when he said that the boy was Harry Potter, then it really was him. Besides, someone like Professor Snape wouldn't need to boast with being in Harry Potter's company, as he is quite the accomplished wizard himself, Percy put in. Ginny scowled at her oldest present brother. During these days, he hadn't backed her claim even once when she said that she had met Harry Potter. Not even when she had asked him specifically to tell the others that it was true. But now, when the honor of a teacher was at stake, he suddenly was incredibly interested in adding his own point of view to the speculation. Her insides already boiling with anger, Ginny heard Ron speak up again. Even if that is true, why would someone like Harry Potter want to be friends with Ginny? That did it. With a furious scream of frustration, Ginny threw her arms up in the air and without a warning, the stew on the table exploded. Tears had formed in her eyes. Be it from anger or hurt, she didn't know, but it didn't matter. She turned and with one furious burst of underage magic, her chair flew over the table and crashed into Ron, who yelped and dropped to the floor. Not stopping to be reprimanded by her mother for her temper, Ginny took off up the stairs and slammed the door to her room shut as soon as she reached it. Once inside, she threw herself down onto her bed and let her tears fall freely. She could hear the commotion downstairs, but she didn't care. Why did her brother had to be such a stupid, insensitive prat? Why didn't he ever listen to what she said? It would be way into the night before Ginny Weasley managed to find a mental state calm enough to fall asleep. Severus was walking through the corridor that led to Professor Dumbledore's office. It was late in the night, but he had been called to an emergency staff meeting and, being the loyal man he was, he had not hesitated to quickly get out of his dungeon to join the others. Since his office were the one farthest apart from Dumbledore's, he probably would be the last one to arrive. And just as he had expected, when he rounded the corner so the gargoyle statue that guarded the headmaster's office came into view, he saw that the stairwell had already been raised. Without giving it the chance to lower itself down again, Severus rushed over and went up the stairs to the office door, where he knocked patiently. Upon being called into the office, he entered. There, he saw that everyone was already in place, just as he had thought. Professor Dumbledore was standing by his fireplace, watching the fire with a thoughtful look on his face, and Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Vector, Sinistra, Kettleburn, and Quirrell was sitting in a group by a conference table that usually was not present in the office, probably conjured or transfigured by Dumbledore for this meeting. The only ones who was not there was, as far as Severus could tell, Trelawney and Binns, none of whom he really cared or had expected to show up. Of course, there were a few other teachers here at the school during school years, but they were currently off with either their family or on vacation. "Ah, Severus, glad you could make it. Please have a seat," Dumbledore said and motioned for Severus to take the seat in between Professor Kettleburn and Professor Sinistra. Severus just nodded and took his assigned seat. As soon as he did, the door to the office flew open and in stepped Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. The half-giant came to a hasty stop when he spotted all the teachers sitting by the conference table and then looked questioning towards Dumbledore. "Oh, am I interrupting something? Did I get the time wrong?" he asked, a little confused. Dumbledore chuckled and turned away from the fire and started walking to sit by the table. "No, my dear Hagrid, you got the time right. Please sit down. I have saved the sofa especially for you," he said as he sat down at the seat overlooking the rest of the table. Hagrid looked confused but did as he was told and sat down at the sofa that was turned towards the table. Now, with all the castle's current inhabitants present, everyone turned to look expectantly at Dumbledore. The call for the meeting had not included any details on what this was about, but, being the ever well-informed man he was, Severus had a good guess as to what it was. "As some of you may already be aware of, an old friend of mine approached me with a request by the end of last term," Dumbledore began, confirming Severus' theory. Mumbles were heard throughout the gathered group. It was apparent that rumor had spread among the staff that a certain old friend of Albus had visited the castle after last year's term. "This old friend of mine asked me to guard a specific item of his, one that he feared someone was after to try and steal it. Earlier today, that item was retrieved from Gringotts and brought here." At the mention of this, Hagrid perked up in understanding and immediately pushed his chest out, leaving no doubt to who Dumbledore had sent to retrieve said item. Severus would have snickered at Hagrid's pride in himself if he hadn't thought that the half-giant deserved more credit than he actually got for all the things he did for Dumbledore. And now, you want us to aid you in protecting this item, I presume? Professor Sinistra, the head of Slytherin, asked. Like always, she wanted to cut straight to the chase and not beat around the bush. Dumbledore smiled at his astronomy teacher's perceptive skill, even though it hadn't been that hard to figure out. At Dumbledore's approving smile, most of the people rolled their eyes. It hadn't been that hard to figure out. You are correct, Aurora. That is indeed why I have summoned you all here. In order to set up the most effective defense here at Hogwarts, I need help from each and every one of you. At that, muttering broke out across the table. Ever since Nicholas Flamel had visited Dumbledore in his office, rumors had been going around the school about what the famous alchemist could possibly want to ask of their headmaster. Of course, like with most rumors, there was a big variation in what they all said, and if even half of them were true, then Severus would be willing to eat his own hair. So, if we are to protect this item, don't you think we have the right to know what it is we are guarding? Oh, I thought you had figured it out, Dumbledore said, smiling. Severus eyed the occupants of the table. Professor Sinistra was whispering with Professor Sprout, no doubt sharing her own thought on the case. Professors Vector, Flitwick, and Kettleburn were also talking with each other. Quirrell didn't do anything. He just sat in his seat, giving off his normal nervous expression. McGonagall didn't talk to anyone either, no doubt because she, like Severus, already had figured it out. Sighing, Severus decided to once and for all put the rumors to rest. This year, Hogwarts will act as the protective sanctuary for the Philosopher's Stone, he said, immediately silencing everyone. Ginny didn't know how she had managed to fall asleep after her row with Ron last evening, but it would appear that somehow she had. The morning outside was beautiful. She could hear the birds chirping outside and tried to sleepily opening her eyes. She must have forgotten to close her window before she fell asleep. Grogily, she sat up and opened her eyes, and immediately stumbled to her feet in shock. There, on the back of the chair by her desk, sat a snowy white owl, watching her with amber eyes. Harry had wrote back. Suddenly forgetting all about her tiredness, Ginny sprung to her feet and darted across the room towards the desk. The owl didn't flinch but simply tilted her head to the side and held out her leg where the piece of parchment was tied. Eagerly, Ginny untied the parchment and unrolled it to read it. Dear Ginny, I hope you're doing good, or at least better than it sounds like. How many brothers do you have and how many of them are teasing you? I wish I could do something about it, but I'm afraid I can't. My owl is named Hedwig. I'm not really good with names, but I thought it fit her. A beautiful name for a beautiful owl, right? I am looking forward next year when you can come with us. Don't worry, this year will fly by and before you know it, you will be on the train. Look at it this way, you are now closer to Hogwarts than you have ever been before. That's how I used to look at it. But until then, we barely know each other yet. What are your favorite color? What do you like to do on your free time? For your information, my favorite color is red. I've heard that's considered girly. And I like to read about magic on my free time. Your friend, Harry. Ginny read it over and over again and felt her resident dark thoughts from yesterday slowly leave her system. Right then and there, it didn't matter that Ron had been a prat at dinner. It didn't matter that none of her brothers didn't believe her or that they made fun of her. Right then, she felt that the only thing that mattered was Harry and his letter. He hadn't made fun of her or looked down on her. It didn't escape her notice that he, despite undoubtedly being excited to go to Hogwarts this year, didn't mention that in his letter. Instead, he had said he was looking forward to next year, when she would be coming with him to Hogwarts. Why would he be so eager for that? After all, he had said himself that they barely knew each other. Ginny? A voice was heard from her door. Ginny snapped out of her thoughts and turned around. Her bedroom door was ajar and through the slit, her mother was peeking in.
Mom.
Ginny answered simply. While she wasn't in a bad mood anymore, she didn't feel like she wanted a repeat of yesterday's episode. Thus, talking was not on the top of her to-do list. Molly Weasley entered her daughter's room a little carefully. She was well aware that Ginny had a temper that could rival her own and, while not one to hold grudges, You never knew what mood she would be in after she had one of her outbursts, especially if she didn't calm down before she fell asleep. Either she could wake up like a new human being or she could wake up like a Vila who had been pulled by the hair. When she noticed Ginny already being out of bed, she tossed aside her caution to the side and stepped inside. "How are you feeling, dear?" she asked before she came to a stop when she spotted the owl sitting on the chair's back.
I'm ok, ma'am.
"Sorry I blew up yesterday. I just got so angry." Her mother forced her gaze away from the bird in her daughter's room and refocused her at Ginny. The girl in question was still standing with Harry's letter in hand. "HM? Oh, don't worry about it. Ron shouldn't have behaved like that. I don't know what's gotten into him lately." Ginny shook her head and put Harry's letter down on her desk. She would also like to know what had gotten into Ron lately. There was a lot of things lately she found herself wondering about. What was that you were reading just now and where did that bird come from?" her mother asked, a little hesitantly. Ginny cast a look at her mother, then at the owl in her room and then at Harry's letter. Well, at least she had proof to back her claim. "Well, the owl belongs to Harry. The letter I was reading was from him. I think it must have arrived when I was asleep," Ginny answered truthfully. Her mother's eyes widened in shock. While she had never questioned Ginny's claim that she had become friends with Harry Potter, she had been skeptical to it. When her daughter had gotten home from Diagon Alley, all giggly about having met the Harry Potter, she at first thought she must have been fooled by Fred and George during their visit, but according to them, no such thing had occurred, not that they ever admitted their pranks to her face. When Arthas had began to back Ginny ever so slightly, Molly hadn't known what to think. "So, what is Harry saying?" she asked awkwardly. Ginny smiled before grabbing the parchment again and shoved it into one of the drawers. "Secret," she squealed happily. Watching the two wheelsies from her place on the chair back, Hedwig decided this would be a good time to remind them of her presence. She fixed her eyes on Ginny and hooted to try and get her attention. It succeeded. "Oh, I'm sorry, Hedwig. You probably want something to eat, right?" Ginny said as she walked over to where the owl was sitting and held out her arm. Hedwig gave another hoot to show her appreciation and climbed onto the outstretched arm. Ginny, still being quite small for her age, stumbled slightly at the new difference in weight but managed to stay upright. Watching her daughter interact with the owl, Mrs. Wheelsy smiled. She hadn't seen Ginny this happy since Ron started to act like he was more mature than he really was. Or well, at least his own sort of mature. But even before then, Ginny had rarely been seen this happy for a long time. "Why don't you both come down to join the rest of the family for breakfast? You should be finished soon. And we got some owl treats for you." Hedwig was it. As if she had understood, which she probably had, Hedwig tilted her head in an imitation of a nod. Mrs. Weasley let cast one last look at Hedwig and Ginny before she walked out the door and down the stair towards the kitchen. 5 minutes later, Ginny was making her way down the stairs with Hedwig perched on her head. When she entered the kitchen, she found Ron sitting by the table while her mother was commanding some bread to cut itself by magic. When her eyes settled on Ron, she narrowed her eyes and just walked straight up to her seat at the table and sat down. From the corner of her eye, she could see her mother watching the two of them warily, no doubt taking notice of Ginny's mood swing at the sight of her brother. Ron, as thick as he was, seemed to also have noticed that his sister was not in the best of moods and turned nervously in his seat. Ginny?" he asked carefully, doing his best not to let out the fear he felt for his sister's temper. While she was not as bad as their mother just yet, yesterday had proven to him that Ginny could be quite frightening as well if she got really angry. Ginny, who had been giving Hedwig some owl treats her mom had gotten out for her, just gumbled in response. Well, about yesterday, I'm sorry. That last bit was way out of line," Ron said. Ginny gave Hedwig her last bit of owl treat and gave her a pat on the head, earning an appreciative hoot in response, before turning back to her brother and fixating him with a glare that made him question his sanity to confront her about this. "You're right, you were way out of line," Ginny said with a venomous voice. Ron actually sunk lower into his seat as he met his sister's gaze. Since when had little baby Ginny gotten so scary? "So, I was wondering, are we all right?" Ginny studied him for a moment. She wasn't one to hold a grudge and, despite all his flaws, She still wanted to be good with her big brother, so she nodded to him. Ron let out a sigh of relief. Ginny, however, got a mischievous glint in her eye and stood up, before making her way over to him to whisper in his ear. On one condition, though. I get to borrow your wand for a little while later, okay? Ron didn't like the sound of that. After witnessing Ginny's burst of accidental magic yesterday, he had become aware that Ginny too was a witch. The thought of her performing magic had never really crossed his mind, at least not in the way it did now. He could just picture himself being the victim of a curse sent at him by an older Ginny for pranking her or teasing her about something. Praying to Merlin that he would not be on the receiving end of whatever she had planned, he gulped and nodded to her. Ginny smirked heavily. She had been wanting to try this ever since Bill had sent a letter and suggested she used it to get revenge on Fred and George for all the times they had pranked her, but she hadn't been able to get her hands on a wand. She had memorized the incantation to the hex Bill had recommended and then gotten rid of the letter. If her mother found it lying around in her room, she would be in for a whole lot of trouble. Not to mention Bill would get the scolding of his life when he got home, and that was not something she wished for him. Happy that she had gotten what she wanted, Ginny went over to the sink to wash her hands before making herself a sandwich. She was after all a good girl and always did as her mother had told her. Well, at least when her mother was watching. What her mother didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Dear Harry, this last month have been incredible. It started out pretty bad, but aside from that one argument by the dinner table, it have been one of the best months in my life. My brothers have been nice and I've made a new friend. Even Ron have been less of a prat. I think he got scared out of his wits when he saw me hex Fred and George. I told you exactly what happened? Well, here's the thing. I got this letter from my brother Bill, who works in Egypt, where he gave me instructions on how to perform a hex called the Bat Bogey Hex, and he recommended it for Fred and George as a revenge for all the times they have pranked me. I got a hold of Ron's wand and tried it out, and it worked like a charm. It was nice to be able to stand by the side and laugh at them for a change, since it is usually the other way around. Thanks for those Muggle sweets, by the way. I've never had any Muggle sweets before, but the green ones were really good. I hope they sell those down in town so I can get my mom to buy some for me next time she takes me shopping. Since it's only a few days before September 1st when I write this, I doubt you will have time to send a reply, so I will just hope to see you at the station. I will try and get my brothers not to leave packing to the last second like they usually do, because it always results in us being late. Last year, the twins also put itching powder in Percy's school robes, so he had to clean them all over again before we could be on our way, and we almost missed the train. Perhaps I should accidentally mention the Bat Bogey Hex when Mom isn't listening? I hope you are excited to go, and that you have a good year at Hogwarts. See you at the station. Your friend, Ginny. Harry read the letter over and over again. He smiled to himself. Ginny sounded a lot more cheerful now than just 1 month ago. He couldn't believe it had really been a month since they had first met. Felt like it was only yesterday. And at the same time, it felt like second nature to him to have Ginny to write to. It was like they had always known each other. It was a complicated feeling. He couldn't really describe it. After the first letter, Harry had taken to ask Ginny about some of her preferences and how it was like to grow up in a wizarding family. Despite all the things Uncle Sev had told him, he really didn't know anything about how it was like living in the magical world. He was sure Ginny must have thought he was mental for asking some of the questions he did, like how wizards did their laundry, but she hadn't actually mentioned it and simply answered his question. He really looked forward to seeing her again, even though it would most likely only be briefly. And well, tomorrow was the day. Tomorrow he would be leaving the Dursleys behind and go to Hogwarts School for witchcraft and wizardry. He had dreamt about this for his entire life, and now, it was finally time to go. He was a little sad that Ginny wouldn't be coming with him, but that made him look forward to next year even more. But now he had to take 1 year at a time. So he crawled over to the end of the bed and unchecked the last day in his calendar before his departure before he crawled back and wrapped his blankets around him. Resting his head on the pillow, he thought about what he wanted to do this year and then what he would want to show Ginny the next. He really hoped that Ginny wouldn't be too lonely without her brothers, but from the sounds of it, she had cheered up and resigned herself to the fact that they would be gone for a year. It was strange, being so worried for someone else. He had never had any friends to worry about, but Ginny had really opened up to him and they had talked about all kinds of things over the month. He had even admitted things he thought he would never admit out loud, such as being jealous of Dudley for being a popular kid and his fear of not fit in at Hogwarts. Ginny had told him that there was no risk that he would not be popular at Hogwarts and had in turn confided in him that she used to sneak out at night and break into the family's broom shed and try to teach herself how to fly. Rolling over, Harry felt like he must have been one of the most lucky boys in the world to have gotten such an awesome friend as Ginny, despite not having had any friends beforehand. Unknown to him, in a strange house named the Burrow just outside of Ottery St. Catchpole, a red-haired girl did the exact same thing. Feeling sleep overtake her, Ginny rolled over and wondered if she wasn't the luckiest girl in the world to have made such an awesome friend when she needed it the most. Chapter 4. Meeting the Weasleys. Harry awoke early in the morning. He hadn't been able to sleep properly. He was too excited. Today was the day. Today, he would leave the Dursleys behind and go to Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Feeling his body boil with anticipation, he practically flew to his feet and got dressed before he ran downstairs to start making breakfast. Uncle Vernon had agreed to drive him to King's Cross train station as long as Harry did not say a word of magic before he had left. Fair enough deal as long as Vernon did not push it. But even the thought of his uncle could not ruin Harry's mood. He whistled innocently while he fried the bacon and eggs, and soon he had 4 plates filled, out of which 2 held double the amount from the other 2. Just as he was finished, Uncle Vernon walked into the kitchen, grumpy to be awake so early, but he didn't say anything. Figuring he might as well get it over with as fast as possible, Harry quickly swallowed down his breakfast without saying a word and went upstairs to brush his teeth. When he was done, he grabbed the trunk he had packed the day before and somehow managed to get it downstairs without accidentally dropping it on his toes. The car drive was not very eventful. True to his word, Harry kept silent as he did not want to give Uncle Vernon any chance to go back on his word. He wasn't sure what Uncle Vernon would count as freak talk, but he had a suspicion that his uncle would come down on him if he even opened his mouth, so he did not want to push his luck. It wasn't until Harry had gotten a trolley for his trunk and managed to load the heavy trunk onto it that Uncle Vernon opened his mouth. "We have been told to come get you after the end of your school year, but if you somehow disappear on us, the petrol cost will have been more than worth it to be rid of you once and for all. So try not to show next year." He spit out before he sat down back in the driver's seat, and before Harry could reply, the car rolled out off the parking lot. Harry just shrugged. In his own opinion, not showing up after the year did not sound so bad, as long as he could get Uncle Seth's permission not to. He didn't really get why Professor Dumbledore wouldn't let him leave the Dursleys, but had learnt long ago that it was not something the old man would give in to. With a bubbly feeling in his stomach, probably from nerve, Harry pushed his trolley into the station. Once he was inside, he sat down on a bench to take a deep breath. Now he just needed to get onto the platform and he would be on his way. The platform. Harry sat up with a start as he realized he had no idea how to get onto the platform. Uncle Sev and Ginny had told him that the Hogwarts Express left from Platform 9 March 4th, but he could not for the life of it remember ever being told where that was. How stupid could he be? He had had years to ask Uncle Sev, and it had never befallen him that Platform 9 March 4th could possibly be a hidden location. Without wasting another second, Harry began to frantically push his trolley down the platforms, searching for any sign of magic that could tip him off about where Platform 9 3/4 was located. When he reached Platform 9, he was dearly hoping that the next platform would be his stop. But no, the platform after 9 was Platform 10. Feeling his stomach clench, he sat down on his trolley and stared up at the sign that marked the platform. What if he couldn't find it? What if, after all this time, he wouldn't be able to go to Hogwarts because he could not get to the platform? He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he did not hear the sound of tiny feet running across the concrete ground before he was overthrown by what seemed to be a red hurricane. "Harry!" Ginny squealed happily as she threw herself at him. Harry gave off a shout of surprise and tumbled off of his trolley to land hard on the ground. Feeling his butt ache more than it had since Dudley had tackled him to the ground during a game of soccer at school, the last soccer game he ever played, Harry looked down to find Ginny hugging him with her face buried in his shoulder. "Ginny!" He smiled as he got over his initial shock. The young girl looked up at him with a look of pure happiness on her face. The warmth in her brown eyes made Harry feel his chest heat up, despite the abnormally cold September morning. Having regained his composure, Harry carefully undid Ginny's arms around him and the two got to their feet, Ginny blushing slightly from embarrassment of her behavior. Ginevra Molly Weasley! Came a shout from the direction Ginny had just come from. At the sound of the woman's voice, Ginny flinched and turned around to see her mother come running towards them, apparently having left behind her brothers with their trunks as she had taken off after her daughter. Harry looked up at the woman and seemed to tremble in fear, afraid he had done something wrong. He was used to screaming being a sign that he had done something he should not. When Molly Weasley had reached them, she bent over for a second to catch her breath. Harry didn't dare say anything, not knowing what to say or do in a situation like this. Apparently neither did Ginny, or maybe doing nothing was just the best way to handle this situation. Judging by the red hair, Harry would guess this was Ginny's mother, and so trusted that his friend knew how to handle this. As soon as she had regained her breath, Mrs. Weasley rose in her full length. "What have I told you about running off like that, Ginny? I have told you 1,000,000 times not to run off on your own." Ginny just twisted nervously at the spot. While she was not afraid of her mother, she knew that she had went straight against what her mother had told her to, as she had just mentioned 1,000,000 times. Harry saw his friend twist in her place and tried gathering up his courage, hoping he did not make things worse. Excuse me, ma'am. I think she was just happy to see me again. We haven't met since Diagon Alley," Harry said, trying to hide his hesitance but failing miserably. He hoped he did not intrude on their conversation. Aunt Petunia had told him intruding on others' conversations could be interpreted as rudeness. Hearing the boy speak, Mrs. Weasley turned to face Harry. Ginny, though, tried to look the other way to hide her pink cheeks, but couldn't help but sneak a look at Harry, who was looking up at her mother in an apologizing way. "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm Molly Weasley, Ginny mother," Mrs. Weasley stated, clearly embarrassed at her own rudeness for not introducing herself. Harry, feeling his nervousness leave him at the woman's gentle smile, smiled back up at Mrs. Weasley.
I'm Harry
Potter, he said. While he did not like people to know who he was due to his fame, the Weasleys he had met so far had not seemed too excited by his identity. Molly Weasley proved to be no exception. "Oh yes, Ginny have mentioned meeting you in Diagon Alley. It's nice to see she is finally making some new friends." Beside him, Harry heard Ginny snort when her mother said she had mentioned meeting him in Diagon Alley, causing Harry to believe Ginny had mentioned it more than once. Turning to look at his friend, Harry finally noticed Ginny's blush. He frowned. What was so bad about being happy to have made a new friend? "Mom!" came a shout from further down the station. Harry turned to see 4 red-haired boys, 2 of which obviously were twins, walking towards them with big trolleys similar to his own. He recognized Percy as the oldest of them, and after what Ginny had told him in her letters, he could easily make out that the shortest of the 3 remaining was Ron, the one closest to Ginny in age, and the twins were named Fred and George. When the boys had reached them, Ginny grabbed Harry's hand and smiled at her brothers, particularly Ron, who was staring wide-eyed at his sister's friend, and his eyes immediately shot up to Harry's forehead, no doubt in search of the famous scar. Harry twisted slightly under his gaze, and as soon as Mrs. Weasley noticed the interaction between the 2 soon-to-be classmates, she left Ginny's and Harry's side to reprimand her youngest son for his behavior. While Ron was being scolded for his rudeness, Percy went up to the 2 friends and held out his hand to Harry. "It's good to see you again, Harry. I trust you are excited to finally get to go," he asked with a, in Harry's opinion, overly important voice. Behind Percy, Fred and George snickered, and one of them, Harry's was unsure of which one of them, made an imitation of a very pompous person by pushing out his chest and taking on a snobby look. Harry did his best not to laugh and simply shook Percy's hand. "I am really excited to go, but I don't know how to get to the platform." He added the last part in a low voice, slightly embarrassed to admit it. Ginny giggled at his embarrassment while Percy, for some reason, took on a pose and look that strangely resembled the one Fred or George had just demonstrated. "I see, well then allow me to help you. I am prefect after all," he said in a, if possible, even more important voice than before. Harry frowned but allowed Percy to guide him towards the portal that, apparently, was the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. As Percy explained to Harry that he simply had to walk or run straight into the barrier and he would find himself on the platform, the rest of the Weasley family joined them. Harry didn't notice, but behind him Ginny had a sour look on her face that was directed at Percy. If the older boy noticed it, He didn't care and instead opted to show Harry by running straight into the barrier. When Percy was gone, Harry decided to back down, which prompted the twins to go forth. After seeing 3 people pass through without fail, Harry felt confident enough to dare a try and turn to Ginny. "Come on, Ginny, let's go," he said with a smile. Ginny stumbled slightly at being addressed by Harry. She had been thinking about the best way to prank Percy and had her head in a different world. Nevertheless, she took the hand Harry offered and followed him to stand in front of the barrier. Casting a side glance at her mother, who gave her an encouraging smile, she grabbed Harry's trolley and the two began to push it towards the brick wall. Ginny, having went through the barrier before, didn't even flinch, but Harry, still a little nervous about running head first into a supposed brick wall, closed his eyes at the point of impact. But the impact never came. After a few seconds, Harry opened his eyes again to find himself and Ginny standing at a new platform. In front of them, people were scattering about and families were saying their goodbyes to their children that had already boarded the train. Harry couldn't move from his spot. He just stared at the activity. These people, they were like him. In his life, he had only ever met 3 wizards before going to Diagon Alley, out of which one he didn't even remember, and Pro-Baby didn't want to remember. Severus had always told him there was a lot more magical people in the world than he could possibly imagine, but it wasn't until he had gone to Diagon Alley that he had actually started to think about it. But in a way, this was even more thrilling than Diagon Alley. In the alley, there had been a lot of people all ages, but here there were only children his own age and their families. Some of these would be his roommates once they got to Hogwarts. Some of these would be his friends. Except Ginny, Harry really didn't have any friends. For a few moments, Ginny watched Harry take in the sight of Platform 9 march forth, but soon began wondering why he was so overwhelmed. Surely, he must have known there was a lot of wizards in the world. "Harry, aren't you going to get your trunk onto the train?" she asked carefully, unsure if it was a good idea to break his moment. Harry snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Ginny. "Of course, sorry. I guess I just kind of blacked out there for a moment," he said and began pushing his trolley towards the train. Ginny watched him out of the corner of her eye. She was not very experienced when it came to reading people, but something told her that something was off with Harry. She decided to ask him about it later. When they reached the train and had managed to somehow get the trunk and Hedwig's cage into one of the carriages, they found themselves in a pinch as they needed to get it onto one of the luggage racks. The trunk was heavy, and no matter how much Ginny tried to make it move, it just wouldn't. She didn't notice that Harry had stopped trying to lift it and was just standing by the side, smirking at her vain attempts. "Need a hand there, sis?" came the voice of one of the twins. Harry looked away from Ginny to see both the Weasley twins making their way over to them. Ginny had also stopped her vain attempts, but her gaze was settled at Harry, who was standing calmly by the side, not the twins who had just joined them. "Why aren't you helping Harry?" she asked, slightly hurt that he hadn't done anything to help her when she had tried to be nice and help him get his trunk loaded onto the train. The twins seemed to be thinking in the same lines because whatever they had been planning to say had been caught in their throats as they were looking from Harry to Ginny with the trunk, then back at Harry again. Harry chuckled at Ginny's confused face as he extended a hand towards the trunk and pulled upon his magic. Slowly, the trunk was lifted off the ground. Ginny flinched when it began to move and took a step away from the levitating trunk. Fred and George stared at the trunk in awe as Harry lifted it up onto the luggage rack. When he was done, Ginny stuck her tongue out at him. "Why didn't you do that from the start?" she asked. Harry smiled at her, as if trying to say he hadn't meant anything bad. "I just wanted to see how long it would take you to remember that I can control my underage magic," he said innocently and received a slap on his arm. "Prat," Ginny said and stuck out her tongue at him again. For a moment, Harry was worried that he had really upset her, but his worries soon evaporated as a mischievous smile shone through her fake hurt expression. Not being able to hold it in, her face broke out in a smirk and she giggled at Harry's expression of mixed worry, confusion, and apology. "How can you control you magic if you have never received any training?" the twins asked. Harry frowned, trying to make out what they had been saying, which was not easy as they had been saying different parts of the sentence. Ginny couldn't help but think that his confused expression made him look cute and had to turn away to hide her pink cheeks. For once, Fred and George did not comment on it, as they were busy staring at Harry. Well, after I learned my magic, I began trying to use it at will. After a while, it just came to me," Harry said, hoping to get away from their stares as quickly as possible. They made him slightly uncomfortable. He did not have to put up with it for long, as in Mrs. Weasley chose that moment to try and gather her family for one last farewell before her sons left for school. Hearing their mother call, the twins shook themselves out of their stupor and bid Harry goodbye, saying they would see him later. Harry was just about to go and look for a compartment when Ginny grabbed his arm. "Oh no, you can't escape me that easily," she said. Harry frowned. Something in her voice told him that there was something she wanted to say. He had thought she would want to say goodbye to her brothers, but she didn't seem to have any intention of joining the rest of her family just yet. "What made you freeze up when we entered the platform? It was like you had gotten a shock or something?" Ginny asked with a hint of worry in her voice. Harry just stared at her for a moment. How had she noticed? He hadn't been that obvious, had he? Or better yet, what should he tell her? He felt slightly embarrassed for the reason he had frozen like that, but at the same time, Ginny had proven to be a really good friend so far. "Well, the thing is, when I saw all the kids here, I couldn't help but think that these are the people I am going to spend a lot of time around. Some of them are going to be my classmates and perhaps even become my friends. You see." Here he broke off for a second. He wasn't sure if he wanted to admit it, but then again she already knew he had not been a popular kid in his neighborhood. "Well, I have never really had any friends before I met you, so I guess seeing so many potential friends kind of freaked me out," he said at last. Ginny's eyes widened. He had told her that he was not a popular kid where he came from, but he didn't have any friends? The Harry Potter had lived his life without even a single friend. "What are you saying?" Ginny heard herself ask in shock. Harry hung his head in shame. He wasn't really ashamed of not having made any friend. More like embarrassed, but this was a very sore subject for him. He was not sure how Ginny had looked upon him until now, but he had feared that once she got to know that he didn't have any friends, she would not want to be friends with him. Ginny was the only friend he had. He did not want to lose her. Meanwhile, Ginny felt herself torn. She didn't know how to respond to that. She wasn't even sure if she was supposed to respond to that. During the month they had known each other, Harry had been a great friend to her, dare say her best friend. She could not understand why no one would want to be friends with him. "Well, I'm sure you will make a lot of good friends at Hogwarts," Ginny said, trying to cheer him up a little, but as she said it, she felt something within her cringe at the thought of Harry making new friends. What if he forgot about her? What if he didn't want to be her friend anymore when he had made older, better friends? The thought of it burned on Ginny's insides, making her want to cry. Suddenly, she did not want Harry to go to Hogwarts. She wanted him to stay so they could be friends forever. Harry nodded his appreciation for her support. He wasn't all too confident about his own ability to make friends, but well, he had managed to befriend Ginny, so he must be good for something. "Thanks, Ginny. I'll be sure to owl you as often as I can to let you know how it goes. I'm looking forward to next year when you can come with me," he said with a genuine smile on his face. In his mind, Harry knew he had an ulterior motive to what he had said. Since they probably wouldn't see each other for so long, he was afraid Ginny would forget him. So he had decided even before he left Private Drive that he was going to send her loads of owls to ensure she didn't. Looking at Harry's smiling face and hearing his declaration, Ginny felt a bit of her worry disappear. She just had to trust that he kept his word. "Ginny!" Mrs. Weasley's voice made its way over to them. The two cast a simultaneous look over to where the Weasleys were having their final goodbye. Harry looked down at Ginny with a sympathetic look. It was obvious from the way she looked in their direction that she wanted to go say one last goodbye to her family. Harry wanted to go sit down in his compartment to avoid attention, but when Ginny cast a sideward glance at him and then looked back at her brothers, he knew he couldn't just leave her like that. So, gathering his courage, he jumped down from the train and grabbed her hand. She jumped slightly at his touch and turned to look at him with questioning eyes.
Smon.
"Let's go say goodbye to your family," he said as he began leading her towards her family. The look on Ginny's face said it all. She was thankful that she wouldn't need to leave Harry to say goodbye to her brothers. Harry felt a little proud that he had managed to read her correctly. As soon as they made it to the Weasley family, Harry stayed behind to allow Ginny to say her goodbyes without interruption. He had to hold back a snort when Fred suggested that they could send her a Hogwarts toilet seat to cheer her up. Other than that, it was some light conversation within the family, and Ginny seemed to try and make as much of the last time she saw her brothers for a year. When Mrs. Weasley had stopped fussing over some dirt that apparently was stuck on Ron's nose, the embarrassed boy made his way over to stand beside Harry, probably hoping to stay out of arm's reach from his mother. When the warning whistle sounded, the twins said their goodbyes and quickly left to find their friends. Percy disappeared in much the same way after ensuring his mother he would try to keep an eye on the twins for her, which caused Ron to lean towards Harry and whips her. "Yeah, right. He have failed to do that for 2 years already, and I doubt he will do better this year." Harry grinned at that. He still wasn't all too sure where Ron stood, still remembering Ginny's first letter, but he hoped that Ron really wasn't as bad as Ginny had made him sound. "Well, we won't find out if we miss the train. Come on, let's go," Harry responded as he and Ron began making their way towards the train. They were halfway to the train when Harry stopped and looked back towards the remaining 2 Weasleys at the platform. It seemed that, in the moment of parting, Ginny had finally broken down into tears after seeing her brothers one by one just walk away. Percy and Ron hadn't even had the thoughtfulness to give her a proper goodbye. The twins had given her one all taught through a joke. Harry looked back to Ron and signaled for him to not wait for him while he ran back to his first friend. Ginny's eyes lit up seeing Harry run back to her, and as soon as he was within range, she threw her arms around his neck and pulled him into a hug. "I can't leave without saying goodbye now, can I?" he said, to which Ginny just responded by burying her head in his shoulder. Harry cast a hesitant look at Ginny's mother, who smiled at the 2 children warmly. Over the month, Molly Weasley had noticed that Ginny had cheered up a lot, and the steps she had taken had always come after the snow white owl she had met that morning in Ginny's room had made its return trip to its owner. When the whistle sounded again, Harry carefully broke the hug and looked down to meet Ginny's brown eyes. For now, the curiosity he had seen in them during their first meeting was replaced by a look of sadness from the departure of her brothers, and he thought with a mix of happiness and guilt himself. But he was sure she would pull through, and he would do all he could to help. "I'll send an owl as soon as I get to Hogwarts. I promise," he said as he tried to look reassuring. "Thanks," was all Ginny offered as an answer, but Harry didn't need any more than that. Looking into Ginny's eyes one last time, Harry felt he wanted to give her one last token of reassurance. He had seen Aunt Petunia do it to Dudley 1,000 times when he was upset. Perhaps it could still Ginny's worries and sadness a little too? Feeling his chest constrict with nervosity, he bent forward and planted a light kiss on Ginny's forehead, before he let go of her and ran for the train, that had now given off one last whistle and started moving. As he was focused solely on catching the train before his first ride to Hogwarts got a rather abrupt finish, he didn't see Ginny's face change from shock to happiness to a very red embarrassment. Mrs. Weasley's eyes had widened at Harry's action, but she quickly brushed it off as children's play. Neither Harry nor Ginny had reached the age where the opposite sex got interesting, so it couldn't possibly be any indication. Harry reached the moving train in record time and jumped in through the door Ron had been holding for him. As soon as he had gotten inside, the red-haired boy closed the door. Harry took a moment to regain his breath before looking out the window to see Ginny waving at them, half laughing, half crying. Harry gave her a smile and waved back until they had taken a turn and the platform was gone. "Well, let's go find a compartment," Ron said as he tried to maneuver his trunk through the train corridor. Harry turned to look at him and couldn't help but smile. The sight of Ron trying to lift the trunk that was technically as big as he himself looked hilarious. He figured he could give him a hand, but then again, Ron had been a pain for Ginny during summer up until last month. Perhaps he could fend for himself a little longer. Therefore, he simply led them to the compartment that contained his trunk. As soon as they reached the compartment, Harry flung himself down onto one of the seats and leant back, watching Ron try to heave the trunk onto the luggage rack without much success. After some time, Ron looked down at Harry with an irritated look. "A little help here wouldn't hurt, you know," he said as he once again tried to get the trunk up onto the luggage rack. Harry smiled slightly as he decided to give him a little help. He held out his right hand like he had done with his own, and before Ron could even give off a confused look, His trunk was being lifted onto the shelf. It took a while for Ron to process what had happened, but when he did his face reddened slightly. "You could just have done that and you still let me struggle with it?" he asked, anger evident in his voice. "Well, you didn't ask for help, so I thought I'd leave you to it," Harry responded, raising an eyebrow. Ron looked irritated, but decided to let it slip and just sat down. The two boys didn't say anything, they just sat there for a little while. Harry was looking out the window, transfixed on the landscape that was flashing by. He had never been out of town before. Ron, on the other hand, lived in the country and didn't find the landscape too interesting. After studying Harry for a minute or two, he stood up and pulled out a small backpack and began digging through it. Harry forced his gaze away from the window and looked on with interest as Ron pulled out a variety of things from his bag, including a living rat. "So you're really Harry Potter?" Ron asked when he noticed Harry was eyeing him. "Shouldn't you already know that? I have been corresponded with your sister for a month, you know," Harry said with narrowed eyes. The other boy twisted nervously in his seat. "Yeah, I know. I just have a hard time believing anyone would want to have a correspondence with my sister. She can be a real pain." At the jab against Ginny, Harry felt a not too unfamiliar sensation rise in his chest, but he had never felt this toward anyone other than his Uncle Vernon. He felt angry, really angry. Over the years, he had learned to ignore insults to himself and even ignore abusive behavior towards himself. But no one insulted his friend, her own brother nonetheless. "You should be happy you even have a sister. And for your information, Ginny is a wonderful person when you get to know her," Harry hissed, his voice cold with anger. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "How can you claim to know her? You met her for the first time 1 month ago. I have known her since she was born," Ron exclaimed as his face became almost as red as his hair. If Harry had known Ron for a while, he would know this was a bad sign. "Well, you don't see me calling her a pain, do you?" Harry growled back. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but closed it when he couldn't find a good answer for that. For a moment, the two of them just glared at each other. Harry was about to tell Ron that if he didn't like him being friends with Ginny, then he could go get his own compartment when the door slid open. In the doorway stood a blond boy, flanked by two very large boys that reminded Harry of gorillas. "Is it true? People down the train are claiming that Harry Potter is sitting in this compartment. I take it that's you?" the blond boy said. Harry eyed the cautiously, Ron temporarily forgotten. He got the impression that his boy was not to be trusted, even less than Ron. Not that Ron was not worth his trust, just that he needed to be knocked some sense into. "So what if I am?" he answered with an edge to his voice. The blond boy eyed him for a moment, then gazed at Ron, then back again. His eyes narrowed in disgust. "I see you are already associating yourself with the wrong kind of people, Potter. You will soon realize that some wizarding families are better than others. The Weasleys may be the bottom of the pit, but there are a lot other who are almost as bad. If you want, I can help you distinguish between them. A Malfoy, by the way. Draco Malfoy." Harry's eyes hardened when he heard Malfoy speak of the Weasleys like they were some kind of vermin. He hadn't said it out loud, but the way he looked at Ron and the tone of his voice told Harry all he needed to know about this boy. "Get out. I think I can see which families are the bottom of the pit myself," Harry growled at Malfoy. Malfoy's eyes did the impossible and narrowed even further. "You'll pay for that, Potter. Crabbe Goyle, come on," he said. The two baboons behind him cracked their knuckles and Ron jumped out of his seat. The red-haired boy had obviously been dying to blow up at the newcomers ever since he had heard Malfoy's name, but had held back in order to see what Harry would do. "What's going on here?" came a voice from outside the compartment. All 5 boys froze halfway through whatever they had been trying to do. Harry on his way up from his seat, Ron with a pulled-back fist, Malfoy with his hand inside his robes no doubt in search of his wand, and Crabbe and Goyle with their knuckles pushed together in an attempt to look threatening. In stepped a tall boy, already wearing his Hogwarts robes. Harry would guess he was at least 2 years older than they were. The new boy had a seal on his robe that Harry recognized as the Hufflepuff crest and had dark hair and piercing gray eyes. "What's it to you?" Malfoy's slimy voice answered the new boy. The newcomer, after eyeing the scene in front of him, sighed and shook his head. I would advise you not to start trouble before you have even gotten to the school. You might not be able to lose any house points yet as you have yet to be sorted, but therefore your punishment would be much higher. And it's never good to get on the teacher's bad side from the start, he said, particularly glaring at Malfoy. Yeah, you would know all about being the teacher's pet, wouldn't you, Diggory? My father have told me about how your shameless dad boasts about you whenever he gets the chance. Malfoy retorted, but he did back down and, with a wave of his hand, got Crabbe and Goyle to do the same. Diggory gave him a glare before stepping aside, prompting Malfoy to leave the compartment. For a moment, it looked like Malfoy was going to give him another nasty reply, but settled for a glare before he left. When Malfoy had gotten far away enough, Diggory turned to Harry and Ron. I'm sorry about that. The Malfoys are known to cause trouble wherever they stick their nose, but I didn't think Draco would do it before he even got to the school. Harry, who had calmed down after taking a few deep breaths, sat back down in his seat and just shook his head. Without a second thought, he motioned for the new boy to enter if he would like. The way he had handled Malfoy was, in Harry's opinion, really impressive. Diggory complied with his invite and closed the door behind him as he sat down on one of the free seats. Ron, who seemed to have forgotten all about his and Harry's quarrel before the interruption, went back to digging through his bag before finally emerging with a pair of sandwiches. Don't worry about it. We didn't exactly behave nice either, Harry answered as he stretched out in his seat, trying to loosen some of the muscles that had tensed in preparation for the possible fight. Well, next time just ignore him. He won't bother you if he does not get the reaction he wants. My name is Cedric Diggory, by the way, he said as he straightened out his Hogwarts robes. Ron, who had just taken a bite of his sandwich, looked up at the mention at the name.
I'm Ron Weasley.
You don't happen to be Amos Diggory's son, do you? He asked. Cedric gave him a smile. It hadn't really been hard to figure out that the red-haired boy was a Weasley, and the only Weasleys that had survived the last war was the family of Arthur Weasley. Cedric himself had met Arthas once or twice as his father and him had worked together on occasion. That's me. I take it you are Arthur Weasley's youngest son then? Ron nodded enthusiastically, obviously pleased that someone knew who he was, other than being a Weasley. Giving Ron a smile, Cedric turned towards Harry. My name is Harry. Harry Potter. Harry answered. Cedric nodded thoughtfully. He didn't question the claim. Neither did he go nuts like the people on the leaky cauldron, much to Harry's pleased sure. I see. I heard rumors that Harry Potter was on the train, but I didn't really think anything of it. I would advise you to be careful with who you makes friends though, Harry. Some people might want to take advantage of you for being famous and all, Cedric said. Harry just nodded. He had been a little fearful about that. It still felt weird to think of himself as a celebrity. Cedric apparently could see where his trail of thought were heading, as he quickly added. Don't worry about it too much. You will know them when you see them. Just show them your real self, and after a while, the people who really care for you will stay, while the others just leave you alone. Once again, Harry found himself smiling at Cedric. The older boy, he had no doubt, was among the people he could trust. He gave off a secure impression, but not overly self-righteous. Cedric gave him an encouraging smile before rising from his seat. I should get going. The lunch trolley will be here soon, so I should get back to my own compartment. See you later, Harry, Ron. And with that, Cedric left. For a few minutes, neither Ron nor Harry broke the silence that followed. The tension that had ruled before Malfoy's interruption had come back. After a little while, Harry decided he wanted to come clear. Hey, Ron. Sorry I blew up at you before. I just got so angry when you called Ginny a pain. She really just wants things to be like they used to be between the two of you. Ron looked like he had been slapped in the face. Had he really thought Ginny was bugging him because she wanted to be a pain? Could he really be that thick? But why didn't she just say so? Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, Ron could really be that thick. She tried to be nice, but then you started to just shoo her off because you were so excited to go to Hogwarts. Harry hoped he could get through to Ron. Even though he had stopped shooing her off after he had seen her do the bat-bogey hex on the twins, he had still not been very appreciative of her being around him. Could of course be because he was afraid to get hexed, but still, he should just try and be nice to her instead. Ron took a while to process the information, trying to think back to before last month when he supposedly shooed Ginny off. However, it didn't take him long to realize that Harry was absolutely right. I guess I could have been a little nicer to her. Just then, the lunch trolley arrived. Harry got an idea when he saw the different sweets. Not to mention he just realized he was starving. Not wasting any time, Harry stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a handful of galleons, causing Ron's eyes to widen. Soon, the free compartment seats were filled with all kinds of wizarding sweets. Why don't you send some of this to Ginny with an apology? I'm sure she would accept as long as you behave nicely to her next time you see her again, Harry suggested when he saw Ron eye a pack of chocolate frogs with a tempted look. Don't be ridiculous. It's your sweets. It wouldn't be from me. Oops, that was a sore spot. Ginny had mentioned once that her family wasn't very well off. Harry felt stupid for forgetting. Yeah, but the apology is what's important, and that one will come from you, won't it? You can skip the sweets if you feel it's wrong. I'll just send them myself instead. Ron seemed to think about it. His face was deep in thought as he looked from the sweets and then to Harry and then back again. While he was thinking, Harry was reading the info on a chocolate frog card of Dumbledore. Finally, Ron said, I'll send her a note. You can send the sweets if you really want to. Harry nodded, glad that Ron seemed to at least be willing to try and apologize to Ginny. With a wave of his hand, Hedwig's cage floated down from the shelf. Upon receiving an encouraging nod from Harry, Ron began digging through his bag again in search of a piece of parchment. After a little while, he had managed to scribble down a few lines. Harry had too written a short letter, "Try some of my lunch?" /Harry, and attached both letters and a small package of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans and sent it off. When Harry sat back down after closing the window, he found Ron looking at him in a whole new way. Thanks for looking out for Ginny. I know she really picked herself up after you began to write to her, Ron said with an appreciative look on his face. Harry smirked. It would appear as if Ron tried to look like a better big brother. Then again, at least he tried. Don't mention it. That's what friends are for. Ginny did a lot for me too, you know? Ron gave him a half smile and fiddled with his fingers for a second before extending his hand towards Harry. So, friends. Harry looked at the outstretched hand with a look of surprise and happiness. After the start they had gotten, he had thought Ron would never want to be friends with him. Would Ron turn out to be one of those who wanted to use him? No, then he wouldn't have argued with him from the start. Somehow, Harry knew that despite his many faults, Ron would be a good friend. Slowly, he reached out and accepted the hand offered to him. Friends, he said with a smile. Chapter 5, Ginny's New Life. Seeing the train disappear behind the corner, Ginny stopped running. She felt the tears run down her cheeks. They were all gone now. Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and even Harry. She would be all alone now. She knew Harry would write, of course. He had promised her he would, and she couldn't see him break a promise like that. But aside from the occasional letter from Harry, there wouldn't be anything to do. Ginny, come on, let's go home, her mother said as she walked up to her. Ginny just hung her head and went with her mother. She didn't even bother to wipe away her tears. Molly Weasley studied her daughter with worry. She remembered how lonely she herself had felt when her brothers had left for Hogwarts. It pained her to see Ginny go through the same thing. But she also remembered that when she had been sad at the beginning of her lonely year, she had snapped at her mother when she tried to be of comfort. The following row had been one she did not want to repeat and certainly did not want to subject her own daughter to. Therefore, it was with a heavy heart that Molly brought Ginny home that day. As soon as they got back inside the burrow, Ginny began walking towards the stairs. Her mother watched her go with a sad look on her face. She understood just how Ginny must be feeling right now. Ginny! At the mention of her name, Ginny turned around to look at her mother. The tears had stopped streaming down her face, but the ones that had already fallen had dried on her cheeks, leaving tear marks. I know you might not want to be comforted right now, but when you do, don't hesitate to talk to me. Ok. Ginny looked at her mother for a moment, her face unreadable. Molly didn't move. She wanted to make sure her daughter understood that she would be here for her, whenever she might need her. Thanks, Mom. she said at last before turning to walk up the stairs to her room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Ginny rushed over to her bed and threw herself down into it. She hugged the pillow as the emotions she had bottled up during the ride home came down on her. Loneliness. She would be alone for almost a year. Her brothers were gone and she really didn't have many friends nearby. Well, Luna didn't live too far away, but that would be asking for trouble. Not that Luna wasn't nice, but you could not have a normal conversation with her, and her mother thought the blonde girl was a bad influence on her. So ultimately, she was alone. After a few minutes, she felt the tears come back. Her eyes were already red from crying at the station, so the new tears left a stinging feeling in her eyes. Why was she always the one left behind? Why did she have to be the youngest? She didn't know how long she just lay there, letting her heart out. But sometime a while after she had stopped crying, she was alerted by a knocking on her window. Drying her tears with her sleeve, she looked up and thought her might jump out of her chest. Hedwig? Seeing Harry's owl outside her window, Ginny was quickly on her feet and darted across the room to let Hedwig inside. The snow-white owl flew inside and landed in her usual spot, at the back of the chair by Ginny's desk. Ginny frowned when she noticed that there were 2 notes attached to Hedwig's leg, along with a small package of some sort. Making her way over and detaching the package and notes, Ginny recognized the barely readable handwriting on one of the notes. Why would her brother be writing to her? Hey Ginny. I'm sorry about earlier this summer. I didn't realize that I was pushing you away. I guess I kinda got caught up in all of the excitement about going to Hogwarts and didn't stop to think how it might be affecting you. Don't ask me how, but Harry managed to knock some sense into me. I hope you can forgive me and that will be all right when I get home? Ron. Reading it over a second time, Ginny frowned. Harry had managed to knock some sense into Ron, and she wasn't even angry with Ron anymore. He had been all right the last month of summer. Sure, it had not been like it used to be, but at least he hadn't been a git. She idly felt herself wondering what Harry could have said or done to get him to understand. Not even their parents had managed to get him to understand. Her sorrow from being left alone temporarily forgotten, Ginny reached over to the second note, which held a by now all too familiar handwriting. The note was short and simple as it only consisted of a single sentence. Try some of my lunch, /Harry. Frowning over the note, Ginny reached over and opened the small box. Without looking, she reached inside and felt a much smaller package of some sort. Once she pulled it out, she saw that it was a pack of chocolate frogs. Her eyes widening, she turned the bigger box upside down and emptied it all out. There were 4 more chocolate frog packs inside and 2 packs of Bertie Bott's beans in every flavor. Looking at the sweets Harry had sent her, she felt the sadness in her heart wear off a little. He still thought of her at all times. Even now, when he had left for Hogwarts, something he had been dreaming of since he was born, he still thought about her, cared for her. Ginny felt her eyes grow wet again, but this time it wasn't the sadness from earlier that filled her up. She wasn't forgotten. Harry still did everything he could to cheer her up, just like he had done during the summer. And like Harry had said during the summer, for every day that passed, the closer the day when she got to go with him to Hogwarts came. She was closer to Hogwarts than she had ever been before. For every day that passed, the closer Harry and her brothers came to coming home. Feeling remarkably better than she had just a few minutes earlier, Ginny stood up and looked at the clock. It was lunchtime. Giving Hedwig a pat on the head and receiving an appreciative hoot in return, Ginny made her way down to the kitchen to get something to eat. When she entered, her mother was standing by the sink, peeling some carrots. "Hey Mom, what's for lunch?" she asked as she sat down by the table. Not having noticed when Ginny entered, Molly jumped when she heard her daughter's voice. "Ginny, I didn't hear you come in," she said as she spun around on her heels to face the small red-haired girl. Ginny grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of her head. Her mother looked shocked at the change in her daughter's behavior compared to just a few hours ago. Well, perhaps that wasn't so strange. There was quite a bit of difference in her behavior after all. "Oh, and do we still have some of those owl treats? I think Hedwig is hungry." Molly frowned at the mention of Harry's owl. She had been sure Hedwig had been with Harry at the station. "Harry's already sent you a letter?" "MMHM," Ginny said with a content smile. She went on to tell her mother about the notes Harry and Ron had sent her. She conveniently forgot to mention the package with wizarding sweets. When she was done, her mother had an approving look on her face. Well, I find myself liking Harry more and more for every day that passes. Perhaps we should invite him over for summer next year. Ginny nodded her head enthusiastically. That sounded like an awesome plan. Why not over Christmas too? Ginny asked excitedly. Come to think of it, all her brothers could come home during Christmas break if someone could just persuade them. Why didn't she think of that before? I'm afraid that won't work out, her mother said, a hint of nervosity in her voice for her daughter's reaction to these news. I got an owl from Charlie yesterday when you had all gone to bed. He is inviting us all to Romania over Christmas. It took a few seconds for Ginny to process what her mother had said. She had opened her mouth to whine about Harry not being able to come over when the words Charlie, invite, and Romania had registered in her mind, and her angry glare turned into a look of happiness. We get to go see Charlie? Yay! Do I get to pat the dragons? She squealed and jumped out of her seat. Suddenly, all thoughts of lunch were forgotten. She had to tell this to Harry. She would get to see real dragons. Without waiting for her mother to answer, she sprinted back up to her room. Left behind was a stunned Molly Weasley. After getting over her shock at Ginny's enthusiastic response, she stood up and went back to the kitchen sink. She smiled as she thought about the change in her daughter over the last month. Before she had met Harry, Ginny had become withdrawn from the rest of the family, no doubt because she felt left out. Somehow, Harry had managed to get her out of the shell she had hid inside. Now, Ginny appeared to be almost back to her normal, cheery self. Harry seemed to bring out the best in Ginny, and for that she was grateful, but at the same time it was starting to get a little worrying. Girls at Ginny's age, well, they tended to have some really idealized fantasies about certain boys. She knew that firsthand. She had been dreaming of fairy tale princes at that age too. The problem was, Harry was a fairy tale, literally, and on top of that, one that Ginny was particularly fascinated by. Seeing as she now knew Harry personally, it wouldn't sound too far-fetched for her daughter to start to dream about a very idealized future with her prince. And if it came to that, Molly feared that Harry would not return Ginny's feelings. Harry was an 11-year-old boy, he didn't have any interest in things like that. And Ginny, well, while she might think it was true love, she was way too young to have real feelings like that. But real or not, if Harry didn't return her feelings, there was a risk that their friendship might be ruined, and if that happened, well, she really didn't want to think about what it would do to Ginny. While Molly Weasley was worrying about her daughter and Ginny was writing her reply to Harry about her trip to Romania, Harry was doing his best to avoid drawing attention to himself as he made his way back from a visit to the train's lavatory. He had noticed on the way to the lavatory that once people got a look at the scar on his forehead, they began staring at him and whispering. Despite being jealous of Dudley for being a popular kid, Harry had never been one to like unnecessary attention. The relief when he had reached the door to the lavatory had been enormous. Now he just needed to make it back to his and Ron's compartment. He was just outside when he heard voices from inside his compartment, Ron's voice and a girl's. I already told him that I haven't seen his bloody toad, Ron's voice sounded. Well, you could still try and talk to other people in a civil way, the girl's voice sounded accusingly. Shaking his head and sighing, Harry walked over to his door and opened it fully, wondering if Ron always managed to get himself into arguments. What's going on here? He asked as he entered. Ron was sitting at his place, apparently halfway through opening another pack of chocolate frogs. Standing in the middle of the compartment was a girl with bushy brown hair who was glaring at Ron intently. When Harry entered, she looked up at him. Oh, nothing. I was just trying to teach this prat some manners, she said with an annoyed nod in Ron's direction. The red-haired boy looked offended and lifted his hands in an effort to look innocent. She came busting in here and asked for Neville's toad, and I just said we already told Neville we hadn't seen his bloody toad, Ron exclaimed while glaring at the girl. Groaning inwardly at Ron's stubbornness, Harry felt the need to break this up before it got any worse. It didn't help that the girl had once again opened her mouth to bite down on Ron. You know, Ron, when you use the word bloody, it's no wonder people might take it in an insulting way, he said. Looking at Ron's angry face when he turned away from him, Harry couldn't help but think about just how different Ron was from his sister. Sure, from what he knew and what she had told him in her letters, Ginny too could have quite a nasty temper when provoked, but he couldn't imagine Ginny's innocent face taking on such an sulky look like Ron's just did. Meanwhile, the girl was smiling and looked in Ron's direction with a look of superiority. "See? Even," she said before turning to Harry with a questioning look. Picking up on what she wanted, Harry answered, "Harry. My name is Harry." He was very careful not to mention his last name. The name Harry wasn't that unusual among boys his age, so as long as he didn't say Potter in the same sentence, he could probably pass off as a normal boy here. Right? Even Harry agrees with me. Perhaps you should listen to your friend, the bushy-haired girl said as she looked back at Ron, who was still stubbornly looking out the window. When Ron didn't give an answer, Harry took that as a sign it was calming down and took his seat again. The girl, however, didn't move and kept on glaring at Ron. Harry groaned as he realized she was waiting for an apology. And if it taken Ron an entire summer and a nasty argument to apologize to his own sister for something he obviously had done wrong, then there wasn't much hope that he would apologize to a complete stranger when he didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Just when he was about to suggest to the girl that she sit down to wait for the apology, the door to their compartment slid open once again. Hermione, I found Trevor. Thanks for helping me looking, but you can go back to your own compartment now," said the boy in the doorway, who had introduced himself as Neville Longbottom when he had visited here earlier looking for his toad. However, the girl, who had now been identified as Hermione, didn't budge from her spot. She briefly cast a glance at Neville and gave him a smile before turning back to Ron. "Good that you found him, but I won't leave this compartment until this kid apologizes," she said firmly. Her eyes narrowed to watch for Ron's reaction. She was obviously trying to provoke him, and what was worse, it seemed to have worked. Without warning, Ron flew out of his seat and waved his arms in a frustrated gesture, causing a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to fall over and spread its content over the floor. "What am I supposed to apologize for? I didn't do anything," he bit off. Hermione bit her jaws tightly together to keep herself from screaming out her frustration. Behind her, Neville looked terrified at the mess he had found himself in. Feeling like he already got enough attention as it was without people coming by their compartment to check why there was screaming going on in here, Harry motioned for Neville to enter and close the door behind him. Looking from Harry to the two people bickering in rising voices, then back to Harry again, Neville closed the door and managed to sneak by Hermione to sit in the seat just beside Harry's. After several minutes of arguing back and forth between the two standing people in the compartment, Harry jumped to his feet as well, intending to end it. "Enough! Ron, I don't know exactly what you said when Hermione came asking for Trevor, but it clearly upset her and you should apologize. And Hermione, if you only wanted an apology, then why in the world did you push to challenge him?" Taking a moment to let his words sink in, both Ron and Hermione tore their looks away from each other with angry scowls plastered upon their faces. After a few moments, Harry felt fairly certain they wouldn't start arguing again if not one of them tempted the other. Satisfied that he at least had managed to shut them up, he sat back down and turned towards the round-faced boy holding a toad. "So Neville, what house do you think you will get sorted into?" Upon being spoken to, Neville seemed to jump in his seat, almost losing Trevor in the process. After he settled down again, the boy began to fumble with the toad in his hands before finally getting a grip on it and answering. Well, I'm not really sure. I'm kind of surprised I even got picked to come. I didn't really show any signs of magic, except one time when my uncle." He trailed off and Harry got the impression that he felt uncomfortable talking about it. Not wanting to push him into something he didn't want to talk about, Harry was just about to ask Ron the same question when Hermione blurted out, "Well, I hope I will get sorted into Gryffindor. It sounds like the best among the houses, and rumor has it that Professor Dumbledore himself once went to Hogwarts and was sorted into Gryffindor. What about you, Harry?" She said this very fast, and it took Harry a moment to fully make out all she had said. While he thought about how to answer her, he noticed Ron, despite still looking to be in a bad mood, had peeked up when Hermione had asked what house Harry wanted to be sorted into. "Well, I'm not really sure. Uncle Sev told me that my parents were in Gryffindor, but he himself was in Slytherin, so I guess neither of those two would be a disappointment," he said as he tried to think up what he knew about the houses. From what he had read in Hogwarts, a history, and what Uncle Sev had told him. Each of the 4 houses were named after one of the school's 4 founders, and all 4 of the founders had one trait that personified them specifically. These traits were usually what was taken into account when the sorting was done, and the student being sorted often, if not always, had the same trait as the founder of their house. Gryffindor represented courage and bravery, Hufflepuff represented loyalty, Ravenclaw represented intelligence and cleverness, and Slytherin represented ambition. "You will be satisfied being placed in Slytherin?" Ron said with shock evident in his voice. He even forgot to be angry. Everyone knows that what makes a Slytherin is nastiness and temptation of dark magic. Harry shook his head. "However, that's not true, Ron. Uncle Al told me that the trait that makes a Slytherin is ambition, not dark magic. However, being overly ambitious is an easy road to be tempted by dark magic. That's why so many dark wizards have been in Slytherin," he said. Then, for good measure, he added, "Voldemort was in Slytherin." Upon the mention of the Dark Lord, Neville hiccuped beside him and Ron flinched. Hermione didn't flinch or hiccup, but her face took on a serious look and she stared at Harry as if he had just grown a second head. Harry sighed at the other's reaction to the name. He had never really understood why wizards were afraid to speak his name. It's not like T.I. would summon him here, back in full power, and besides, Uncle Al told him not to fear the name. "You mean, you know who have gone to Hogwarts? There was no mention of that in the books I read about him," Hermione whispered, still a little shocked at hearing his name being used so casually. She had read a lot about him, fascinated by the mystery surrounding his rise to power. He had seemed to come out of nowhere. Until he showed up, Dumbledore had been the strongest wizard alive, no one questioned it. Grindelwald had been a contender, but after Dumbledore defeated him, there was no doubt that he was the strongest. But then Voldemort showed up, seemingly out of nowhere, with power that could rival Dumbledore's or perhaps even outmatch him. The things he had done was terrible, of course, but it didn't make his mysterious background any less intriguing to someone like Hermione. Yes, he has, a long time ago. Uncle Al apparently taught him personally in Transfiguration. Hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened. Ron looked at him as if he had gone barking mad, and Neville seemed to be too shocked to even give off any kind of reaction. For a few minutes, the 4 occupants in the compartment didn't say a word, and Harry began to grow uncomfortable under the others' gazes. When he felt he had enough, Harry decided to break the silence. "All right, let's leave that topic. I don't really know much about him. I grew up in a Muggle household, so I really am as good as a Muggle born," Harry said, desperately wanting to try and drive the conversation onto more comfortable grounds. Seeing that his friend was growing a bit uncomfortable and remembering that Harry had helped him at least apologize to his sister for being a rude git, Ron decided to provide Harry with a lifeline. "Well, all Weasleys have been in Gryffindor for several generations, so I guess that's where I'll be going. I wouldn't even want to think about the awkwardness if I was placed in another house." He was about to add least of all Slytherin, but thought better of it as Slytherin had been the reason they had slipped into uncomfortable waters for Harry in the first place. Meeting his friend's eyes, Harry gave Ron a grateful look. Ron just gave him a smile and a look that said, "Now we're even." Grinning, Harry turned back to Hermione and Neville. Hermione was glancing at Ron with a curious look. "Oh, so you are from an old wizarding family then?" she asked with interest. Ron's ears reddened a little at being the center of attention, but he immediately went on to tell Hermione about his family and their history. Hermione listened with interest and would ask questions once in a while if there was something she didn't understand. Harry caught Neville's eye, and both boys shared a silent agreement about the weirdness of their 2 new friends. The way they were now discussing Ron's family and old wizarding families in general, one would think their argument just a few minutes back had never happened. Casting a sideway glance at them, Harry smirked. When either they all ended up in different houses or not, this was going to be one interesting year. Back at the Burrow, Ginny had just finished her lunch. After she had written her reply to Harry, she had ultimately decided that Hedwig deserved some rest and held off on sending the letter. It wouldn't hurt to wait a few hours and give Hedwig time to recover from what must have been a hasty travel, as she had made it here from the train in record time. With nothing else to do, Ginny headed out into the garden to take a walk. It was a beautiful day outside after all. There was a small pond in one corner of the garden, adjacent to an oak tree that was nicely standing over the pond and covering it in shadows. Feeling the hot late summer air warm her skin, Ginny decided to head over to the pond. Relaxing in the cool sensation from entering the shadowed area, Ginny sat down and looked out over the small pond. When she was younger, she used to run over here to sit and watch the frogs and other amphibians play in the water. She remembered the time when Fred Ong George had tricked her into believing that if she tied planks to her feet, she would be able to walk on the water. It hadn't worked, of course, and she had fallen straight through the surface when she tried. Thinking about those times made a slight feeling of sadness rise in her chest again, but she managed to not let it bother her. It was like Harry had said, soon she would be going too. For every day that passed, she got closer to Hogwarts than she had ever been before. She was certain she would get her letter. After all, she had already performed magic with her brother's wand, though her mother really didn't need to know that. And during that meal when she had blown up at Ron, she had felt a strange rush of energy run through her body when the stew exploded. It wasn't like when she just got angry. Of course, she would feel a rush of energy then as well, but this had been different. No doubt, the exploding stew had been the work of her accidental magic. Speaking of underage magic, how could she have forgotten Harry could use his underage magic at will? Thinking back to the train station, she felt really stupid that she had forgotten. She hadn't really thought that much about it since they had first met in Diagon Alley, but still it shouldn't have slipped her mind like that. It wasn't like it was casual for young wizards to be able to control their underage magic. But I wonder if that many have actually tried? Harry's voice came floating to her. She frowned as she looked out over the pond with a thoughtful look on her face. She knew for certain she hadn't tried to use her magic at will. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps the reason so few had ever learnt to control their underage magic was because no one gave it a serious try. After all, there must have been a time before wands were invented. How did people perform magic back then? Does that mean I can do it too if I just try hard enough? She thought. Harry had never told her how long it had taken him to learn to control his underage magic. They hadn't really talked about it since that first day. But well, it's not like she had anything else to do anyway. Even if she failed, it would still make time pass. And God knew she needed to pass her time. So without further ado, Ginny got up and walked back towards the house. She needed to make up plans for how to do this. How had Harry done it? He had said he had trained, so he probably practiced lifting things without touching them. Levitation was the only underage magic she had seen him do, and so that was the logical choice for her to try, as she knew it was possible to control somehow. So if that was the case, she needed something to try and lift. Did it matter how heavy the object was? She had seen Harry lift an ice cream cone, a cup filled with plastic spoons, and a Hogwarts trunk filled with stuff. There was quite some difference in weight between the first two and the last one. Just as she reached the house, she noticed her mother was outside feeding the chickens. Perhaps she would know how to go at this. Mom! Ginny tried to gur her attention. Her mother looked up from her current duty and smiled when she saw her daughter walking towards her. Ginny, what's up? She asked as she dropped the last piece of bread she had been using to feed the chickens. Immediately after the bread touched the ground, the small yellow feather balls came flying at it, competing for domination and the biggest piece they could get. Ginny chuckled as she eyed them for a moment, before turning to her mom. Can I ask you a question? She asked, already knowing the answer, but still, it never hurt to be polite in these situations. Of course, sweetie, her mother answered. Ginny felt the urge to pull a grimace at the term sweetie, but fought down the urge as she didn't want to start arguing with her mother about it, especially not now when she needed her help. She was just about to ask, when she realized she wasn't even sure what it was she needed help for. Well, it felt obvious what she wanted help to do, but what was it she was asking for? Really? Well, I was just thinking about something. You see, Harry can control his underage magic, so I was wondering if maybe I could learn it too. As soon as she said it, Ginny felt her cheeks heat up. What kind of question was that? It didn't even reflect on what she needed help with. However, her mother seemed to have only picked up certain parts of it anyway. As Ginny waited for an answer, her mother frowned and a look of utter surprise got plastered on her face. Harry can control his underage magic? But that's not possible, she said, clearly shocked at this revelation. Ginny felt a little hurt that her mother didn't believe her, but she let it slip. After all, she hadn't believed her own eyes the first time she had seen it either. But it's true. I've seen it. He can move things without touching them. He even lifted his Hogwarts trunk without touching it, she said, her voice raised. She hadn't meant to shout, but denial and disbelief of her claim had began pushing her temper, which had already been slightly moved by the term sweetie. Her mother looked down on her with a mixed look. She seemed to want to defuse her belief that it was possible to control underage magic, but didn't know how to do it without hurting her or making her angry. And if Ginny had seen Harry perform it, then how could she deny that it was possible? And it didn't help that Ginny was giving her the pleading puppy eyes. That trick, along with Ginny's brown, curious and innocent eyes, were deadly. Finally, she gave in and sighed. Well, I guess if you have seen Harry do it, then it's possible. But do you really think you can do it? Harry probably trained for very long before he learned, she said, hoping the promise of a big workload would scare off her daughter. Unfortunately for her, it had the opposite effect. Ginny felt her chest bubbling with excitement at her mother's words. Of course, it had taken Harry a great deal of effort and time to learn, otherwise all wizarding children would be able to do it without fail. She had already decided that no matter what, she wanted to learn how to control her underage magic. Surely, Harry would be so proud, not to mention her parents once they found out she could do it. I'm sure it took him lots of hours to practice, but I got time to do that too. It's not like I got anything else important to do right now, is there? She squealed out in excitement. Her mother looked down on her with a scowl on her face. Suddenly, Ginny froze up and looked up at her mother hesitantly. Had she said something wrong? So, when I try to teach you about magical household, then you have these really important things to do and have to run off to who knows where. But when Harry shows off his underage magic, you suddenly have all the time in the world to practice? She said with a firm look on her face. Ginny finally gave in a grimace run over her face. The mention of housework didn't sit well with her. Her mother had tried to teach her about how to run a magical household and have her watch while she performed cooking spells and cleaning spells. Of course, she never got to actually try any of the spells, and that made it even more boring. If she had gotten to actually try the spells, it might have been another story. But just watching and learning the theory was so boring, Ginny always tried to find an excuse to sneak away. Well, she tried, but her mother cut her off with a friendly smile, showing she meant no harm. How about this? You try to take my lectures about household magic seriously, and I try to help you with your underage magic. Hearing her mother willingly compromise about something made Ginny stop and frown. Her mother never offered a compromise in any matter, not even with her dad. Why would she offer it now of all times? Was it really that important to her that she learnt these household spells? That sounds fair enough, I guess. But Mom, she asked as she got an idea. Her mother gave her a nod, to show that she was listening. Ginny tried to look innocent, but it was a losing battle. Does this mean I get to actually try the household spells? I mean, if you are already going to help me with using magic, then why can't I learn how to use the spells you're trying to teach me? She asked. Her mother gave a look of uncertainty and seemed to stumble on her words. She had obviously already figured this might be a reaction, and from the looks of it, it wasn't one she had been hoping for. Ginny had to bite her jaws tightly together to keep from laughing at her mother's expression. She looked like a caged animal. Well, it's not that simple, Ginny. You see, underage magic isn't forbidden by the law, while the teaching of real magic is strictly illegal. It was a fair enough argument for her mother's case, but Ginny wasn't going to back down. Oh please, no one will know. And if I use your wand, then they can't prove it was me who did it, can they? Even if they try to investigate it, the ministry can only find out what spell have been used, not who the caster is. And you use those spells all the time anyway, so it's really suspicious in any way, she said, fixing her mother with the best imitation of her own stern look she could. Her mother seemed to be at a loss of words. She stared at Ginny as if she had suddenly turned blue or her hair had suddenly been set on fire. You? How? Who told you this? She managed to get out in her shocked stated. Ginny tried to look as innocent as she could when she answered. Fredong George mentioned it once, and Percy explained it to me in detail when I asked. He seemed very happy that I was showing interest in some kind of ministry business. Taking in what her daughter had said, Mrs. Weasley's face turned into a scowl, and she began mumbling about irresponsible brothers, and 3 howlers. Ginny waited patiently, feeling a little nervous about her mother's reaction. She wasn't so sure if that last part had been so smart to say. It had just slipped out of her before she had the chance to think it over properly. Upon realizing that her daughter still waited for an answer, Mrs. Weasley turned back towards Ginny with a serious look on her face. "If you do well in learning about the spells, I might let you try them once in a while, okay?" Feeling relieved that they had come to an agreement, Ginny nodded her head excitedly. Not wanting to waste any time, she went inside the house to try and find something to levitate. Her mother looked after her with mixed emotions. Her daughter was growing up. Ginny had actually accepted a compromise, which was unusual in itself. But on top of that, she had really negotiated the matter to try and find a solution that suited them both. Once again, she found herself thinking about the effect Harry seemed to have on the youngest of her children. Truly was wonderful to see Ginny so lively again. As the days passed at the Burrow, the mother and daughter settled into a routine. At 10 o'clock, Molly would wake Ginny up if she wasn't already awake, and they would have breakfast together. Ginny would then spend the time up until lunch doing whatever she felt like, sometimes throwing in some extra training on her underage magic, and sometimes just take the time to relax. When it was nearing lunchtime, Ginny would go help her mother with lunch and learn about the cooking spells in the process. After lunch, Molly spent 1 hour helping her daughter in whatever way she could when it came to the underage magic before returning to her household and leaving Ginny to practice in her own way. Ginny would alter between reading about basic magic and underage magic and try to get a feel for how it was to use underage magic, sometimes trying to force it out by doing something she really shouldn't. It was a tiring routine, but Ginny didn't give up or even falter a bit. Harry's letters would be the sole thing that could distract her from her work on trying to control her magic. And after a while, she realized she didn't miss her brothers as much as she thought she would, because it really was like Harry had said. For each day that passed, the closer she got to Hogwarts. Chapter 6. First Day at School. Harry felt extremely nervous as he looked up at the large wooden doors that led into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. They had arrived at the magical school just a few minutes ago, after exiting the train and being led by a very large man named Rubeus Hagrid down to the lake that was located on the school grounds. Apparently, it was a tradition that first-year students entered Hogwarts by crossing the lake and through a cave that led up into the castle. Once they were inside the castle, they had been welcomed by the deputy headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall. After explaining some basic rules and other important things about the school and the houses, she had left them by the doors to wait to be summoned inside. Which led them to the situation at hand. Harry didn't know why he felt so nervous, but perhaps it was simply the enormous impact this event would have on the rest of his life. Depending on what house he was sorted into, he would probably go through his school years in different ways, getting different friends, and it might perhaps even affect how much he studied, and the amount he studied would affect what grades he got, and the grades he got would affect what jobs he could get once he left, and what he did once he left would AGH. It was just so damn much importance to these minutes that were soon to come. Why was he even thinking that far ahead? Why couldn't he just focus on getting past this monumental event? To his right, Ron appeared to be doing a little better than him. He was leaning against the wall with a bored expression on his face, not even taking a look around. Neville was further down the group of students, looking as nervous as Harry felt. Hermione was standing a few steps to Harry's left, rattling spells she knew and what good they might be for whatever they were supposed to do for their sorting. Malfoy was standing with his goons to the side, looking as calm as always, with a look of superiority on his face, obviously thinking he was better than all the other students, who appeared at least a little nervous. Just as Harry took a deep breath to try and calm his beating heart, which somehow echoed through his head, Professor McGonagall stepped through the door and signaled for them to enter. Feeling like his chest had been turned outside in and inside out, Harry followed along with the rest of the first years. The Great Hall was just like Uncle Sev had described it. There were 4 large tables, one for each house, and then there was the staff's table by the end of the room, looking out over the hall. The ceiling reflected the sky outside, and at the moment, it showed a very clear night sky, filled with stars. He thought he heard Hermione comment on having read about the ceiling in Hogwarts, a history somewhere behind him, but didn't really care. His gaze was locked at the staff table, particularly on a black-haired young man, sitting to the left of the headmaster. Uncle Sev, Professor Snape was looking at Harry with a smile, giving him an encowering nod as their eyes locked. Feeling a little better about being the center of attention, Harry cast a glance at Professor Dumbledore, who winked at him and nodded towards Professor McGonagall, as if to indicate that Harry should pay attention rather than look around. He looked away just as McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on its little chair. After a few seconds, the Sorting Hat began singing in the new school year, but Harry didn't listen to it. He just revered in the feeling of finally being here. He had wanted to be here for so long, and now he was finally here. When I call your name, you will come forth and put on the Sorting Hat to be sorted into your house, Professor McGonagall explained. Abbot, Hannah. A small girl with blonde pigtails nervously strode forwards. She sat down on the chair and Professor McGonagall placed the hat on her head. For a moment, not a sound was made as the entire hall sat, all their attention on Hannah. Then, after several seconds, the hat somehow shouted, Hufflepuff. Hannah seemed to let go of a breath she had been holding as McGonagall removed the hat from her head, and she headed over to join her new housemates by the Hufflepuff table, which had burst into applause upon the Sorting Hat's declaration. McGonagall kept on giving names, and the said student would go forth, sit down and be sorted by the hat. After a little while, a certain name caught Harry's attention. Granger, Hermione. Up until then, he hadn't really thought about the fact that he didn't know Hermione's surname. Well, now he knew. Hermione, however, took a little longer to get sorted than those who had been sorted before her. The fastest to be sorted had been Crabbe Vincent, one of Malfoy's goons, who had been placed in Slytherin almost the same moment the hat had touched his head. Finally, after almost an entire minute, the hat declared, Gryffindor. The red and golden table erupted into applause. So far, only Lavender Brown and Seamus Finnegan had been declared new Gryffindors. Beside him, Ron groaned as Hermione took off the hat, placed it respectfully back on the chair, and walked over to sit next to Percy. The sorting continued, with the next name of Harry's interest to be called was Longbottom Neville. If Hermione had taken a good amount of time to be sorted, it was nothing compared to Neville. Harry could almost see the poor boy tremble as the hat took its time to choose. However, after who knows how long, the hat finally settled on Gryffindor. Harry began feeling nervous the closer to P they came. Now, two of his friends from the train had been placed in Gryffindor, and if Ron was as much a Weasley as he looked, then he too would be placed in Gryffindor. Harry also noted that Gryffindor was the house that had gained the fewest new students this year so far, by far. They only had 4 new students: Lavender, Seamus, Hermione, and Neville. The Slytherins had gotten Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Millicent Bulstrode, and a few others. Hufflepuff had so far gained Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and another bunch of students, as the most growing house this night. Ravenclaw had also had their share of students, amongst others Anthony Goldstein, Terry Boot, and Mandy Brocklehurst. As Professor McGonagall reached P on the list, Harry was positive he was going to faint. He wasn't ready for this. He watched in horror as Pansy Parkinson got sorted into Slytherin, and 2 twin sister, Parvati and Padma Patil, got sorted into Gryffindor and Ravenclaw respectively. And then, Potter, Harry? As soon as she had said it, the entire hall burst out into mumbles and whispers. They were whispering about Harry Potter. That Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Harry felt like he was going to collapse from all the stares on him as he made his way to the chair and sat down. He felt Professor McGonagall place the hat on his head as he looked out over the hall, gulping with nervosity. Well, this was hard. Really hard. Someone whispered in his ear. He was just about to turn around and look when he realized it was the hat who was talking to him. He idly wondered if the others in the hall would be able to hear it, but thought better of it as he remembered he hadn't been able to hear when the hat spoke to the others. Sighing with relief, he returned his focus to what the hat was saying. I see a great deal of potential, there's no doubt about that. Here we got true courage and intelligence that would make the most brilliant Ravenclaw pale in comparison. You are very loyal, oh yes, very loyal indeed, to those you regard as friends. And you have a will to prove yourself. Sue, where should we place you, Mr. Potter? Any house would fit you in their own way. I must say you certainly are a unique person. So where should we place you? Might I make a suggestion? Harry thought, hoping the hat could hear him. Apparently it could. Oh. Harry took a moment to decide how to put this. He didn't want to sound rude in any way, even if it was a hat. Well, it could never hurt to be polite. Well, so far 2 of my friends have been placed in Gryffindor and my other friend is probably going to end up there too, because his family have been Gryffindors for generations. Do you think I would fit good in Gryffindor? My parents were in that house. For a moment, the hat didn't say anything. Harry got the impression it was searching through his thoughts to try and confirm his claims. His suspicion was confirmed a few seconds later. Ah yes, another Weasley, eh? Well, I must say I do agree with his predicament. And I see, of course, you're the son of Lily Evans and James Potter? I've seen few Gryffindors as true to their house as them. I am inclined to agree that you would do fine in that house. Very well then, Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word out loud, causing the hall to erupt into applause. Even the other tables were applauding. Harry felt relief course through him as he took off the hat and ran over towards the Gryffindor table. The twins had rose from their seats and were chanting some kind of victory chant. Hermione was giving him a happy smile, and even Percy had rose from his seat and was actually the first one to welcome him to the house once he got over to the table. Many of the Gryffindors were eager to shake his hand, and for a moment Harry began to fear that he would have a repeat of the leaky cauldron incident. Thankfully, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and as soon as people noticed he was standing, the hall quieted down and the sorting continued. Harry caught Dumbledore's eyes and gave him a thankful smile, which got returned by the old man. True to its word, the sorting hat barely touched Ron's head before it declared that he would be going to Gryffindor. Ron didn't waste any time and quickly went over to join Harry and his brothers. The sorting ceremony ended when Blaise Zabini got sorted into Slytherin. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore told the students that the Forbidden Forest was, well, forbidden. He also said that the corridor on the 3rd floor was forbidden to all who didn't want to die a very painful death. When the feast began, Harry found himself in a discussion with Percy about the classes that they would have at the school. He had never regarded himself as particularly studious, but he found himself deeply fascinated by the classes Percy described to him. Hermione, who sat opposite to him, was listening and seemed to suck in every word Percy said. Later that night, Harry was sitting in his dormitory. Ron was snoring loudly in the bed to his left. His other dorm mates, Seamus, Neville, and a boy named Dean Thomas, were also asleep. But Harry couldn't sleep. He was still too excited. This day had been so wonderful. So much had happened he could hardly believe that this morning, he woke up in his bedroom at Private Drive number 4. First he had been dropped off at King's Cross and realized he didn't know how to get onto Platform 9 March 4th, only to be tackled to the ground by Ginny. He had met her family and made new friends at the train. Then he had finally arrived at Hogwarts and had been sorted into the same house as all his new friends. Taking a deep breath, Harry got up from his bed and wrapped himself in his Hogwarts cloak. There was no way he was going to be able to sleep right now. Careful not to make a sound, he tripped over to the dorm door and exited the dorm. The common room was empty. Apparently, everyone wanted to be well rested for tomorrow's classes. Relishing in the mere fact that he was finally at Hogwarts, Harry sat down in one of the armchairs by the fireplace. Thinking back, Harry remembered Ginny's face when they met again outside of the platform. She had seemed so happy, and to be honest, he had felt really happy too. He really wished she could have come with him to Hogwarts this year. Sure, he had made some decent friends since he got here already. But, well, Ginny was different. She was special somehow. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but somehow she was different from the others. Thinking of their time at the platform, from their meeting to their struggle with his trunk, to their parting. As he looked into the now almost extinguished fire, Ginny's crying face from when he walked away from her was plastered in front of his eyes. It pained him to think of the tears in her eyes. She cried because she was lonely. He knew that feeling, not having any friends your age around to play with. But unlike him, Ginny wasn't used to being alone. She had grown up with 6 brothers, always having someone around close to her age to play with. So now that all her brothers were at Hogwarts, he knew she felt left behind, no matter what she might say. She had been cheerful enough in her letters and on the platform until it was finally time to part ways. He sighed. What wouldn't he give to be able to comfort her in some way? But he knew there was nothing he could do. He could just keep writing her and hope she really was all right. "Harry, what are you doing up?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Harry flew to his feet. looking around the room vividly. Finally, his gaze settled on the stairs that led to the boys' dormitories, where a round-faced boy in light blue pajamas was standing, looking around nervously. "Neville, what are you doing up? I thought you were asleep?" he asked as his dorm mate entered the common room, looking around as if searching for something. Neville scanned the room with a nervous expression before diving to the floor. Harry twitched at the sudden movement and moved over to where the boy had thrown himself to the ground. When he went over to check if he was okay, he saw Neville was clutching his toad, Trevor, tightly in his grip. "Oh, so that's what got you down here," Harry said, more to himself than Neville as he rolled his eyes and helped his friend to his feet. He watched as Neville breathed a sigh of relief and gave Trevor a stern look for trying to escape. The toad didn't seem to mind being glared at, but he didn't look away from Neville, as if he didn't want to upset him more. "Why are you always so worried when Trevor tries to escape? I've known you for like 6 hours at its peak and he have already tried to escape 3 times. Why don't you just let him roam free?" he asked. He had been wondering why Neville was so attached to the toad, despite their obvious problematics. Neville got up from the floor and sighed before turning to Harry. He looked hesitant about what he was about to say, but seemed to ultimately reveal it. "Well, the thing is, Trevor is the only friend I have since before Hogwarts. I grew up with my grandma in a Muggle town, and since she was certain I was going to Hogwarts, she didn't see any reason for me to befriend any of the local kids. So Trevor was my only friend. Without him, I would have been all alone," he said as he looked down on his toad with fond eyes. For a moment, Harry briefly wondered if perhaps Trevor was the reason Neville appeared to be so clumsy. Growing up with a toad as your best friend can't be really healthy for one's psyche. But then, it registered in his mind what he had said. "Friend," he said thoughtfully as the problem he had been pondering when Neville came down returned to him. A plan began forming in his head on how he could help Ginny feel like she wasn't all alone. "Neville, you're a genius. Thanks for the help," he said a little higher than he had intended. Neville looked up with a startled look at Harry's sudden outburst, but his dorm mate was already on his way back up the stairs. It took Neville almost 10 seconds to understand what had happened. He frowned as he couldn't really figure out what Harry had been talking about, much less what impact he had on Harry's reaction. "What did I say?" he asked no one in particular. "Croak," Trevor answered. The next morning, Harry awoke early. He had fallen asleep last night before Neville even got back up to the dorm. Somehow, the knowledge that he could help Ginny had enabled him to get some sleep. Feeling well rested, Harry got out of bed and noticed that he was the first one in his dorm to awake. He wondered if he should wake Ron up, but decided against it. There was still a few hours before their classes would start, so there was no reason to rush him. So without making a sound, Harry grabbed the school bag he had prepared the night before and left the dormitory. Down in the common room, very few people seemed to have woke up yet. There were a few 5th years seated in front of the fireplace, and 2 3rd years had taken up seats by one of the tables, playing some kind of card game. Scanning the room, Harry spotted Percy sitting on a chair in his own little corner, reading a book. Perfect, just the person he needed to talk to. So without further ado, he went over to the prefect boy. "Good morning, Percy," he said in a cheerful voice. The Weasley boy looked up from his book with a startled look. Seeing Harry, his face shifted from irritation to a somewhat greeting smile. "Morning, Harry. You sure are eager to start your classes, I see." Harry frowned for a second, then realized he probably looked pretty studios with his bag thrown over his shoulder. Well, he was eager to start, but that wasn't why he had walked over to Percy. "I sure am, but there is something else I would like to do before classes start. Think you can help me?" he asked, hoping Percy wouldn't ask too many questions. Like during dinner the night before, Percy seemed to peek up at the thought of being of help to someone. According to what Ron and Ginny had told him, Percy was very responsible and took his duties as prefect very seriously. It would appear that included, or perhaps specifically meant, helping younger students. "Of course, what is it you need help with?" he asked with a very serious look on his face. Harry had to hold back a snicker at Percy's overly serious expression. "Well, I was just wondering if it was possible to order something from a shop in Diagon Alley without actually visiting the shop?" Percy nodded knowingly. Once again, Harry had to suppress the urge to snicker at Percy's antics. He definitely had to ask Ginny if Percy had always been this overly dramatic. He could of course ask Ron, but something told him Ginny would give him a better answer. Or at least a more detached one. Well, of course there is. You can order something by Owl Post. Do you know exactly what it is you want to order? Harry shook his head. Okay. Then you can send an owl to the shop you want to get whatever you want to get from and ask for them to send you a catalog of their current products. Harry nodded and thanked Percy for his help. The prefect made a show of being modest, but Harry couldn't help but notice he gave him a curious look as he excited through the portrait hole. Thinking about what he should write in his letter, Harry made his way down to the Great Hall. Or well, the way he thought led to the Great Hall. It didn't take him long to realize he was lost. Thinking back to the day before, he remembered Percy had mentioned that the stairs tended to move and change place. And Hogwarts was big, so it would be enough that he had walked down one wrongly placed stair to throw him completely off course. He had thought the Great Hall would be on the other side of this corner, but when he turned around the corner, he found himself standing in another corridor, which on top of that ended in a dead end. Harry? Is that you? Upon hearing his name being spoken, Harry spun around and found Cedric Diggory walking towards him. Frowning, he turned around and walked to meet him. He had been pretty sure there was no one behind him just a second ago. Hey Cedric. What are you doing here? Cedric smiled as he came up to stand in front of Harry, the difference in height between them becoming painfully visible. As Harry looked up at the older boy, Cedric gave him a sympathetic look. Well, I was just on my way to the Great Hall. I sometimes take these little extra long walks on my way there to get some time alone. It is soothing to be able to just walk and think for a little while. By the look on your face, I would say you were trying to find your way to the Great Hall but got lost. Harry felt his cheeks redden with embarrassment. Was he really that obvious? Well, don't worry about it. It took me 3 weeks before I could get to the Great Hall without a single wrong turn. And the stairs doesn't exactly help, do they? Cedric smiled at him as he began leading Harry down the corridor that was a dead end. When they reached the end of the corridor, Cedric reached out and pushed a brick that was sticking out slightly from the wall. When the brick had been pushed back in place, Harry gasped as Cedric's hand suddenly went straight through the brick. Seeing Harry's shocked expression, Cedric laughed. It's a shortcut. Push the brick into place and the wall will let you slip through. It takes 10 minutes from the point the brick is put into place before it slips back out again. And with that explanation, Cedric stepped through the wall. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. It was just like on Platform 9 March 4th. Shaking his head to clear it, he took a deep breath and followed Cedric through. On the other side, he was greeted by the older Hufflepuff boy, who was waiting for him. See? It works like a kind of portal. Now we need just to take to the left over here and we are there. As Harry followed his friend around the appointed corner, he found that he was right. They were standing in the entrance hall. The large double doors that led to the Great Hall were open and through them, Harry could see a few early morning strayers eating their breakfast. Thanking Cedric for his help, Harry walked over to the Gryffindor table and began loading a plate with some bacon and eggs. Some time later, students began filling into the hall as more and more of the castle's population awoke from their slumbers. By this time, Harry had finished his breakfast and picked out a quill and a piece of parchment to write his letter to the magical menagerie. He had just put the finishing touch to it when Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville entered the hall. "Hey mate, we were wondering where you went off to. Why were you up so early?" Ron asked as he loaded his plate with double of what Harry had taken. "I woke up early and didn't see any reason to stay in bed. Besides, I thought it would be useful to get to know the castle a bit." Harry made certain to leave out that he had gotten lost on his way to the Great Hall. Seamus, who had sat down around them, groaned at the mention of getting to know the castle. "Well, that's the understatement of the year. We got lost after the first turn," he said before scoping up a mouthful of scrambled eggs and shoved them into his mouth. This caused Ron to glare at his dorm mate and Harry to chuckle. Neville didn't seem to mind and Dean just ignored their friends. For a little while, they simply sat in place and talked until Professor McGonagall came down to them and gave them their timetables. Checking his over, Harry noticed he still had an hour before his first class, Transfiguration. started and decided it was as good a time as any to send of an owl to Diagon Alley. But before he could rise from his seat and excuse himself, a tall shadow fell over him and his little group of fellow Gryffindors. "Good morning, Harry. I trust you are anxious to start your classes." Harry turned around to find that Uncle Sev, Professor Snape, had left the staff table while he was checking his schedule and was now standing behind them. The other four boys immediately tensed, for various reasons, but Harry quickly stood up and greeted his favorite uncle. "Morning, Professor. Yes, I am quite anxious to finally get things underway. I look forward to your first class. I think it is scheduled to be tomorrow afternoon," he said enthusiastically. Snape, however, seemed to only register part of what he said. "No need for formalities as long as we aren't in class, Harry," he said with a small smile tugging at his lips. He was pleased that at least Harry had learnt the manners in which you were supposed to talk to a professor, but he didn't want to alienate himself from him. Harry noticed that the other boys, except Ron who had gone back to eating, was looking at him strangely, no doubt wondering from where he knew Severus Snape. This was going to be fun. Okay then, Uncle Sev. Actually, can you help me with something before I go off to class?" he asked, enjoying the stares of shock the surrounding students gave him when he referred to the professor as Uncle Sev. Severus frowned, but gave Harry a nod to indicate that he was free to ask. "I got a letter I would like to send, but I don't know where the Ollery is. Think you got time to show me?" Once again, Severus found himself frowning. Who could Harry possibly want to send an owl to this early in the morning? Well, there was of course the Weasley girl, but other than that, Severus couldn't think of any. "Of course, if you are finished with your breakfast, we can go now if you want," he answered. Harry nodded and gave his friends a simple, "Catch you later, guys," and followed Snape out of the Great Hall. While they were walking, Harry got Snape to tell him about all that they passed so he might have a better chance of finding his way back afterwards. After many twists and turns, Snape led Harry outside and pointed towards a tower that was only reachable from outside. When they made it to the Ollery and Harry called down one of the school owls, Severus couldn't help but become a little curious. "Why aren't you using Hedwig?" he asked as he looked up among the owls, trying to spot the owl he had given Harry as a birthday gift. "She is at the burrow. I sent a letter to Ginny while I was on the train and she hasn't returned yet," Harry replied as he tied the letter around the owl's leg and went over to the window. Severus nodded and smiled as Harry gave the owl its instructions. He had noticed that Harry had become quite close to Ginny Weasley since they met in Diagon Alley. According to Arthur, the two of them had been corresponding ever since and from the looks of it, become good friends. He was actually pretty happy that Harry had finally found a real friend. Severus knew all too well what it was like not having any real friends. "So if Hedwig is at the burrow, then where are you sending this owl? No reason to send Ginny another owl if she haven't answered your first one yet," he asked curiously as Harry tossed the bird outside and watched as it took off. Harry turned back towards Snape and the two began walking towards the exit. "Well, I know Ginny is lonely at home, no matter what she might try to tell me. So I thought perhaps if she got a friend, she wouldn't be so lonely anymore." Severus frowned. Of course she wouldn't be as lonely if she got a friend. That was the whole problem here, wasn't it? She didn't have any friends nearby. He was just about to point this out to Harry when he came to think about Hedwig. "That owl you sent off, it was sent to the magical menagerie?" he asked. When Harry nodded and then looked away shyly, Severus inwardly groaned. While it was a brilliant idea and would no doubt help Ginny feel less lonely, the Weasley pride might present a problem here. Since it was a living being, he wasn't sure if Ginny would be too petty when it came to accept it, but her mother, on the other hand, that was a different story. He tried to point this out to Harry, but the boy just said that Mrs. Weasley wanted Ginny's best, and if Ginny really felt better with a pet at hand to play with, then her mother should not keep it from her. When they reached Professor McGonagall's classroom, Severus told Harry to remember to drop by his office when his school day was finished. Harry looked at him questioningly, but complied nonetheless. When the class started, Harry became painfully aware that most eyes in the classroom was aimed at him. Rather than their teacher and McGonagall confirming his whole name didn't make things better. "Ronald Weasley?" McGonagall finished her check off. But no answer came. Looking around, Harry noticed that Ron wasn't present. He cast a look at Seamus and Dean, who was sitting a few rows further back in the classroom, but they both shrugged, indicating they didn't know where he was. The answer would present itself about 20 minutes later when Ron came rushing into the classroom, shouting that he had gotten lost again. After McGonagall reprimanded him for being late and warned him that next time she would have to take points from Gryffindor, Ron sat down next to Harry. "Blimey, this castle is big," he said. Harry rolled his eyes. "Really? What tipped you off?" he asked sarcastically. The lesson went on without any other interesting event taking place, except that Harry found out Hermione hadn't been joking when she said she had memorized their school books down to the tiniest little detail. She earned Gryffindor 20 points for being able to answer all the questions they were given. Harry too knew the answer to most of them, but did not feel like drawing attention to himself. His scar did a pretty good job at that without him opening his mouth. Being introduced to new classes made the day pass quickly, and when the first years gathered in the Great Hall for dinner, Harry felt himself pump with excitement from all that he had learnt just in one day. He, of course, had read most of his school books to pass the time at Private Drive, but being able to discuss issues with a teacher or classmate opened up a whole new world of possibilities. Still, he found magical history pretty boring and had actually dozed off in that class, along with everyone who wasn't named Hermione Granger, and he was a little disappointed not to be allowed to try out any magic just yet. "Percy says that we won't start using magic before our second week. So except for the flying lesson on Wednesday, we don't have anything really exciting until next week," Ron told Harry, Seamus, and Neville while they were eating their dinner. Dean had decided he wanted to drop off his school stuff in the Gryffindor Tower before he went down to eat. "Well, Weasley, that might be exciting for someone who doesn't know how to fly a broom, but some of us isn't as dense as you," came a sneer from behind them. All four boys spun around to find Draco Malfoy had walked over to the Gryffindor table, flanked by his two goons Crabbe and Goyle. Ron immediately turned red around the ears, a trait Harry by now recognized as a bad sign. Neville seemed to sink into his seat and Seamus growled at Malfoy, though he didn't turn as red as Ron's ears. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Harry asked while glaring at the blonde boy. Malfoy gave Ron a look of superiority and turned to Harry with a smug look on his face. "Oh, I forgot. Potter doesn't even know what a broomstick is 'cause he grew up like a mudblood." At the use of the term mudblood, the entire Gryffindor table froze and turned to look at Malfoy. Harry heard people shout in uproar and could make out the words, "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" and "Get lost, you scum." While he had no idea what the term meant, he would guess that it was a pretty foul term, considering the reaction it got from others. Beside him, Ron was seething with anger and had to be held back by Seamus, though the other boy looked like he too didn't want anything more than jump a Malfoy at that moment. "I don't know what you meant by that, Malfoy, but I suggest you leave now before Seamus loses his grip on Ron," Harry said and pointed towards the youngest Weasley boy. Big mistake on his part. "Oh, that's right. Weasleys can't afford a broomstick 'cause they got no money," Malfoy sneered, obviously pleased with the reaction he had gotten. That was the last drop that caused the goblet to overflow. With a roar, Ron pushed Seamus out of the way and threw himself towards Malfoy. Seeing his friend was about to get himself into trouble, Harry grabbed him and tried to hold him back. Ron struggled against his new caretaker, but Harry was saved when an authoritative voice sounded above their heads. "What's going on here?" Professor Sinistra, the head of Slytherin House, had come down from the staff table when she had noticed the commotion. She had barely said it before the entire tables burst into a loud declaration that, if you read between the lines, demanded Malfoy's head. Harry noticed that Malfoy was still smirking at them, but that smirk got wiped out when, "Mr. Malfoy, you are coming with me to my office. Now," Professor Sinistra said sternly. It seemed to take a lot of brainpower from Malfoy's part for him to realize that he was in trouble, as it took several seconds for him to answer. "What? I'm not the one who attempted to attack another student. Weasley should be the one to receive detention," he exclaimed. At Malfoy's accusation, Ron tensed up again and so did most of the surrounding students, but Harry moved to silently place himself between the red-haired boy and Malfoy. The last they needed was detention on their first day in school. When Malfoy kept refusing to go with his head of house, Professor Sinistra proceeded to grab him by the ear and drag him out of the Great Hall. "Ouch! What do you think you're doing?" Don't you know that this can get you into trouble with the ministry? I haven't eaten my dinner yet. Let me go. Just wait until my father hears about this. Malfoy screamed as he got dragged out of the Great Hall. After a moment, snickers began spreading throughout the hall before the entire collected student body, with the exception of the Slytherins, burst out laughing. Harry had to lean on the table not to fall to the ground. The image of Malfoy being dragged off by the ear would be etched into his mind forever. This just made Harry's day, and that was saying something, as it was his first day at Hogwarts. That was just bloody brilliant. If I see Sinistra again, I could probably kiss her. Ron laughed beside him. As the commotion that had spread with Malfoy's departure settled down, the Weasley twins moved over to their younger brother to tease him about his comment about Sinistra. When Harry had calmed down, he checked his watch and thought it would be as good a time as any to make his visit to Uncle Seth's office. He excused himself and left Ron to his fate at the hands of Fred and George. Having had a Ravenclaw prefect point out which dungeon he was supposed to go to beforehand, Harry easily found his way down to where Snape had his office and knocked on the door. "Enter," came the simple answer. When Harry entered, the first thing that struck him was that it was a lot darker down here than it was in classrooms above ground level. The walls were covered by bookshelves that contained either books of some kind or glass containers that held various items. In the far end of the room was a working desk filled with papers, and in a chair behind it sat Professor Snape.
Harry.
"Good to see you. I take it you have had a good first day here," Severus asked and motioned for him to sit down in a chair that was placed in front of the desk. Harry didn't argue and went over to sit, all the while studying the many books and containers with varying interest. "Yeah, it's been great so far. Definitely worth the wait to come here," he said enthusiastically. Snape nodded and looked at him for a moment. Then his face broke out into a grin. "I heard you witnessed the scene with Mr. Malfoy up in the Great Hall a few minutes ago?" he said, clearly amused. How did you know about that?" Harry asked, stunned. Sure. Snape had told him that gossip traveled fast at Hogwarts, but this was ridiculous. Snape smirked. "Mr. Malfoy's screams of complaint was heard even down here. The Slytherins have their common room down here, so I heard him when he came down afterwards with Professor Sinistra," Snape answered. The next few minutes were used for Harry to explain what had happened in detail, from their little talk by the table, to when Malfoy showed up and began making sneery remarks, to when Professor Sinistra had grabbed him by the ear and left the hall. Severus couldn't help but laugh when he imagined Lucius Malfoy's face when he learnt that his son had been pulled by the ear all the way from the Great Hall down into the dungeons. Now that would be a sight to behold. "But you didn't call me down here to talk about Malfoy, did you, Sev?" Harry asked carefully, not sure if it was his place really to push the matter. Severus shook his head at the boy's eagerness and reached inside one of the drawers in his desk and pulled out a big piece of parchment that he placed on the desk between them. Harry stared at the parchment for a moment, then at his professor, then back at the parchment. "What's this?" he asked curiously. Harry knew Uncle Sev shouldn't have brought him down here if there wasn't something special he wanted to talk about, and if this parchment was the reason, then it must be special. Snape, however, simply tapped the surface of the parchment with his wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As soon as he had said it, lines began drawing themselves all over the parchment. Harry watched wide-eyed how the lines came together to form what appeared to be a map of Hogwarts. Stunned, he picked it up and looked it over. Severus watched him with a smile on his face. No matter how much he still disliked Harry's father, he acknowledged that this creation of his was truly remarkable. And since Harry was James' son, it would technically rightfully belong to him, as the other three creators of the map was currently in prison, missing or dead. Or well, perhaps Lupin wasn't really missing, but no one knew where he had gone off to after the First War ended. By now, Harry had noticed the inscription on the map and decided to read aloud. "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs hereby proudly present. The Marauders map." Severus nodded. Yes, the Marauders were 4 of the worst pranksters this school has ever seen. Even the Weasley twins pale in comparison. And on top of that, everyone always knew it was the Marauders, but they never got caught. "If you take a closer look at the map, then you might just find out why," he said. Harry scouted the map, and when he realized what Snape was referring to, His eyes widened again. Those dots, is that? Yes. They show every person within the castle grounds, Snape said. For a moment, Harry just sat there, shocked. He looked over the map and found names he knew. Cedric was still sitting in the Great Hall with a group of his friends, while Ron and the others had returned to the common room. Dumbledore was sitting in his office and Hermione was sitting in what was marked as the library on the map. What in Merlin's beard was she doing there? She already knew everything. When he had finished marveling over the map, he looked up at Snape's amused expression. Why are you giving this to me? Snape laughed and Harry thought he might just have seen a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, we can't have you getting lost on the way to the Great Hall again, can we? He said with a fake mocking voice. Feeling his cheeks heat up, Harry looked away, which caused Snape to chuckle. How do you know about that? After all, he hadn't told anyone that he had gotten lost this morning, so the only one who should know would be Cedric. He couldn't see it since he was looking the other way, but Snape raised an eyebrow and grinned at him. Magic, he said. Did Uncle Sev just make a joke? But aside from the fact that you need to learn how to navigate your way through the castle, it is also rightfully yours. Your father was involved in its creation, so it only fits that you should have it, he said as he pointed at the name Prongs at the map. Harry looked at where Snape was pointing and felt his eyes widen for what must be the 100th time that day. My dad was Prongs? He asked in wonder. For a moment, Harry just stared at the name, then reached out with his hand and stroked it over the letters. Suddenly, this map felt different. It was a relic of his father, a memento to the man that had given his life to protect him. For a little while, he didn't know if it was minutes or longer. He just sat there and looked at the name and stroked his fingers over it. Could it be that his father had wrote this himself then? After a while, a sudden thought struck him and he looked up at Snape again. How did you get into possession of this? He asked curiously. If it had belonged to his father, then how come Snape had it? Well, it's a pretty funny story actually. Filch had confiscated it, but lost it to the Weasley twins during their first year. However, I managed to catch them in the act of using it once and took it back without Filch knowing. He is still set out to try and get it back from the twins, he said. Harry, who already had a pretty bad impression of the Hogwarts caretaker, had to stifle a laugh at the thought of the grumpy old man trying to get the map off the Weasley twins while they didn't even have it. However, that opened up for one last question. Are you really allowed to give me this, since you are a teacher? Severus grinned. No, as a teacher I'm not. But as I said, outside of the classroom I'm your part guardian, not your teacher, and in that light, I am in my full right to give you this. Thinking it over, Harry found himself grinning at Severus' reasoning. Technically, he was right. While the Dursleys were his official guardians, Snape had made sure he also got written over as having part responsibility for him during his younger years, so that he would be able to quickly get Harry out of the Dursleys' hands, should the need arise. Well, thanks a lot, Uncle Sev. You don't know how much this means to me, he said as he picked up his bag to put the map away. Seeing that Harry was about to leave, Severus remembered there was one more thing about the map he needed to tell him. When you are done using the map, just touch it with your wand and say "Mischief Managed," and it will erase itself from the parchment. That way, no one but you will be able to use it at will, he said. Harry nodded but didn't erase the map just yet. He would probably need it to find his way back to the common room. Thanking Uncle Sev again and saying he looked forward to tomorrow's potions class, Harry left the dungeons and used the map to navigate his way back to the Great Hall. Once there, he stopped to find the quickest way back to the common room. When he was done, he erased the map and put it back in his school bag. As he walked back to the common room, he made sure to remember certain landmarks he could use to find his way back to the Great Hall without the map the following morning. Caput Draconis. He gave the password to the portrait of the fat lady that guarded the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower. As soon as he entered, he spotted Ron, Dean, and Seamus sitting in a corner and waving him over. Hey mate, care for a game of wizarding chess? Ron asked with a triumphant smile on his face. Seamus, who was sitting opposite to him, shook his head and made an X sign with his arms, clearly trying to say it was not a good idea. Don't do it, Harry. Ron's a madman when it comes to this game. I've lost 5 times in a row already, Dean said to underline Seamus' motions. Harry looked from the chessboard to Ron and then back again before smirking. We'll see about that, he said confidently. Later that night, Harry would have nightmares about chess pieces. Chapter 7. Harry takes flight. The Wednesday morning found the first-year Gryffindor boys sitting in the Great Hall, excited for their full-day flight training. The teachers had decided that it would be better for them to get all their teaching and flight done in one day and then be done with it rather than draw it out, since there really wasn't that much they needed to learn, just get some practice in. They were supposed to meet Professor Hooch outside at the school grounds by 10 o'clock, and then she would tutor them until 12 when they would take a break for lunch. After lunch, those who still needed help with their broom skills would rejoin Madame Hooch outside while the rest would get the day off. During breakfast, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find that Hedwig was among the owls that arrived in the Great Hall, carrying Ginny's answer to the letters they had sent on the train. When the snow-white owl dropped down in front of him, Ron immediately reached for the parchment that had his name on it. He tore it open and read the lines she had written to him and sighed with relief. She had forgiven him. He looked to see what she had written to Harry, only to find that his friend had tucked the letter inside his robes. "Aren't you going to read it?" he asked suspiciously. Why wouldn't Harry read his letter from Ginny? Did he think it contained something he didn't want Ron to know? Harry looked at his friend for a moment, carefully picking out his words. "Mine and Ginny's letters have been our private business for the last month, and that's how it's going to stay," he said, studying his friend for any sign of a negative reaction. Ron looked like he was going to complain, but thankfully, Hedwig chose that moment to step in between them and munching on a piece of bacon. The red-haired boy took a look at the owl and remembered how she had snapped at his fingers when he had tried to take Ginny's letter once. When Hedwig looked up at him, as if to say, "Your finger will end up like this piece of meat if you try to take that letter," Ron decided to just shrug it off and let Harry and Ginny have their secrets. It would probably be less painful that way. After finishing breakfast, the first years all found themselves outside on the grounds. As was expected, they were standing grouped in their houses, as they hadn't really had any contact with people from other houses yet. They were still getting to know each other. All 8 Gryffindors were standing close to each other, all doing their own thing. Parvati and Lavender seemed to have taken to each other rather quickly and were already discussing their families and how they had grown up. Hermione was once again standing for herself, silently trying to rehearse what she had read about flying in a book. Harry, Ron, Dean, Seamus, and Neville was standing in a little group of their own, discussing Quidditch, the greatest wizarding sport in the world, played on brooms. Ron seemed to know as much about Quidditch as Hermione knew about their classes, which would mean pretty much everything they could think of. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs were also standing in their little groups, talking amongst themselves. Harry noticed that the students in those houses tended to cast a sideway glance at him from time to time, but he did his best to ignore it. His own housemates had been the same during the first 2 days at school, but they had settled down after they got used to seeing him around. The other houses hadn't seen him as much and so wasn't as used to being around the boy who lived. Looking over towards the brooms that were already placed on the ground where they were supposed to start training as soon as Madame Hooch arrived, which should be in 10 minutes according to Harry's tattered old wristwatch. When he looked up from his wristwatch, he noticed that Malfoy was giving him angry looks. Answering with a simple smile, Harry turned away from the Slytherin boy. Malfoy had been glaring at him ever since that first incident in the Great Hall when Professor Sinistra had pulled him out by the ear. However, he hadn't done anything about it as Malfoy hadn't dared to make another move. Apparently, something was different today because when Harry smiled and turned away, Malfoy stalked over towards them. As he passed by the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, the groups immediately quieted down, watching as the blonde boy closed in on the Gryffindors. "You think you're so good, don't you, Potter? Just because you are the teacher's pet doesn't mean you're better than me." He almost spat out the name Potter and the mention of teacher's pet. Harry frowned at being called the teacher's pet. Sure, he had done okay in classes, but from what he knew, no one had treated him any differently from anyone else, and Hermione usually gave better explanations than him when asked a question. While he was frowning at Malfoy's statement, the rest of the first years gathered around the two of them. "I don't know what you are talking about, Malfoy." Malfoy kept on glaring at him, but then suddenly stretched out in his full height and his face took on that all-too-familiar look of superiority. Your fame won't help you out here, Potter. To be able to fly, you will need true skills, not just a teacher who is a suck-up." Seeing that he wouldn't be able to go at this in a defensive stance, Harry allowed his face to harden, something he had learned to control pretty good during his twists with Uncle Vernon, and instead went on the offensive. "Well, that means you're not so lucky either, doesn't it? That daddy you're so proud of won't be able to buy you this, Malfoy, because skills can't be bought by money." Behind him, he heard a few snickers, and he didn't need to turn around to know that Ron was close to laughing out loud. Malfoy's expression became sour as his glare was back, and he immediately spat. "At least I have a father. At least my parents weren't pathetic enough to go and get themselves blown up." In a matter of seconds, Harry's light mood got swiped away, and he felt cold rage filling him at the insult to his parents. His face, that had been a hard but rather amused expression up until that point, lost all of its calm nature, and for a moment, his eyes flashed from green to a sickly yellow. Malfoy stumbled back when he saw the almost unnoticeable change in Harry's eyes, but a second later it was gone again. However, he got the impression he might have taken this too far. "Never, ever, insult my parents again," Harry roared in a fit of rage. He didn't know why, but without thinking he pulled out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy's throat. It would be no use since he didn't really know any spells yet, but for some reason he just did it. When Malfoy realized he was threatened, he tried to take a step back, but found that he couldn't due to the crowd of first-year students that was standing around them. He cast another glance at Harry's rage-filled face again, and when the boy who lived didn't seem to waver, he started whimpering. "Harry, stop it. He's not worth it," a voice called from somewhere behind Harry. Even in his enraged state, Harry recognized Hermione's voice, and after giving Malfoy one last disgusted look, he lowered his wand. No longer being pinned at the tip of a wand, Malfoy drew a breath and fell to the ground. The crowd around them looked on with varying expressions of shock, fascination, and support. Pansy Parkinson, a girl in Slytherin that had taken to walking around the castle along with Malfoy and his goons, stepped inside the circle and pulled the blonde boy to his feet. Harry watched with pity as Malfoy behaved like he had been hit by a most painful and devastating curse. "Ha, not so tough outside of the common room now, are you, Malfoy?" A voice came from behind the Slytherin part of the crowd. The crowd scattered to reveal a dark-skinned boy with short hair. Harry recognized him vaguely from the sorting ceremony. He had been the last person to be sorted. If memory served correct, he had been sorted into Slytherin. "Shut up, Blaise. No one asked for your opinion," Malfoy snarled at the boy, causing Harry to frown. Were the Slytherins fighting amongst themselves? The boy, Blaise, didn't seem particularly offended by Malfoy's declaration. He just glared at his housemate with despise, a stare that was returned fourfold by Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson. "Too bad I didn't ask for your consent then, Draco," Blaise retorted. Harry looked at the interaction with interest. They hadn't been at the school for more than 3 days, but it seemed he and the Gryffindors weren't the only ones who had found a dislike for the cocky Slytherin boy. Seeing that nothing was to come of the situation, it appeared Malfoy had gotten a little more wary of himself after he had Harry's wand pointed at him. Harry turned his focus back to what had happened in his own twist with Malfoy. That feeling, it had been so cold. The anger that had flowed through him was unlike anything he had ever felt before, yet it felt familiar somehow, as if he had felt it before, in another life. No, what was he thinking? That sounded completely ridiculous, even for a magical world. "Good morning, students." The row between the two Slytherin boys and Harry's trail of thought was interrupted by the arrival of Madame Hooch. Malfoy cast one last glare at Blaise before they were guided over to the broomsticks on the ground by their teacher. The initial instructions were pretty simple, and when they were told to call their brooms off the ground by saying up, Harry noticed that his was one of the few that actually did as it was told. Hermione's did react at all while Seamus was rolling around on the ground. Ron's did get up, but it did so to hit him on the nose, earning a few chuckles from the surrounding Gryffindors. After a while, when everyone had at least triggered a reaction from their brooms, Madame Hooch instructed the students to try and levitate off the ground a little and then land back down again with no trouble. Easier said than done, but Harry found that it really wasn't that hard. In fact, he was doing remarkably good since it was his first time, and the only one who was doing as good as him was to his great dismay, Malfoy. When they were getting close to lunch, Madame Hooch allowed the more advanced students to try and spread their wings while she worked on helping the ones who had trouble. Smiling at Ron, who had gotten slightly better once he got into gear, Harry kicked off from the ground. It was a wonderful feeling. The air that was caressing his hair and sweeping it out of his face, the sensation of being completely free. It just felt awesome. He couldn't describe it in any other way. He felt like he was one with the broomstick. Behind him, Ron was wobbling a bit but managed to stay upright. Aside from the two of them, only 3 students were able to keep control of their broom. Draco Malfoy, Susan Bones, and Blaise Zabini. Malfoy, of course, was flying circles around the poor students who hadn't managed to completely control their broom yet while grinning superiorly. Blaise was just hovering in the air, and Susan was flying over towards her friends in Hufflepuff to see if she could help them get the hang of it. Unfortunately, she was still pretty high up in the air when… wham! With a scream of surprise, mixed in with pain, Susan was rammed by Neville, who had lost control of his broom. The two fell off their brooms in mid-air and fell towards the ground. Harry watched in horror as his friend and classmate was about to hit the ground. Alesto momentum! Came a shout and a bang from Madame Hooch's wand. Somehow, Neville and Susan began slowing their descent, but not enough to stop completely. Seeing as they only had a few seconds to spare, Harry dove towards them and managed to grab Neville's collar, slowing his descent and righting him up enough to land shakily on his feet. Unfortunately, that meant he could not get to Susan in time and she hit the ground with a big bomb. Immediately after being set down, Neville took a deep breath to calm his nerves after the accident before rushing over to Susan. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't figure out how to land the broom and panicked. Then it all went wrong," he shouted, horrified that his lack of skills in the matter had hurt someone other than himself. Susan didn't move her head, but made a weak gesture with her hand as if to say it was not his fault. Harry touched down at the same spot he had sat down Neville only moments before and rushed over to his friend's side. "Out of the way! Out of the way!" Madame Hooch shouted as she made her way through the group of amassing students. Looking over the injured student, the professor quickly made out that she had hit her head pretty badly. She didn't know to what extent the damage was, but Madame Pomfrey should be able to fix it without a problem. "Listen closely. No one is to ride a broom until I am back. Stay on the ground. If you disobey, you will be out of here faster than you can say Quidditch," Madame Hooch declared as she conjured a simple stretcher to carry Susan on without risking to worsen her head. Neville, eager to make up for the damage he had caused, followed as Madame Hooch levitated the stretcher away from the rest of the students. Harry watched them go. Seeing Neville distressed gave him a sinking feeling in his stomach, and seeing a fellow student hurt didn't really make it better. If they had been in the Muggle world, he was pretty sure Susan might have been hurt for life form an accident like that. By now, all students had gathered in one big group and was either whispering to the person standing next to them or looking after the corner where the stretcher had disappeared. "Give it back, Malfoy!" Came an angry shout from somewhere behind Harry's back, and he turned around, along with the rest of the collective first years. Standing by the spot where Susan had crashed, Draco Malfoy was holding his right hand high into the air, keeping a lustrous object just out of the reach of a blonde girl with pigtails. If Harry's memory served him right, she was named Hannah Abbott and had been sorted into Hufflepuff. She had been the first one to be sorted. Malfoy sneered as he took a step forward, his shoulder bumping into Hannah and causing her to lose balance. The Slytherins that stood behind him, excluding Blaise, Harry noted, gave off a mocking laugh. "I don't know what you are talking about. I found this little thing here in the grass. No one said it belongs to anyone," Malfoy sneered. Harry felt himself slowly growing angry again. Hadn't Malfoy done enough damage today already? "It belongs to Susan. She must have lost it when she fell." Hannah tried to reason with him, though it was evident from her face that she was hurt by the way she was treated and didn't hold much hope that Malfoy would listen to her. As he got closer to the two, Harry could make out what looked like a golden locket, attached to a golden chain, resting in Malfoy's clenched fist. His eyes narrowed when he looked at it. It reminded him of the locket he himself was wearing, day and night, that contained a picture of his mother and aunt on his parents' wedding. Lockets were usually kept to hold a very special picture to the person it belonged to. "Give it here, Malfoy," he growled as he walked up to them. Hannah, who was still sitting on the ground, looked up at him with a surprised look as he reached down and helped her to her feet. He gave her a brief smile before he turned back towards Malfoy and glared at him, like he had done earlier that morning. Malfoy seemed to be a little more self-conscious under Harry's gaze than he had been, looking down on the blonde Hufflepuff girl. Apparently, it was a whole different matter to stand up to someone who had been an inch from hexing him that morning than it was to look down on a girl that was almost half a head shorter than him. Sure, Harry couldn't have hexed him because he didn't know any spells to use for it yet, but Malfoy didn't need to know that. While Harry glared at him, Malfoy fought an internal battle. He didn't want to play into Potter's stupid hands and do as he said, but he didn't want to look like a coward in front of his entire year at school either. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place. However, Potter would only be able to hex him if he used his wand, and to use his wand, he needed to have his hands free, and it would also require for Malfoy to be relatively still. Too bad for Potter, he was holding a broomstick. No. I think I'll hide it somewhere that girl won't find it. He sneered before sitting up on his broom and glide into the air. What's the matter, Potter? Scared of heights? He mocked as he soared higher and higher into the sky. Growling at his now official nemesis, Harry sat up on his broom, and before anyone could protest, he shot off after the Slytherin. He heard gasps of surprise as he raced towards Malfoy, who seemed to pale when Harry didn't slow down. When they were only a few meters apart, Malfoy dove to avoid getting caught by Harry. Missing his nemesis, Harry turned around but didn't shot away again. That had been a risky move he had pulled, and it could have ended with another crash. This is your last chance, Malfoy. Give it here or I'll knock you off your broom. Your gorilla friends can't protect you up here, Harry growled. The blonde boy seemed to be thinking along the same lines, because he was increasingly getting paler while Harry was glaring at him. Down below, the rest of the students had taken to watching the two students in the air, despite Hermione's claim that it was rule-breaking and that they should be expelled for disobeying orders. Her claim had earned her glares from her fellow Gryffindors and, surprisingly, most of the Hufflepuffs. Hannah Abbott had her eyes fixed on Harry. She couldn't help but think that even if this was rule-breaking, and she was usually one to be very strict about following the rules, Harry did not deserve any kind of punishment for this. He had stood up for her, and for Susan, and he didn't even know them. Come to think of it, he hadn't spoken to any of them since they started school. If someone deserved punishment, it was Malfoy. Fine then. If this stupid piece of mock jewelry is so important, why don't you catch it? Malfoy cried as he pulled his arm back and sent the locket flying. Harry's eyes widened as he saw the locket sail through the air, away from him. Without a second thought, he shot after it, but he made sure to give Malfoy a shove when he passed him, causing the Slytherin boy to cry out in surprise and lose his balance. He almost fell off his broom, but managed to hang on with his arms. While the non-Slytherins on the ground were either laughing or insulting Malfoy, Harry was driving his broom into a steep dive. Below him, he heard someone scream as he got closer to the ground, but he locked out the sounds to concentrate on his task. It was as if the locket was falling in slow motion. When he was close enough, he reached out with his hand and felt his fingers close around the small golden object before quickly pulling out of his dive, mere inches away from touching the grass. Back with the group of students on the ground, Malfoy had just touched down on the ground, but no one paid him any attention as Harry had just ended his dive. When he had got too close to the ground for comfort, Hannah had screamed in fear, and so had most other girls. The boys hadn't screamed, but at least a few of them had given fearful shouts. When Harry pulled out of his dive with the locket in his hand and steered his broom back towards, the students erupted into cheers, except the Slytherins, of course. Led by Ron, Seamus, and Dean, the group of students came rushing towards where Harry had just touched down on the ground. Mere seconds after he had landed, Harry was engulfed in a circle of first years. He felt slightly awkward as people kept on giving him comments and pats on the back. After a little while, it died down and the group began to give him enough space to breathe, and enough space to notice the stern-looking professor that was standing a few feet away. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall called out in a voice that did not betray any emotions. Harry felt his heart run cold. Madame Hooch had said that they could get expelled if they flew off on their brooms in her absence. He couldn't be expelled. Not yet. No, not ever. He had only been here for 3 days. It wasn't his fault, Professor. came a shout from one of the Hufflepuffs. Yeah. Malfoy stole Susan's locket and Harry tried to get it back, came a shout from Hannah. Professor McGonagall, however, didn't relent, and knowing it was futile to resist his stern head of house, he simply dropped his broom and followed her. When he passed Malfoy, the boy gave him a smug grin, but Harry didn't even pay him any attention. Hermione had been right, he wasn't worth the trouble. Leaving behind the other students, McGonagall led Harry into the castle and through a number of corridors. Harry didn't really know where they were going. His gaze was locked on the ground in front of his feet. These steps might be the last he took here in the castle. He had been looking forward to walking these grounds since he was an infant, and now he had to leave it? The realization hit him like thunder, and he felt like his entire world collapsed around him. He barely registered when Professor McGonagall stopped in front of the defense against the dark arts classroom and went inside, asking for one Mr. Wood. When his teacher returned, Harry looked up to find that his professor had brought with her an older Gryffindor student. Mr. Potter, this is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood, I have found you a new seeker. McGonagall had an undertone of excitement in her voice as she said it, a tone Harry had thought was incapable of making its way into her voice. The other student, Wood, looked gobsmacked as McGonagall told him what she had seen Harry do. When she was done, Wood looked like Christmas had come 4 months early. He immediately set to study Harry's physique, his length, his muscles, and finished by saying they probably should try and get him a real racer broom for maximum effectivity on the Quidditch pitch. About 10 minutes later, a very confused Harry was making his way towards the Great Hall for lunch. He still had trouble to process what had just happened, but it would seem not only had he avoided expulsion, but he had made the Gryffindor Quidditch team in the process. That didn't add up for him in the slightest, especially when he thought about the fact that it was Professor McGonagall who had allowed him to slip away from punishment. This would take time to process fully, but right now he was just happy he hadn't been expelled. Once he reached the doors to the Great Hall, he realized he was still holding Susan's locket tightly clasped in his hand. He should have given it back to Hannah before McGonagall took him away, so he passed the Great Hall and walked until he found an empty corridor, where he pulled out a certain piece of parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he said, and the Marauder's map appeared. Scanning the map, he found the dot with the name Susan Bones in the hospital wing. She was sitting in one of the beds and was surrounded by Neville Longbottom, Hannah Abbott, and Ernie Macmillan. Harry frowned. Could it be that Susan hadn't woken up yet? She hadn't been unconscious when he had seen her, but she had hit her head. It was possible she had lost consciousness or been put to sleep by the nurse. In any case, he could still leave it at her bedside table or give it to Hannah to hold for her. With that thought in mind, he erased the Marauder's map and made his way to the hospital wing. He stopped outside and took a deep breath, wondering what kind of reaction he would get from them. Well, he wouldn't find out unless he went inside, so he opened the doors and stepped inside. He spotted group he was looking for in one of the beds furthest away from the door. It would appear that Susan was awake, because her friends were talking to her. And then she just took Harry and walked off. She didn't even reprimand Malfoy for taking your locket. Hannah finished, obviously upset about what she had been saying. Harry slowed his steps. Were they talking about him? If Harry gets expulsed for that, I will feel so bad. Why did he even bother? It's not like we're friends or anything, Susan said. The 3 Hufflepuffs turned to Neville, who was also sitting beside Susan's bed. He twisted slightly under their gazes, and Harry decided to spare his friend from answering. Do you always need a reason to be nice? He asked as he stepped up to them. Apparently, they had been so focused on themselves that they hadn't noticed when he had entered. Neville looked grateful that the talking had been taken from his hands while Hannah, Ernie, and Susan jumped in their seats in bed, in case of the latter. What are you doing here, Harry? Hannah asked as she got up from her seat. Harry just smiled at the blonde girl and went over to Susan's bedside. When he held out his hand, Susan seemed to get what he was doing and held out her own just underneath. I think this belongs to you. I would have given it to you earlier, but I didn't realize I still had it in my hand when McGonagall dragged me off, he said as he dropped the locket in her hand. Susan took the locket in her hand and looked it over. There was not a scratch on it. For a moment, she just sat there looking at it. before she retracted her arm and held the locket close to her heart and closed her eyes. Harry smiled at her while Hannah watched the interaction with interest. Neville just looked confused and unsure if he really should be there, while Ernie looked at Harry with a respectful look in his eyes. "Thank you," Susan said at last and opened her eyes to meet Harry's gaze with a grateful smile. Harry returned the smile and slowly reached inside his own robes, reaching for the chain that was resting around his neck to pull out and show his own locket. The eyes of the other 4 occupants of the wing shot wide at the sight of the similar object, though this one was in some cheaper material that looked like fake silver. "I know how important one of these can be. They hold a piece of those most precious to us, right?" he said with a sheepish grin before stuffing his own locket back inside his shirt. For a moment, Susan just stared at Harry's neck where his locket had disappeared, before she shook herself out of it and looked down. "It contains a picture of my entire family. It was taken shortly before the end of the war, when my parents were still alive. They're dead now," she said in a quiet, trembling voice. Feeling for his classmate, Harry sat down. She was a victim of the war just like him. They were alike. "I know how it feels. My parents died too." It took a moment for anyone to respond, but when Susan finally gave off a sound, it was one no one had expected. She giggled. The other 4 stared at her as if she had lost her mind. Harry felt confused. What was so funny? "Sorry. It's just that pretty much every single wizard and witch of today know that you lost your parents in the last war, Harry," she said in an apologizing way. Reminded of his fame and that his family history was written down as a children's tale and in history books all over the world, Harry groaned while Neville, Ernie, and Hannah giggled at the exchange. At least the serious mood had lifted from the group. While she was giggling at Harry's expense, she couldn't help but think about what had just happened. She and Susan had quickly become good friends, but when she had asked what was inside the locket, Susan had simply said that it wasn't her business and pleaded for them to change subject. What was inside that locket was very personal for Susan and a very touchy subject. Yet she had told Harry without him even asking. Perhaps it was because Harry could relate to her better since he too had lost his parents. After all, Hannah couldn't even imagine what it would be like to grow up without her own parents, so how could she try to understand how Susan felt about it? When Harry returned to the common room that evening, he was immediately caught by the twins, Fred and George, who congratulated him on making the Quidditch team. Next was the team's chaser, Angelina Johnson, who wanted pretty much the same thing. Soon, they were joined by Angelina's best friend, Alicia Spinnet, who also was on the team. Just before Harry left the team to their own plans, Wood joined them and told them that he had decided that Katie Bell, a second-year girl, had been chosen to fill the remaining gap in their chaser chain. The girl in question blushed and waved at her new teammates. Feeling relieved that there was someone on the team that was at least just 1 year older than him, Harry enthusiastically greeted the girl, who smiled at him. Once the team introductions were done, Wood stated they would have their first training the next Tuesday and the team split up. Well, Angelina and Alicia joined Fred and George in a game of Exploding Snap, but Wood went off to plan out their training schedule and Katie went back to her friends. Harry found Ron and Neville sitting by the fire, playing another game of wizarding chess. He took one look at the board. Neville only had 3 pieces left, out of which one was the king, and then stretched out and tried to stifle a yawn. Claiming he wanted to get to bed early after an exhausting day, he excused himself and went upstairs. He really did plan on going to bed early, but there was something else he wanted to do first. Sitting down on his bed, he reached inside his robes and pulled out Ginny's letter. "Dear Harry, thank you for the sweets. I had to hide them under my bed or Mom would probably have confiscated them on sight. But that's all right. I haven't eaten it all yet, though I just had to open one of the chocolate frog packs to see what card I would get. Turns out I'm stuck with another Morgana. I already got 3 of her, but I'll just keep my fingers crossed that I get something better next time. You will never guess what will happen over Christmas. Me and my parents are going to visit Charlie in Romania. I have never been to Romania, so it will be awesome. I was hoping I could get Mom to allow you to come over, but she said you can come over summer at least. I really look forward to that. Things have so far been pretty good here, actually. Mom have even promised to allow me to try out some cleaning spells if I behave like a good girl and listen to her when she babbles on about who knows what. The point is that I will get to learn something. How are things at Hogwarts? Have my brothers been behaving nicely? I doubt it, but it can't hurt to hope. Can it? I hope you are doing all right, despite my brothers. You have to tell me everything that have happened since you got there. Please write soon. Your friend, Ginny. Harry smiled as he put away Ginny's letter. It would appear she was doing all right, but still it had only been 3 days. He idly wondered how long it would take for the magical menagerie to send the catalog, but decided there wasn't much he could do to make it faster. With that thought in mind and thinking about all the things he could write to Ginny the next day, Harry got out of bed and changed into his pajamas, before slipping back into bed and under the covers and drifting off to a very peaceful sleep. When Harry awoke on Saturday morning after his first week at his new school, he felt like the last week had been more exciting than his entire life up until that point. So much had happened that he had been worried that when he sent his very long answer to Ginny the day before, Hedwig wouldn't be able to carry it all. She had huffed when he had impied it and taken off in hurry to prove herself as a worthy owl. Harry had plans for today. He had received his catalog from the magical menagerie the day before but been more eager to answer Ginny's letter and finish his potions assignment. Today, however, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. Ron would spend the day doing his homework as he had refused to do it when Harry had done his. Dean and Seamus would probably do theirs as well, and Neville had a herbology assignment he had saved for the weekend in order to really show what he could do, so Harry would have all day for himself. Yawning as he stretched out in his full length, he grabbed a towel and made sure to take a shower before he headed down for breakfast. As usual, he was a little early compared to Ron, who liked to sleep in, and Dean and Seamus wasn't any better. With no other boys his age down yet, Harry sat by himself and hummed slightly as he loaded his plate with bacon and fried eggs. He had brought his catalog with him and was planning on going outside to read it. It was a beautiful day and he was hoping to find a secluded spot where he could think for himself, devoid of anyone else's opinions. As he was finished with his meal, an owl landed in front of him. Frowning at who would send him a letter, he detached the small piece of parchment and read it. It was written in a rather sloppy handwriting. Harry, why don't you come down to my hut down at the grounds for a little talk today? Rubeus Hagrid. Harry frowned in surprise. Rubeus Hagrid. Wasn't that the keeper of keys for Hogwarts? The large man who had guided the first years over the Black Lake in boats? What could he possibly want him? Then again, who was he to refuse to talk to him? He had the entire day to pick out a pet for Ginny. He could spare an hour for visiting Hagrid. With a new destination in mind, Harry got up and exited the Great Hall. He had learnt the more central parts of the castle fairly good now, after getting the Marauder's map from Severus. He could now find his way down to the Great Hall without the map, and he knew how to get to most of his classrooms fairly easy. Ron still had trouble finding his way anywhere except to lunch and dinner without Harry's help. Well, most of the first years still had trouble, and Harry hadn't told anyone about the Marauder's map yet. He was thinking about sharing it with Fred and George since Severus had taken it from them originally, but he wasn't sure yet. So much had happened since he first set foot here at Hogwarts, and he had a hard time believing it had only been 1 week since he first got here. It seemed something new happened every day, and that filled him with excitement. Feeling that same excitement bubble in his chest as he went to visit Hogwarts Keykeeper for the first time, Harry stepped through the castle gates with a smile on his face. Chapter 8. Hermione's Shell. Harry felt the early fall sun caress his face as he made his way towards the little hut on the school grounds, just outside of the Forbidden Forest. For an autumn morning, it was unusually warm, and he couldn't help but gasp at the scene in front of him. The sun was just rising over the forest, casting a magnificent glow over the grounds. The sky was almost clear, and the quiet and peaceful aura that rested over the grounds made Harry feel at ease. It had been an intense week with a lot of new things. Exciting, of course, but intense. Walking down towards the hut, Harry couldn't help but wonder about what Hagrid could possibly want to talk to him about. He had only met the man once, and though he had seemed friendly enough, they really hadn't talked to each other yet. Well, only one way to find out, he thought as he knocked on the door of the small hut. The door swung open, revealing the large man standing in a pink apron.
Ah, Harry.
Nice to see you again.
Come in.
Hagrid smiled as he stepped aside to let the young boy into his house. Harry stepped inside, still trying not to laugh at the sight of the large, hard-looking man in the pink apron. It just didn't seem to fit in with the rest of his wardrobe, but somehow seeing that put him at ease. Anyone who could wear a pink apron and not regard it as embarrassing probably didn't mean any harm. The hut was larger inside than it looked like from the outside. There was only one room inside that contained everything from a bed to a very large table. In one corner, a large dog was sleeping with its head on its front paws. Upon invitation from Hagrid, Harry sat down by the table while Hagrid went over to a tea kettle that was hanging over a fire. "Want some tea, Harry?" he asked as he removed the kettle and brought it over to pour himself a very large cup of tea, the size of which Harry would call a bucket rather than a cup. Despite that he had just had breakfast and didn't really feel like drinking or eating anything, Harry accepted the cup that was offered and to a zip. It wasn't too bad, but it was still a little hot seeing as it came directly from within the flames of Hagrid's fireplace, so he decided to put it down to let it cool off. When Hagrid had put down the kettle and taken off his apron, he sat down opposite to Harry and offered him a smile through his beard. "Merlin, I haven't seen you up close since you were a baby, Harry, but you sure have grown. You look a lot like your father," he said to try and start up a conversation. "Except the eyes, of course. You got your mother's eyes," he added when he got a closer look up close. At the mention of his parents, Harry felt something turn in his chest, and suddenly, this meeting had a whole new meaning for him. "You knew my parents?" he asked with a shocked expression on his face. Hagrid laughed at the face Harry made. Harry felt his cheeks redden slightly at his own reaction, but didn't say anything. It didn't take long for Hagrid to calm down, and he offered Harry a kind smile. "Did I know him? I sure did. From school and onwards. They were among the most gifted students of their time here at Hogwarts." Hagrid went on to explain how Harry's father was the worst troublemaker Hogwarts had ever seen, and went on to state that even the Weasley twins would pale in comparison. Harry was mesmerized to hear about his parents and listened intently, asking questions whenever he had any. Hagrid told him about his father's many pranks and how he got to know him, how many times he had to chase away James Potter from the Forbidden Forest, and how James had constantly tried to get the attention of one certain Lily Evans. He was also told about his mother, the brightest witch of her age. Her many accomplishments while still in school had Harry wide-eyed, and suddenly he felt like he had a lot to live up to. Hagrid just laughed when he stated he would need to step up his studying and reminded him that his father, while gifted unlike anyone his age, had been the exact opposite of his mother, always ending up in detention. He told Harry how his mother had kept James at arm's length for 6 years before she finally gave in and admitted that he wasn't half bad, and the two began dating. The two were so caught up in their discussion that time just flew by, and before they knew it, it was lunchtime. Harry was shocked to find that he had spent no less than 4 hours talking to Hagrid, thanking him sincerely for the tea and the good time and all the memories of his parents. Harry bid Hagrid goodbye and made his way back up to the castle with a promise that they should have another talk like this sometime. When he entered the Great Hall, Harry immediately spotted Ron, Dean and Seamus sitting by the Gryffindor table, looking as if someone had died. He chuckled for himself, pretty sure what their mood was about, and made his way over. As soon as he was within range, even Ron abandoned his food and turned to him with a pleading look. "I can't take this anymore. Please, Harry, I'm begging you. Let me check your notes for the potions essay," he pleaded. Harry took a step back and held up his hands, as to indicate that he was putting up a wall between them. "Oh no, I don't think so. I asked if you wanted to do it with me during the week, but you thought it was more fun to pound Neville in wizarding chess. You got only yourself to blame." Ron looked like a caged animal, desperate to find its way out of his cage. He looked around for anyone who could possibly help him with his homework, and his face shone up when he spotted a brown, bushy-haired witch enter the hall. He quickly stood up and made his way over towards Hermione. "Oh boy, this is going to get ugly," Harry thought with dread. Hermione looked wary when she spotted Ron making his way towards her, and she had a right to. Ron came to a stop in front of her and quickly blurted out, "Please let me copy your notes for the potions essay," Ron pleaded, before he stopped dead in his tracks, and a look of horror overcame his face as he realized what he had just said. Seeing that Hermione's face was turning red, Harry decided he did not want to be part of this and quickly made his way over to where Dean and Seamus was sitting just as he heard Hermione's upset and irritated voice start to reprimand Ron for his irresponsibility. "How are you doing, guys? he asked as he sat down with his friends. Both Dean and Seamus looked up at him with a pained look. That was all he needed to know. They weren't faring much better than Ron. Or well, at least they were still sane enough not to ask Hermione to outright copy her notes. I just don't get how you can already be done with this stuff, Dean said, hoping to get some trick out of Harry for getting his homework done. Harry just grinned at his friends. Well, I did it during the week while you guys were playing wizarding chess with Ron. That's how, he said with a smirk on his face. Seamus groaned at being reminded of the chess rounds they had taken, trying to beat Ron. Harry just smirked at his friend and began loading his plate. Ron rejoined them a little while later, red in the face from his argument with Hermione, and Harry had a feeling the bushy-haired girl would spend a lot of time in the library today. That was where Hermione seemed to go whenever she felt any stronger emotions. If she felt happy, she went to the library. If she felt confused or frustrated about something, she went to the library. And if she felt angry about something, she went to the library. He had joined her there once during the week to see what she was doing, but she was mostly studying. It was as if she had locked herself away and only cared for schoolwork. Harry thought that was a pity, because he was sure she could become a great friend if she just opened up a little. Then again, he thought pretty much anyone would be a great friend, as long as their surnames didn't start with Mal and end with Foy. Lunch was soon finished and Ron, Dean and Seamus stalked back towards the common room to try and finish their homework. Harry waited by the table for a moment, thinking over what he could do with the rest of the day. He could of course go outside and find a secluded spot as he had originally planned, but on second thought, perhaps he should drop by the library to see if he could get Hermione to open up a little. She couldn't possibly have homework to do, as Harry was finished with his and Hermione always did her homework at first possible occasion. Then again, perhaps Hermione could help him to pick out a pet for Ginny? She was a girl after all, and Harry wasn't sure what girls really liked. And Hermione wouldn't go talking about it with someone else, so he wouldn't risk that it would reach Ron's ears. Deciding it was a good idea, Harry stood up and headed towards the library. He had visited the library a few times during the past week and felt pretty sure about how to get there by now, and sure enough, 10 minutes and only one wrong turn later he stood in front of the wooden doors. As soon as he entered the library, he felt the peaceful atmosphere engulf him. Perhaps Hermione wasn't completely mental for spending time here, though he still thought she could probably do with a few more hours outside of the library. He immediately took to searching through the rows of books, and it didn't take him long to spot the bushy-haired witch, sitting by herself in a corner, surrounded by a mountain of books. "Hermione?" Harry asked as he made his way over to her. The girl seemed to jump at being spoken to and looked up from what she was reading with a frantic look. Seeing the worried expression on her face, Harry frowned. Had he done something wrong? "What do you want, Harry?" she asked with an undertone of uneasiness in her voice. "I just thought you might be able to help me with something," he said as he came to a stop in front of the desk she was sitting by. At this, Hermione's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Harry frowned once more, as he once again wondered if he had done anything that could have upset her. "If you want me to do your homework, then don't bother asking because I won't do it," she hissed in an annoyed voice. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was she still upset about that? Without thinking, he moved away some of the books on her table and sat down, ignoring the look she gave him. It would appear she did not appreciate that he had moved her precious books. "Don't worry. I've been done with my homework since Thursday." Seeing Hermione's confused look, he tried to give her a reassuring smile, but instead of calming her down, he had the opposite effect. Without warning, Hermione's face took on a fierce look, like a wild animal backed into a corner, and she hastily stood up. "Then why are you talking to me? Nobody talks to me, unless they want me to do their homework," she shrieked with a hurt voice. Before he could say anything to try and understand what she was talking about, Hermione had grabbed the books that was her own and run off. Confused like never before, Harry stood up and hurried after her. What had he done wrong? When he reached the exit, he stopped for a second to consider which way Hermione could have taken. After deciding to find a secluded spot to look for her at the Marauder's map, Harry took off to the right, while trying to figure out why she had become so upset. That look in her eyes. He was sure he had seen it somewhere before on someone else. And what she had said, "Nobody talks to me, unless they want me to do their homework." Harry kept pondering this until he found an empty classroom, which he entered. He was just about to pull out the map when the window caught his eye. The room was shadowed so he could see his own reflection clearly. And then it hit him. That look in her eyes. He had seen it in his reflection when he was younger. When he was still going to primary school, no one had ever talked to him, unless they wanted to tease him or get him to do something for them. The look in Hermione's eyes had been the same sense of loneliness and distrust. Yeah, that would make sense, Harry thought. Hermione was a Muggle-born. She had gone to primary school just like him. And if she was as studious and cold as she had been this far at Hogwarts back then it wouldn't surprise him if she didn't have many friends. Could that be it? Thinking he better talk to her before jumping to conclusions, Harry pulled out the Marauder's map to check for Hermione's dot. He found her sitting under an oak tree that was situated on the school grounds. He waited a moment to see if she would move again, but it would seem she had settled down, so he put away the map and left the classroom. 10 minutes later, Harry found Hermione's little spot. She was leaning against the trunk of the oak tree, reading a book on charms. She seemed calm enough, but the wet marks on her cheeks suggested she had been crying, strengthening Harry's belief that she felt lonely and distrusted her peers because of something that had happened in primary school. Hermione! Upon hearing her name being called, Hermione flinched, and when she saw Harry standing there, watching her, she immediately moved to put away her book and make another run for it. But before she could stand up, Harry HD moved over and grabbed her by the arm. Hermione, please, I just want to talk, he said, trying to reassure her that he meant no harm. The girl struggled for a second to get free of his grip, but gave up without much of a fight. When he was sure she wouldn't make a run for it, Harry let go of her arm. After a few intense moments, Hermione looked up at Harry with a guarded look in her eyes. How did you find me? Harry sighed with relief that she hadn't run away again and sat down beside her. How I found you is not important. But tell me, Hermione, did you have any friends before you came here to Hogwarts? Upon hearing his question, Hermione seemingly tensed up and immediately looked away, in a poorly hidden attempt to avoid meeting Harry's gaze. But Harry kept his eyes stubbornly fixed on her, and after a few seconds she answered. What are you talking about? I had lots of friends, she said, but her voice was trembling. Feeling for the poor girl, Harry reached out with one hand and put it comfortingly on her shoulder. Hermione flinched at the contact and was so surprised that she turned to face him in shock. Her eyes were thick with moisture. She was close to tears. Harry took a moment to consider his words. This was a very sore subject, and if he didn't tread carefully, he could cause Hermione to completely break down. Well, that's brilliant. I wish I had luck like that, he said, causing Hermione's tearful expression to mix in with confusion, but Harry tried to engore her. While I was in primary school, I never had any real friends. The only time when people spoke to me was when they were teasing me or wanted me to do something for them. He cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, whose shocked expression told him that his words were reaching her. Harry felt like he wanted to say more, but something held him back now. Something told him that if this was to go the way he wanted it to, he would need to let Hermione push the subject from here. He didn't want to force it upon her. Well, at least not more than he already had. Then how come you got so many friends now? Hermione whispered. Her voice was still trembling, as if she was afraid that Harry would begin laughing at her for asking. But at the same time, Harry could make out a small hint of curiosity below her trembles. She wanted to know how he had made friends. She wanted to know why they had become so different, despite having what appeared to be similar backgrounds. Well, I think it started the day I went to Diagon Alley. Uncle Sev had just told me I was famous, and anyone we met just wanted me to shake their hand because of it. Harry began thinking back to that day. I admit I was starting to feel like I would never find someone who would just like me for who I was. But then I met someone who did. Someone who became my friend because of who I am, not because I could do their homework or because I am mentioned in the rise and fall of the dark arts. Here, Harry made a pause to see if Hermione was still with him. He was pleased to see that the brown-haired girl was giving him her undivided attention. Her name was Ginny Weasley. She was a little shocked upon learning my full name, but she didn't seem to let it get to her. We became friends and have been corresponding ever since. I met her again at Platform 9 March 4th when she accompanied her family to see off her brothers, and she was still just happy to see me, not to see the Harry Potter. After I got to know her, I realized that there was a lot more to her than I first thought, and that had me thinking. Once more, Harry paused to allow Hermione to process all he had said. The tears that had formed in her eyes no longer threatened to spill over, and she wasn't trembling as much. Her mind seemed to be working in overdrive to process all that he had said so far. I couldn't really expect people to like me for who I was, because I never showed them who I really was. So when I came to Hogwarts, I began trying to just be myself, not some celebrity or someone you ask for homework. At this, Hermione flinched. At the mention of someone you ask for homework, she finally put together that Harry had seen right through her. Took her long enough, Harry thought. Well, at least he could go straight to the point now. If you want someone to be a real friend to you, then you will need to let go of your fear of failure. Some people will not like you for who you are, but not all of us are like that. Look at me. Do I look like I am sitting here because I want you to do some homework for me that I don't even have? Hermione bit her lower lip as she looked Harry over. He hadn't brought any school books with him, and so far, he hadn't even asked for her help in schoolwork specifically. And out of all her classmates, Harry had so far proven to be the most knowledgeable besides herself. She had even seen him reading through his books in the common room while his friends played chess and he was waiting for his turn. If someone in their class wouldn't need her help, it would be him. Was I that obvious? She whispered as her cheeks heated up a little with embarrassment as she thought about how easy he had seen through her. Nah, I wouldn't say obvious. I had no idea this was why you were so distant towards the rest of us until your outburst in the library, and even then, it was just because I recognized the look in your eyes from my own reflection. He said with a cheeky grin as he scratched the back of his head. Hermione tried to dry her tears from her eyes with her sleeve and looked at Harry, who was just sitting beside her. He seemed so carefree. It was hard to believe he would have had no friends before he came to Hogwarts. It just didn't add up in her mind. But perhaps that was what made it so intriguing? Somewhere deep inside her, a sparkle of hope had been ignited by Harry's speech. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps she really could have friends? Harry? She asked, suddenly a little nervous about what she was about to ask. How do you know when you meet a real friend? She asked, feeling her cheeks redden in embarrassment. Harry blinked at her in surprise, but then his face took on a thoughtful look. How did he know who was a real friend? Well, to be honest, he wasn't sure if all the ones he currently called friend was real friends, just that so far, they hadn't done anything to imply something else. I don't think that is something you can know before you get to know them. I guess you will pick up on it after a while. But you can't make any friends unless you try, so you got to start somewhere. Right? He said, hoping it explained what he was feeling. Apparently, it did because Hermione nodded her head in thought. Harry did seem honest when he said he didn't want to talk to her about homework. But he had said himself that he had not known why she was so distant before her outburst in the library, so what had he wanted to talk about back then? Sue, what was it you wanted my help for back in the library? She asked. Harry looked at her with a raised eyebrow for a second before his face lit up and he held up what looked like a product catalog from the magical menagerie. I was going to ask for your opinion on this, he said. Now it was Hermione's turn to raise an eyebrow. What was he getting at? When he saw her confused look, he grinned cheekily and set to explain his situation. You see, Ginny is all alone at home now that Ron have started Hogwarts, and I was thinking of giving her a pet, so she have someone to play with, but I'm not sure what she would like. I'm not really into what girls like and dislike, so I thought you could help me out, he said. Hermione blinked in surprise that Harry would come to her for something like this. That definitely didn't add up in her mind. Then again, right now nothing about Harry added up in her mind at the moment. Ginny is Ron's little sister? Then why don't you ask him? Or any of their brothers? She asked, suspicion sneaking its way into her voice. She didn't mean for it to, it just did. After all these years, it was hard for her to trust other people her age. Yeah, that might have been an alternative, but I don't feel like asking Percy because he might send Hermes, his owl, to warn their mother, who would never accept charity like that. The twins is out of the picture because I wouldn't be able to stand the teasing they would give me for it, and Ron. Well, for some reason we always end up arguing with each other whenever it comes to Ginny. Harry said as a way of explanation. Hermione seemed to buy it, though she kept on looking at him with a studying gaze, as if trying to find any sign of dishonesty. When she was satisfied that he hadn't shown any, she offered him a smile. "Well, I'm not much more of a girly girl than Professor McGonagall, but I'll try," she said. Harry, glad that she seemed to at least try to open up a little, smiled back and moved closer so the catalog could rest between them. The two began to scroll through the pages, stopping occasionally to discuss pros and cons with a certain animal and what Ginny probably would think about that as a pet. Harry felt that the longer they talked, the more Hermione seemed to open up. She was still a little vague with her opinion on things, but at least it was a start. Meanwhile, Hermione cast a glance at Harry now and then when he was leaned forward to get a closer look at a certain pet. He appeared to genuinely care for Ginny and also seemed to hold her own opinion in high regard, as whenever she said something, he leant back to think about it and then would say what he thought about what she had said. The hope that had been ignited in Hermione's chest grew the longer they talked. For the first time since she was a child, Hermione Granger felt like maybe she really could find real friends. While Harry and Hermione was sitting outside in the afternoon sun, looking for a pet that would fit Harry's best friend, Severus Snape was hurrying through the corridors of the castle towards the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. As soon as they had set up the protections for the Philosopher's Stone, Severus had made sure to set up yet another protection in secret. Without even Albus' knowledge, he had rigged a magical alarm system to go off in his office if someone tried to sneak into the corridor. And what do you know? It just went off. There was of course a chance that it was Hagrid who had come to feed that damn dog. But somehow Severus thought that was not the case. There was one other person he had seen sneaking around that door, and that was coincidentally the person he had found to behave mostly out of character for all of his colleagues. Quirinus Quirrell. The man had taught Muggle studies before he had gone off to see the world, as he put it, but back then, he had been a confident young man. Now, he was stuttering every second word, and he was also always wearing that turban of his, something he hadn't done before he went on his journey. Turning around a corner, Severus spotted the man in question, standing by the door that led into the corridor in question. "Quirrell!" he shouted as he slowed down to stand a few feet away. Quirrell jumped high in the air and landed on his butt. It actually looked really comical. A little too comical. The nerve-wreck of a professor looked up with a frightened expression at the man who had shouted at him and began pushing his hands together in a nervous gesture. "SS Severus. WW what B brings us YU to T this PP part of the sea castle." Quirrell stuttered. That stuttering. It was driving Severus crazy, and he had only had to deal with it for a week now. Already irritated at the stuttering, Severus refrained from answering and simply reached out with his legitimacy to try and see what Quirrell's intentions was and found nothing. Somehow, he didn't find anything when he tried searching Quirrell's mind. It was as if the stuttering professor didn't have a mind, or maybe just didn't have anything stored in it. But that certainly didn't add up. The man he had known a few years ago hadn't been brain dead. Quite the opposite, in fact. Could this be some kind of occlumency shield then? But he had never seen anything like this before. An occlumency shield usually focused around building a barrier around your thoughts and memories so that the intruder would be met with resistance when he tried to enter their mind. "I was just walking by and got curious as to what you were up to," Severus replied slowly, studying his colleague for any sign or out-of-place reaction. "MME? I just thought ISH should C-check on the SS Stone. And no one has C-checked on it since it got P-placed there after all." Severus narrowed his eyes. Sure, Quirrell had become a nervous wreck, but he couldn't seriously believe that the line of protection that had been placed by himself, Severus, Hagrid, Sinistra, McGonagall, Vector, Sprout, Flitwick, Kettleburn, and Albus himself would be broken so easily. And without anyone noticing on top of that, there must be a hidden motive here. "You're lying," he stated as he stared down Quirrell. The man in question covered under his intense gaze. "And no ISS swear. I just WW wanted to make sure it was all right," he stuttered out. Severus was just about to retort when another person joined their little conversation. "What's going on here?" came the voice of Albus Dumbledore just as the famous wizard turned around the corner Severus had come from. As the impressive form of Dumbledore closed in on them, Quirrell finally found the courage to stumble to his feet. As Dumbledore stopped in front of them, Quirrell seemed to try and stand in attention, causing Severus to further suspect that something was going on here.
Master.
IIJJ just thought I should see-check on TTS stone I in CC cases as something H had H happened to TT the D defenses. Quirrell said in a high-pitched voice. Albus raised an eyebrow, scarcely similar to how Severus had done it just a few moments ago. I can assure you, my dear Quirinus, that the stone is perfectly safe as long as the defenses remain untouched, Albus said as he studied his defense against the dark arts teacher. When none of his teachers said anything, he continued. If that was all, I would like a word with you, Severus. Please come join me in my office. And with that, he was on his way again. Severus looked after him, before casting Quirrell one last intense look, and then followed the headmaster. The two old friends walked in silence before they reached the gargoyle statue, to which Albus gave the password and began climbing the stairs. As soon as they were inside the office, however, Severus fixed Albus with a questioning but hard glare. You know something is up. He's been strange ever since he got back from Albania, he exclaimed when Albus turned to face him. His old friend studied him for a moment before he gave answer to Severus' question. Something is up with Quirinus. He was fine when he went to Albania and strange when he got back. Coincidentally, Albania is the country where Lord Voldemort was last spotted, he said, calm as always. It took a moment for Severus to process what it was Albus was implying, but when he did, he felt his blood run cold at the thought that hit him. At the same time, it also filled him with a mix of fear, anger, and shock. Are you suggesting that Quirrell is ensnared by Voldemort? Severus almost shouted, feeling his blood run cold at the thought of his former master. Dumbledore held up a hand to try and calm him down and, regardless of how angry Severus got at the thought that Dumbledore would be willing to knowingly let any man who could possibly be an assailant of Lord Voldemort anywhere near the students, Severus did shut his mouth. I am saying that it is too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. While I am not sure he have been ensnared, as you describe it, I believe that Voldemort is somehow connected to the change that have occurred in Quirinus since 2 years ago. This got Severus thinking. If Quirrell had been in contact with Voldemort, then there was a chance that he had somehow become manipulated by the Dark Lord, and if that was the case, that would explain the strange emptiness in his mind. But an emptiness like that would only occur if he is possessed, Severus said out loud. Dumbledore looked up at his exclamation with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What makes you think that? When I tried to penetrate his mind, I couldn't find any conscious thought or memory in his mind. It was almost as if he was dead. It didn't make sense to me back then, but if he is possessed, then it would, because then I would have been looking in the wrong mind. He explained his theory. Hearing what his potions master had in mind and contemplating the likelihood that it was true, Albus had to admit that it didn't sound too far-fetched. For now, he would let it slide that Severus had tried to invade the mind of one of his professors. Because even though all of them were skilled in magic and had at least basic knowledge of occlumency, none of them could measure up to Severus, especially not in a fight between minds. To be honest, Severus could probably give even himself a run from his money when it came to legitimacy. That is a most interesting theory, Severus, and I have to admit that it does make a lot of sense. Seeing that Albus seemed to accept his trail of thought, Severus was quick to put forth his next thought. If that is the case, then we need to get rid of him and quick. We cannot allow someone who have any kind of connection to Voldemort to be near the students, he said, his voice rising as he thought about Harry. Voldemort, no matter what state he was in, would still be Voldemort, and as long as he hadn't lost his memories, Harry would have one big target mark on him because of the prophecy.
C'est vrai.
If that is the case, then we have all the reasons to keep him close, Dumbledore said as he sat down behind his desk. Severus couldn't believe his ears, shocked that Dumbledore would willingly let that abomination be near the students, least of all Harry. He walked up to the desk and leant forward so his palms rested on the desk. What do you mean? We can't knowingly put the students in danger like that. Dumbledore once again held up a hand to silence his old friend. Why did he even shut up just because he raised his hand? It was just stupid. If Voldemort really is possessing Quirinus, then we would be better off to keep him as close as possible. If we send him away, there is no telling what he might do, But if we can keep him here, then we will be able to keep an eye on him. Thinking about what he had just been told, Severus stood back again. It did make sense in a way, but still, to allow the most dangerous dark wizard of all times to stay in a school, let alone allow his puppet teach the students. That's a dangerous game you're playing, Dumbledore, he said with a hard gaze fixed on the headmaster. Albus tensed, hearing that Severus had used his surname. He hadn't done that since the end of the war, and even then he only did it when they were in a really serious situation or discussing an incredibly serious matter. Just hearing him use the name again caused Albus to think twice about his decision, and, thinking twice, it really was a gamble, especially with Harry present at Hogwarts. Who knew what Voldemort would do if he got alone with Harry? Hopefully, he still wasn't strong enough to kill him, but just the thought of them facing each other again so soon sent shivers down his spine. Then again, if he was sent away, chances were he would look for another way to become strong again and succeed. I know. We will need to keep a very close eye on him, he stated firmly. Then what about that one? Hermione said as she pointed at a small cat-like creature in the catalogue. Harry leant forward to read what the catalogue said about the creature in question. Unnamed. 3 months old, part Kneazle. Male. Playful and likes to chew on the customer's shoelaces. We have also found that he appears unusually intelligent, as we have found him constantly finding new ways to break into the shop's cookie jar, no matter where we hide it. The part Kneazle looked like a small, black kitten. The kitten was playing with a ball of yarn absent-mindedly while its big, green eyes looked around and seemed to take in all of its surroundings, even those outside of the photo. It seemed to be nice enough, and it was a good thing that it was playful, as that probably would mean that it would be more than willing to play with Ginny. And the fact that it was yet to be named also sounded good to Harry, as that meant Ginny would get to name it herself. Yeah, actually that one does seem good, but I was originally thinking about giving her an owl, because they are more handy to have, Harry admitted. Hermione nodded her head in thought. Well, I can understand what you are saying, but you already got Hedwig to send messages between you two, no need for another one. And I have noticed that it is always the same owl that leaves mail to Ron, Fred and George, so I asked Percy about it and he said they got a family owl. And of course, Percy has his own owl Hermes, which he told me about when I asked him about the family owl. On top of that, I have read about Kneazles and they can be quite handy pets. They are believed to have a natural ability to know who is trustworthy and who is not. Harry frowned as that was a lot to take in, but in the end only parts of what she said actually stuck with him. That the Weasleys had a family owl, that Hedwig already did all the letter carrying between him and Ginny, and that Kneazles could be handy pets. That was all he needed to know. Well, I think you may be right about that. I guess we won't find any better. I'll go with it. What's its number? He asked as he accepted the parchment and quill Hermione gave him. Harry wrote a quick note about where he wanted the little pet to be delivered while Hermione searched the register for the product number, if you could call it that, for the little part Kneazle cat they had decided on. When they were done, he asked Hermione for another piece of parchment so he could write a quick note for Ginny to be delivered along with the part Kneazle, so she wouldn't become confused about who sent it or think it had been delivered to the wrong person. Hermione happily supplied him with what he asked for, and soon enough, the two were on their way towards the Ollery, as Hedwig was at the burrow at the moment. I've never actually been to this part of the castle before, Hermione said as she surveyed the large tower where all the school owls had their nest. Opening the door to the tower and stepping aside to let Hermione in, Harry thought about it for a moment. Perhaps you should start right to your parents and give them weekly updates about what you're up to here? I'm sure they would be happy to know how you were doing. And it would give you something to do when you are done with all the homework for the week, Harry suggested as he called down a large barn owl from its perch. Hermione seemed to think about it seriously while Harry attached the 2 letters and gave the owl clear instructions on what to do. When the owl nodded its head in understanding, Harry went over to the window and threw it out. You know, I might just do that. Thanks for the idea, Harry, she said happily, as the 2 of them made their way down for dinner. Dinner had been a somber event. Ron kept shooting Harry angry looks, which according to Neville was because he felt betrayed that Harry wouldn't let him copy his notes. Hermione looked like she wanted to remark on that, but a shake of the head from Harry got her to keep her mouth shut. After dinner, Harry, Hermione, Neville and Ron was about to head back to the Gryffindor Tower when they were, once again, confronted by Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Hey there, Scarface. Malfoy spat as he, Crabbe and Goyle blocked the path towards the stairs. Ron scowled at Malfoy's new nickname for Harry. They seemed to become less and less attractive. What is it now, Blondie? Harry retorted in a tired voice. Malfoy growled slightly at Harry's nickname, but shook his head to let it slide for now. Instead, his face took on that all-too irritating smug grin they were so used to seeing by now. Think you are so tough? Then why don't we just find out who's the toughest of us? He sneered as he held up his wand, though he didn't point it at anyone. Harry raised an eyebrow, while his friends settled for just glaring at the blonde boy in front of them. They figured Harry would handle this. I thought we already did. After all the times you have run away with your tail between your legs? At this, Ron couldn't help but snicker at Malfoy's expense, and the boy in question looked furious. Just because I don't want to get dragged off by the ear again doesn't mean I can't be tough when I want to. So what do you say, Potter? A wizard's duel at midnight? Oh, of course you don't know what a wizard's duel is, he sneered. Harry, who had been taught quite a bit about how dueling went by Severus, was just about to retort when, surprisingly, Hermione cut in to his defense. Of course he knows what it is. I'm his second. Who's yours? She said as she stepped forward to stand beside Harry. At this, Harry was about to raise an eyebrow but quickly hid it. He couldn't remember appointing Hermione his second, not to mention he seriously doubted Malfoy could kill him or even disarm him. Malfoy looked like he wanted to clamp down on Hermione, but withheld his insult, seeing as he had gotten what he asked for. He looked behind him at Crabbe and Goyle, who both were pretty inadept at magic, but sort of made up for it with muscles. Crabbe, he said at last, meet us in the trophy room by midnight. And with that, he was gone. Harry glanced at Hermione from the corner of his eye as she glared after Malfoy. You're not seriously thinking of going, are you? He asked. Hermione turned her gaze away from the retreating back of the blonde and looked Harry in the eye. Harry was slightly taken aback by the look in her eyes. They were filled with determination, and not the sort he had seen during potions class, but a fierce determination. She looked like a whole new Hermione compared to the one he had been talking with about finding true friends just this afternoon. It would seem she had taken his advice of being herself to heart. Of course I am. Someone has got to put him in his place, she said with a determined voice. Ron and Neville just stared at the new and reformed Hermione, their gaps hanging open. This was definitely something they had never expected from the bushy-haired girl. You do know that it is a big chance he is just having us on, right? Harry pointed out as he began walking again, his friends following close behind. I know, but it's worth taking the chance to shut Malfoy up once and for all, Hermione said as she fell into a step beside Harry. Who are you and what have you done to Hermione Granger? Ron asked dumbstruck. Hermione ignored him and began talking with Harry about spells he might be able to use against Malfoy during the duel, many of which he had already heard about but never tried to perform. The two struck up a discussion about which spells would be most effective if you took into account how hard they were to cast and what effect they would have if cast correctly. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, they had agreed that the stinging hex, Aculeus, would be the most effective. Harry had read about it in the standard book of spells, and from what he had read, it didn't require much power to simply cast and should be easy enough to perform. He had never used it though, neither had Hermione, so they set about to discuss the theory around it. They didn't want to try casting it in the common room. It might get them some unwanted attention. While they were doing this, Ron and Neville had sat down to play a game of chess. Neville was starting to get better, but he was still no match for Ron. The common room was getting more empty by the minute, and when the clock showed 11:30, it was only the four of them left. Harry and Hermione rose from their seats and began making their way over towards the portrait hole when Ron and Neville also rose. You're coming with us? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Ron grinned. I wouldn't miss this for all the galleons in the world. Malfoy getting his spoiled ass beaten, he said enthusiastically. Harry thought about pointing out once again that chances were that Malfoy was just having them on, but if it hadn't caused Hermione to waver her decision, he doubted it would Ron. He instead turned to Neville, who appeared to be a little nervous all of a sudden. Well, I think I can learn something by watching you, he mumbled as he followed them out of the common room. The foursome was able to make their way through the dark corridors without much obstacle and was soon standing in the trophy room. They took shelter in one of the corners so they wouldn't be spotted if someone decided to check in here. The minutes passed by. The minutes grew into a quarter, then into half an hour. When the clock was showing 12:30, Harry turned to Hermione again. "I told you, he is not coming." Just as he said it, they heard the doors creak open on the other side of the room. Harry turned back around to see if it was Malfoy, but he soon stopped, dead in his tracks as all four of them felt their blood freeze. It was Filch, the caretaker. They still weren't visible from his spot though, and all four quickly ducked behind one of the benches that were loaded with prices that people had earned during their stay at Hogwarts through generations. "Where are they? That boy said they should be here by 12. They heard Filch mutter. Harry, though he had always known that the likelihood that Malfoy actually showed up was far smaller than the same that he would show, couldn't help but feel his blood start boiling. Just chickening out was one thing, but to actually send Filch after them was another. Malfoy was going to regret this. For a long time. When he couldn't see anyone, Filch began moving into the room, using his torch to lit up every corner. Harry held his breath when he passed their hiding spot, amazed that they hadn't been found yet. Peeking over the bench, he tried to calculate what chances they had of making it to the exit without Filch seeing them or at least who they were. They would probably just need a few seconds, but that was time Filch wouldn't give them. Once the first was out, the other four were doomed to be spotted by him. As long as he wasn't occupied with something else. Slowly and soundlessly, Harry reached down and began to untie his shoes. When he had both of them in his hands, he looked at his friends, who seemed to be holding their breath as well. He nodded to them once, showing his shoe, then pointing at the exit. Hoping they got his message, he once more peeked over the bench they were hiding behind. When Filch had his head turned, Harry soundlessly rose, feeling his heart beat in his throat, amazed that Filch couldn't hear its beating. Then he tossed the right shoe across the room. A loud clang echoed through the room as the shoe hit one of many golden trophies, causing it to fall over at another, then another causing a domino effect. Filch jumped at the sudden sound and swung around to face the source of the ruckus. At that moment, Harry darted towards the door with Ron, Hermione, and Neville in tow. They had pulled their robes as high up as possible to try and hide their faces. Hearing their steps, Filch swore and turned around just in time to see a black cape disappear around the corner. With Filch just a few corridors back, Harry and his friends were running as if their lives depended on it. As they rushed through the corridors, they didn't look where they were heading, and without noticing, that ran towards the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Harry felt a tingle pass down his spine when they entered the corridor, but shook it off as he was busy trying to get the locked door open. "Oh, move! Alohomora!" Hermione chanted with a stressed voice, and the lock clicked open. Severus was awoken by the sound of his secret alarm by the forbidden corridor. It took a moment for him to realize what it was, but when he did, he flew out of his bed as if it was on fire. Damn it! Was Quirrell already making another attempt at the stone? Without bothering to change out of his sleepwear, he simply grabbed his cloak hanging by the exit to his dorm and ran for all that he was worth up the stairs. He swore slightly about the corridor being so far away from his office, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Had it been in any other situation, he would probably have felt proud about the speed at which he was running. Something about the thought of his former master, and Lily's murderer getting back to full power, spurred him to force himself to run faster and faster. Voldemort would not get the stone. Not if he could help it. As he entered the 3rd floor, he pulled out his wand. If he found Quirrell up here, he would kill him, no matter what Albus might say. Sure, there was a definite reason he had been given for keeping Quirrell, and to an extent Voldemort around, but if he got any closer to the stone, then it didn't matter. If that happened, Severus would put a stop to it. He burst into the corridor and, seeing a person sneaking around the corridor, immediately pointed his wand at him and enchanted, "Validus Caripio." As he said it, he threw his arm backwards over his shoulder, causing the person to get thrown in the same direction his wand had moved. The person landed in front of him, and Severus had just lifted his wand to stun him when he saw who it was. "What do you think you're doing? You filthy little..." Filch trailed off as he looked up to see who it was who had caught him. Severus narrowed his eyes as he felt irritation boil up within him. All that rush and all he catches is this thing. He had never liked Filch for his open enjoyment of others' suffering, but in this very moment, he really felt like he wanted to kill the man. "What are you doing here, Mr. Filch?" he asked, with cold fury dripping from his voice, enough to cause even the students who, unknown to him, was hidden behind the locked door to tremble. It would appear even Filch picked up on it, because he trembled in his place as he stuttered for an answer. I was just pursuing some late-night walkers, sir," he said, for once adding the honorific at the end of the statement. Hearing the caretaker's excuse for sniffing around and setting off his alarm, Severus had to bite his jaws tightly together to keep himself from screaming out in rage. Pursuing late-night walkers? Yeah, right. Gritting his teeth, Severus grabbed Filch by the collar and pulled him to his feet. "You're coming with me. Now!" Severus growled as he dragged the caretaker out of the corridor and towards his office in the dungeons, where he was going to have a serious talk with the man. One of the benefits of having his office in the dungeons was that he could scream and roar as much as he wanted at night without waking anyone up. A benefit that he intended to take full advantage of now. Harry felt himself release the breath he had been holding when he saw Uncle Sev drag Filch away by the collar. He had never seen Uncle Sev so furious. But how had he known Filch was here? Well, never mind. It was a good thing that he had arrived when he did, because Filch had been coming for the door when Severus had burst in. "Man, suddenly I have a whole new respect for Snape," Ron said as he turned around from the door, and froze in fear. Harry?" he squeaked out. This caused Harry to turn around as well, and what he saw almost made his heart stop. He was staring into 3 pairs of mad eyes which was attached to a dog. A very large 3-headed dog. The beast in question was staring at them, as if daring them to move or perhaps just shocked to see them. The other 2 of their party had also turned around by now, and Hermione had given off what should probably have been scream but only came out as a weak squeak. Harry felt like his blood had frozen in his veins as he took a slow step backwards towards the door. And then, the dog shook its head and jumped at them. "Run!" Harry shouted and threw his remaining shoe in the middle face of the dog, distracting it from its pounce for a moment, enough time to get the door open. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Hermione stumbled out after him, closely followed by Ron and Neville. Harry forced the door closed as soon as Neville was out, and he heard the lock click. Casting a quick glance at each other, all 4 darted towards the exit of the corridor and didn't slow down before they were back in the common room. When they were all back safe and sound, they fell over each other in a pile on the floor, puffing. "What the bloody hell are they thinking? Keeping a thing like that locked up in a school?" Ron whispered, though Harry got the impression it was mainly because he had screamed his heart out during their encounter with the dog. "You didn't see what it was standing on, did you? It was guarding a trapdoor," Hermione said as she sat up again. Harry took a deep breath to try and get his racing heart under control and sat up. "A trapdoor? Why would there be a trapdoor on the 3rd floor?" he asked as he turned towards Hermione, who looked pretty pale at the moment. "Well, I don't care. I've had enough of excitement for one night," Neville exclaimed when he regained his voice and rushed up towards the boys' dormitory. Ron wasted no time and was quick to follow his friend's example, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the common room. Harry stood up and leant against one of the armchairs that stood by the fireplace. He tried to draw deep, calming breaths and was having some success. When he felt he was almost back to normal, he opened his eyes and looked down on Hermione, who was still sitting on the floor. "We can talk more about that tomorrow. I think we all need some good night's sleep," he said as he reached out with a hand and helped her to her feet. "I think you might be right,"
Harry, I'm sorry.
Hermione said, her voice rising slightly with guilt at the "I'm sorry" part. Harry shook his head. "It's not your fault, Hermione. We were all there, so all of us could have done something for it to have turned out differently," he said, and tried to give her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "But if I hadn't been so set on putting Malfoy in his place, none of us would have been out in the first place," she said. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her reason for putting all blame on herself. When she looked offended by his chuckle, he reached out and put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a smile. "Well, at least you tried to be yourself, and that's what counts. Real friends don't care if you mess up or do something stupid. They still love you, even if you send them to their deaths," he said, and gave her shoulder a squeeze to show that he didn't think any less of her because of what had happened. For a moment, it looked like Hermione was going to protest, but when she felt Harry's comforting squeeze, she just relaxed and took a deep breath. Surprisingly, Harry's words calmed her down. After a few seconds of silence, she looked up and met his gaze. "You're right, Harry. Thank you. Since when did you become so wise?" she asked. The terms easygoing and wise wasn't two attributes she would usually link together. But then again, Harry had kept surprising her since they started school. Like now, when he just shrugged. "I have no idea, but I know one thing," he said as he got a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hermione groaned. "What's that?" she asked. Harry grinned as he leant forward to whisper in her ear. Not that it was necessary, but probably more for the fun of it. "Right now, I'm glad we ordered a cat for Ginny, rather than a dog." Hermione couldn't help it. She laughed. She actually laughed at Harry's joke. Harry himself was just smiling as the two friends walked over to the stairs and said goodnight to each other, before making their ways up to their own separate dormitories. Chapter 9. A very Neasley surprise. Monday morning found Harry once again sitting by the Gryffindor table early. After the nightly adventures on Saturday, he had decided that he wanted to relax on Sunday and had mostly stayed in the common room, reading simple but unnecessary spells and giving Ron pointers every now and then for his Transfigurations essay. When most people had went down for lunch, he, Ron, Neville, and Hermione had gotten together to talk about what in the world Dumbledore could be thinking to keep a giant three-headed dog in a school. Hermione once again pointed out the trapdoor as the reason and relayed her theory that it was guarding something, which Harry was inclined to agree with. But aside from that, they couldn't really figure out anything more. They had no clue whatsoever could be so important for a school that they would put a beast like that on guard duty, so they decided to try and not think about it anymore. Standing up to go back to the Gryffindor Tower to prepare for today's lessons, Harry couldn't help but feel excited. Professor Flitwick had promised that they would get to try their first spell today in Charms class. Their entire year was excited at the prospect, but Harry felt that none could be as excited as he was. This was what he had come here for, to learn how to actually perform magic. He met Ron on his way back to the Gryffindor Tower and gave him a simple good morning before continuing on towards their dormitory. When he finally made it back, the first thing he did was open his trunk and pull out the box that contained his wand. He slowly lifted the piece of wood out of its box and looked it over. It was very well crafted, without as much as a millimeter bulge or crack. The holly wand had been colored a very deep shade of black from the careful and accurate polish it had been exposed to after its creation. Ollivander himself had said it was one of his best creations as of yet. 11 inches long, it contained one single feather from a phoenix, the same phoenix who had supplied the feather for the wand he had sold to Lord Voldemort. "I believe we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. Actually, he who must not be named did great things." "Horrible. Yes. But great." Ollivander's voice came floating back to him. Despite his hatred of the Dark Lord, Harry had to admit that Ollivander probably was right. Voldemort must have been an incredibly powerful wizard if his name alone was enough to strike fear into anyone but Uncle Al and a select few others. From what Uncle Sev had told him about his parents' murderer, Voldemort had never lost a single duel in his entire life, which made his demise at Harry's hands even more remarkable. How could he have lost to a baby when he had never lost to any other witch or wizard ever? Whatever the reason, Harry knew he had to find out. Could that be the great thing Ollivander talked about? For him to discover the truth about the mystery he himself had created? Was that the reason why Harry's and Voldemort's wands shared the same core? The wand shows the wizard, Mr. Potter. Never forget that. Was that the reason why their wands had picked the partners they had? The more he thought about it, the more confused he got, but at the same time he found it greatly fascinating. It sounded like the wands themselves had a mind of their own, as if they might even have their own personality and preferences. Harry held up his own wand for a closer inspection. "You guys sure are one big mystery, aren't you?" he asked the wand absent-mindedly. As if to answer his question, the wand shot out a rain of red sparks from its tip. Harry didn't know if it was a sign or if he simply had gotten so excited that he had let a bit of his magic slip through the wand, but didn't get the time to elaborate further as Neville returned to the dorm just then. "Hey Harry, excited to be able to perform magic?" the boy asked when he noticed Harry sitting at the floor, inspecting his wand. Harry smiled at him and stood up. Neville had seemed a little nervous at the prospect of performing magic so yesterday. Harry had asked him why that was, just after they had stopped talking about the dog. Apparently, Neville hadn't shown almost any sign of magical abilities except one time in his entire life, and now he feared that he would be sent back home if he couldn't do any magic. "Definitely. I can't wait to finally get underway," he said enthusiastically. Neville just nodded and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth, in which Harry joined him as soon as he had safely put the wand box back in the trunk and sneaked the wand inside his robes carefully. Once they were done, they sat down at their respective beds just as Ron, Dean and Seamus came back from breakfast. The dorm mates struck up a light conversation about what kind of spell they would be asked to perform first. Ron hoped they would get to learn something they could use at Malfoy the next time he bited down on them, but Seamus quickly pointed out that magic like that probably would come up in Transfiguration or Defense Against the Dark Arts, as charms were more often focused around practical skills like levitation or summoning, to which Neville said that the levitation charm was a fairly safe bet about what they would do today. The boys kept talking as they made their way down to the common room to wait until their first class of the day started. They wouldn't have charms until in the afternoon. While Harry was working himself up about getting to learn his first spell with his wand, someone else was working themselves up over the progress they had just made with another kind of magic in another part of Britain. After having spent a week of trying to levitate a feather she had pulled from the back of a chicken, she still had some scratches from the incident. Ginny had finally managed to make it move without touching it or blowing at it. It still wasn't flying, but she had managed to get it to move around on her desk, though she felt very tired now that she had managed it. Ever since she had decided she wanted to learn to control her underage magic like Harry had, she had been working most of her time awake to try and learn how to do it. She had done as her mother had asked and was learning about some spells to use in the house, but she had yet to actually get to try any of them. And whenever she didn't have to do that, she had been either practicing or reading whatever she could find that could help her. And now finally, she had managed to make some real progress. It may not seem like much to others, but to Ginny this was everything. This was proof. It was proof that it was possible for her to learn to control her underage magic. She had been told all her life that it was impossible to control underage magic, and she had always believed it, until she met Harry. He had shown to her that it was possible and had encouraged her to believe she could do it too. And he had been right. If she just practiced enough and kept going at this all she could, she knew she could learn to do it like he had. After regaining her breath, she got up and quickly made her way downstairs with the feather in hand. She had to show her mom. Her mom had said it couldn't be done, but now she had proof that it could. "Mom!" she cried as she entered the kitchen. The kitchen was empty, save for the sponge that had been magically enchanted to clean out a large saucepan. Ginny looked around, wondering where her mother could have gotten off to. Usually during the morning, she was working in the kitchen. "Mom?" she called out again as she moved further into the room. "Ginny? What is it?" came her mother's voice from outside the front door, and a second later, Molly Weasley came walking inside with a bowl of freshly picked potatoes in her hands. Ginny couldn't help but jump in excitement as she ran over and grabbed her mother's hand and led her to the table, where she sat her down. Molly looked at her daughter with a very confused look when the small red-haired girl took the bowl from her hands and put it away at the sink before coming back and climbing onto one of the chairs to put what appeared to be the feather she had gotten into a chicken fight to get last week on the table. When she gave her daughter a questioning look, Ginny grinned excitedly and pointed at the feather. "Look at this!" She squealed happily and held out her hand, and her face took on a look of utmost concentration. Molly frowned but did as she was told and looked down at the feather. For a moment, nothing happened, except Ginny's forehead burrowing up in concentration. Molly was just about to ask what it was she was supposed to see when suddenly, the feather lifted slowly off the table. Molly stared as the feather floated over the table, just above the surface, and then, to her shock, she realized that Ginny was guiding it along with her hand. After a few more seconds, Ginny's face seemed to relax and the feather fell back against the surface. Her daughter took a moment to regain her breath, then looked up at her mother with a cheeky grin. "See? I told you it was not impossible." The Weasley matriarch was stunned to say the least. "Ginny? How did you?" She knew her daughter had claimed that Harry could control his underage magic and that she wanted to learn too. but in her mind she had never expected her to actually succeed. Of course she had tried to seem encouraging, but she had never thought it was actually possible. Shouldn't be, right? Harry told me in his last letter that it might be better to focus on getting the object to move instead of trying to get it to fly for a start. He said that it got harder to control the higher over a surface he tried to levitate an object, so it would be better to just lift it off the surface just barely and then try and move it around to get used to the feeling. I tried it and it worked. Ginny seemed delighted at her own success. And with good reason too, Molly thought as she congratulated her daughter on her achievement. Despite her initial shock over this turn of events and in her own mind, bending of the laws of nature, Molly couldn't help but feel proud of Ginny. She had managed something that none of her brothers had. To be honest, Molly didn't know anyone who she knew for sure had been able to control their underage magic. Well, if she didn't count Harry, and she didn't because she really hadn't more than exchanged greetings with him once. But Ginny did know him, and that had been what had driven her to attempt this. Because Harry had encouraged it. For not the first time since the summer, Molly found herself thankful that Ginny had met Harry in Diagon Alley that day. He really did bring out the best of her. Well, this is quite the achievement. I think someone deserves a little reward for her hard work. Don't you think? Ginny looked up at her mother with a questioning look before realization dawned on her face. With a childish cry of happiness, Ginny flew out of her seat and began jumping in joy. "Yay! Ice cream!" she squealed happily. Molly chuckled at her daughter's antics. Some things never changed. Ginny had always had an insatiable hunger for ice cream, in all its many tastes and colors. When they were in town to buy food, Ginny always went to the freezer first, in the hopes of laying her hands on some ice cream. Just as Molly was about to get up from her chair to walk over to the fridge and get the ice cream out, she spotted something in the sky through the window. It started off as 4 black dots, but when it got closer, Molly realized with a start that it was what looked like a flock of owls. 2 large eagle owls were carrying a very large parcel towards her house, with a smaller owl flying beside it. Realizing that the door was closed and the owls were heading straight for it, Molly flew out of her seat and stumbled over to throw the door open just in time for the owls to fly inside with the parcel. The smaller owl followed close behind and the 3 birds came to rest on the kitchen table, with the parcel in their middle. Ginny, who had been startled by her mother's sudden movement and almost had fallen on her, but when the owls came flying into the kitchen, shook her head to snap out of her shock and looked over at the owls with a curious look. "What have you ordered, Mom?" she asked as she made her way over to study the large box on the table. She had to climb up into one of the chairs to get a good look on it since she was so short. The box was red in color and had been wrapped in a green gift string. It was big enough to fit a full-grown rooster inside with space to spare. At least Ginny thought so. Her mother left the door open so the owls could leave when they had been relieved of their burden and walked over to the table with a frown on her face. "I didn't order anything," she said with a confused look as she detached the strings that enabled the owls to carry the box. As soon as they had been relieved of their parcel, the owls flew out through the open door. Molly reached over and pulled the box closer to inspect it. She couldn't make out anything strange with it, so it wasn't one of Fred's and George's joke gifts. They had sent a Hogwarts toilet seat during the past week. She felt someone tug at her shirt and looked down to see Ginny's excited face. "Can I open it, please?" she asked with pleading eyes. She had never seen a gift box this big before. Looking into her daughter's big brown eyes, Molly melted. She hadn't been able to find anything suspicious about it, so she just nodded towards her youngest child, and Ginny immediately set to unwrapping the box. Molly watched with a thoughtful look as the wrapping paper came off to reveal a big box from the Magical Menagerie. Ginny, however, only took a moment to look at the box before opening up the top and peek in, and gasp in shock. Worried it might contain something dangerous, they didn't only sell fluffy fur balls and owls at the M. Molly hurried over and pulled the top open to find a kitten. There, in what appeared to be the bottom of a cat basket, a small black kitten with big green eyes looked back up at them with a curious look. "Meow," it piped up. "Ah, it's so cute," Ginny said as she reached inside to scratch it behind the ear. The kitten took a step back when its eyes locked on the approaching finger. Seeing this, Ginny held her hand still for a moment. The kitten looked at the finger curiously and then slowly stalked over and smelled it. As soon as it had determined that the finger wasn't dangerous, it gave it a lick. Giggling at the touch, Ginny reached inside the box with both her hands and lifted the small cat out of the box and held it close to her chest. The kitten looked around the kitchen with a searching look, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Scratching it behind the ear, Ginny turned to her mother beaming. "Can we keep him?" she asked. She didn't wait for an answer though before she turned towards the table again to see what the third owl had left. Her mother did the same, hoping to get an explanation as to why a delivery from the suddenly shows up in her house, containing a kitten. But who would? Wait a minute, I recognize that handwriting. Apparently, so did Ginny because her eyes widened and she quickly freed one of her hands and reached over to open the note that had come with the delivery. "Dear Ginny, I know you said that you had your hands full with your training to control your underage magic and that you were happy with things the way they are at the moment, but you shouldn't just train. It is exhausting and you got less than a year left before you will get to learn real magic anyway, so you should try and seize the day and play around while you still can, because even after a week, I can tell you that you won't have much time for that here at Hogwarts. I remember you saying in one of your letters that you didn't have any playmates nearby, so I thought I could get the honor of solving it. My friend Hermione helped me pick out this little fellow. He is a part Kneazle. She said they are very intelligent, so I figured he would be good at understanding games and things like that. He doesn't have a name yet, though, so I was hoping that you could name him. And don't you dare call this charity. I have more than enough money for the both of us, so it's only natural I would want to spend some on my best friend. Just try to have a little fun with him. I'm sure he will love you. I'm not saying you should stop training, because I'm sure you can learn control in time. But you should try and do more than that and have fun now that you have a playmate. Your friend, Harry." As she read it over, Ginny felt her chest constrict with emotion. This was too much. She had always wanted to have a real pet, even if it only meant inheriting Scabbers from Ron when he got something else. But now, Harry had wasted who knows how much money on buying her very own pet. A cat on top of that. She loved cats, but at the same time she felt slightly ashamed. She had been raised to not accept charity like this. Her mother had told her that she shouldn't accept it when people bought her things, just because she couldn't buy it herself. But at the same time, she felt so happy to have her own pet. But that only made her feel more ashamed because she enjoyed Harry's charity. But looking down at the kitten in her arms, she just couldn't bring herself to refuse it. He was so cute, and Harry had said that she shouldn't regard this as charity, perhaps just this once. "You know we can't keep him, right?" her mother said. Hearing her mother's voice, Ginny tore her gaze away from the Kneazle and looked up at her. "Please, Mom, just this once? I know I shouldn't accept random gifts like this. I really do, but this is Harry," she said as she felt her chest constrict even more at the thought of giving up her little kitten. She already felt connected to him. "A boy you met just last month. I know he seems like a nice boy, but if this is how he makes friends, then perhaps he should learn to make friends the real way first." Ginny felt her anger rise at what her mother was indicating. Did she think that Harry was trying to buy their friendship? No, Harry wasn't like that. They had been friends for, well, just a month, but still, they were already best friends. They shared things with each other they didn't share with anyone else. If that didn't count as already being friends, then what did? Harry isn't like that. He wouldn't try to buy me. He knows better. I know him better. We're best friends. Ginny screamed, her temper flaring. The kitten in her arms gave off a meow, as if to underline his new mistress statement. Ginny felt tears of anger threaten to spill over as she looked up at her mother with a defiant look in her eyes. "You do not speak to me in that tone, young lady," Molly growled back, her own temper flaring to life. Ginny grit her teeth as she hugged the kitten tighter in her arms, as if to protect him from her mother and keep him out of arm's reach from the woman who wanted to take him away. She felt as if she let go of the kitten and let it get taken away, it would be as if Harry was taken away from her. "And you should not insult my best friend," Ginny screamed furiously at the top of her lungs. At the sudden increase in volume, the kitten shifted uneasily in her arms, but Ginny held firm. Molly opened her mouth to give an angry response, but froze halfway. What was she doing? Hadn't she thought just a few minutes ago, not to mention for the last month or so, that Harry brought out the best of her daughter? She had been happy that Ginny had found someone to talk to, someone who seemed like he genuinely cared for her, and now here she was, trying to undermine and break up that friendship just because Harry had tried to be nice? I didn't mean it like that, she managed to croak out. Thinking it through, Molly felt shame start to build up in her. Had she really been willing to ruin her daughter's friendship with her best friend, just because she didn't like it when people shared things with her family? The Weasleys had always been poor, and even though she would really like to have just a little more money, Molly never once questioned that she deeply loved all of her family. But she was also very proud of herself for being able to raise a family of 7 children with the very limited resources she and Arthur had at their disposal. And she disliked it when people pitted them because of their economy. But did she honestly believe that pity had been the reason Harry wanted to share something with Ginny? While Molly was trying to come to terms with her thoughts, Ginny had finally given in to tears. She hated crying more than anything because it made her feel weak, but she couldn't help it. She was just so angry and hurt that her mother had even inclined that she should refuse it when Harry tried to be nice. Sobbing uncontrollably, Ginny began stomping towards the stairs again. "Ginny, wait!" Hearing the undertone of pleading in her mother's voice, Ginny stopped when she reached the lowest staircase. Turning to look over her should, she found that her mother had reached out with one hand, as if she had tried to grab her. Her face held a pained look and her eyes were glittering. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. She stopped herself halfway. She wasn't sure what it was she wanted to say. All she knew is that she wanted her daughter to be happy again, like she had been just 10 minutes ago, when she had come rushing downstairs to show her progress on her training. And what pained her the most was that she herself had been the reason that Ginny was crying now. "Look, I didn't mean to insult Harry. I just don't want you to like him for the wrong reasons." Ginny's eyes narrowed. Hadn't she and Harry been best friends for a month before this package had arrived? Hadn't she spent hours on end talking about what a wonderful person Harry was? Hadn't her mother seen them at the station? There had been no gifts then, no packages and no charity. Just 2 friends who was happy to see each other. With a huff, she turned back around and stomped up the stairs towards her room. In her wake was a tearful Molly Weasley, who felt almost as if she had just made the mistake of her life. One of a wizard's most basic skills is levitation. So that is what we will be practicing from this day onward, Professor Flitwick stated to his first-year class. Despite his glee at finally learning how to perform spells, Harry couldn't help but feel a little bit disappointed that it was an ability he already possessed. He had read up on the levitation charm after he had bought his study books, and it sounded pretty much the same as what he could do with his underage magic. But well, at least he would get to use his wand. Professor Flitwick went on to talk about the theory behind the levitation spell before showing them the wand movement that was required. Harry paid close attention, wanting to quickly get the hang of the flick of his wrist, and was very careful to try and learn it when they were ordered to try it for themselves. Beside him, Seamus had appeared to be a little bored during the explanation, and as a result, his wand movements weren't as well in tune and floating as they were supposed to be. Ron was sitting with Hermione a few benches away, where the bushy-haired girl tried to teach him how to flick his wrist the right way. This seemingly was getting on the redhead's nerves, but he just kept his mouth shut and tried harder. After 10 minutes of wand waving, Flitwick went on to tell them of the incantation they were supposed to chant while doing the wand flick at the same time. Saying it was time to try to perform the spell, he sent around a basket containing feathers for them to try and levitate. Harry felt excitement build as he flicked his wand to perform his first real spell. "Wingardium Leviosa," he chanted. Nothing happened. He frowned. He had focused his magic the same way he was used to. It had even felt the same way, so why didn't it work? "Wingardium Leviosa." He tried again and flicked his wrist a little more distinctly. Still nothing. After several more tries, Harry was starting to feel cold inside. Had he lost his magic? No, it was still there, he could still feel it. But why didn't it work? He kept on trying and trying, growing more uncertain about his own ability for every failed attempt. At the end of the lesson, only Hermione had managed to get the spell to work, earning Gryffindor 10 points, and a few had managed to get the feather to move slightly. But Harry still hadn't seen any progress. His feather was still lying flat on the surface of his bench. With a heavy heart, Harry stood up and slowly made his way over to the professor's desk to give Flitwick back his feather with his head hung down. Now, why the sad face, Mr. Potter? From what I saw, you did nothing wrong. It is just a matter of practice. Professor Flitwick piped up when Harry handed the feather back to him. Looking up at the small professor, Harry pondered if he should tell him the real reason why he was so disappointed. Surely it couldn't hurt? Perhaps the professor could help him to understand why it was so difficult. It's not that, Professor. I have been able to levitate objects since I was a child, but for some reason it just wouldn't work today, he said as he held out his hand to demonstrate. Without warning, the desk and the pile of books Professor Flitwick was standing on began to float into the air, causing the small man to let out a shout of surprise. Digging deeper into his magic, Harry lifted up a bench from the first row, causing the student that was still sitting there to scream. After keeping it floating in the air for an entire minute, Harry let go of his magical grip and all the object floated back into place. The few students who was still in the classroom gaped at him as he looked back up at his professor, who was struggling to regain his balance on the pile of books. See? It works fine, but for some reason it won't work when I try to use my wand. Why is that? He asked, hoping the professor would be able to give an answer. After regaining his balance, Professor Flitwick turned to look at Harry with a stunned expression on his face. He had heard rumors that Severus claimed that the boy could perform magic at a very young age, but he had never really expected it to be to this extent. But if Harry could do that without a wand, then what was keeping him from doing the same with a wand? I'm afraid I don't really know why that may be. I will talk to the other professors about it, he said, to the young boy's disappointment. Feeling rather confused and a little let down, Harry made his way out of the room. Outside, he found his friends waiting for him. When Ron asked why he hadn't been able to perform the charm, he answered that he didn't know and that Flitwick didn't either. Hermione and Neville looked confused as to why Ron would expect Harry to get it when no one other than Hermione had done it, to which the two boys went on to explain that Harry could make objects float by using underage magic. When Hermione seemed skeptical, Harry proceeded to levitate her school bag, which contained several books, with a wave of his hand. They kept talking about this very unusual matter the rest of their way to History of Magic class. Dinner that evening was a little strained for Harry. Due to his little show in front of Flitwick at the end of the charms lesson, he found himself victim to more stares than usual. The rumor that Harry Potter had showed powers like no one else had traveled like wildfire amongst the student body. Sitting by the Gryffindor table, Harry couldn't help but literally throw his food down his throat to get out of everyone's sight as quickly as possible. His friends studied him with various degrees of concern written across their faces, except for Ron, who was too engulfed in his own food to notice the many stares his friend received. Harry quickly finished his food and told his friends that he would see them in the common room. Hopefully, he wouldn't attract as much attention there. Hermione and Neville looked worriedly after him as he made his way down the rows of tables. He had just made it to the exit hall when one of the professors caught up with him. Harry! The boy in question turned around and came face to face with Severus Snape. Since that first day, he and Uncle Sev had both been busy with the school start, Harry with his homework and studies and Severus with getting to know all his new classes. Seeing his favorite uncle again, Harry couldn't help but smile. Hey, Uncle Sev, he cheered. Severus offered a half smile as he grabbed his young friend's shoulder. Why don't we go for a walk? Harry nodded eagerly and followed Severus out of the great hall. They struck up a light conversation as Severus led them out onto the school grounds. Harry felt the light night breeze caress his forehead and found the tension from earlier leave his body. When they were halfway down towards the forest, Severus decided it was time to get on with what he had wanted to talk about. I heard from Phileas about your problem in class today. Initially frowning at that, since he didn't know who Phileas was, Harry realized that it must be Professor Flitwick's given name. He nodded his head, not sure if he should be ashamed or embarrassed or perhaps both. The fact that he hadn't been able to perform a magic with a wand that he could normally do at will without a wand was something that really bugged him. He had spent the lesson in History of Magic to try and figure out what it could possibly be, but so far, he had come out empty-handed. From what he described, you did the correct incantation and wand movements, and yet still failed to perform the magic. Is that right? Severus continued, studying his young friend with an interested eye. Harry just nodded again. He wasn't sure why he felt nervous about talking to Severus about this, but he thought it might be because Severus had such high hopes for him and he was afraid this might be regarded as a letdown or a failure. Well, Flitwick asked me about it and I might have an idea as to why you failed to perform the levitation charm. Hearing this, Harry looked up. His uncle's voice hadn't hinted at any disappointment or anything of the kind, but rather that he was slightly intrigued at what could be causing this. Seeing that he had the young boy's attention, Severus went on to explain. The problem in this case could be your use of underage magic. You think you got this ability down and so you automatically focus your magic in a certain way when you want to levitate something. But at the same time, you try to follow the instructions you are given and do the wand movement and incantation. Those are both elements that are supposed to help guide your magic in the way it is needed in order for the spell to work. But since you already have a certain way of focusing your magic when you levitate an object, it interferes rather than helps. He paused for a second to see if Harry was still with him. This was a rather complicated theory and it was important that Harry got it all down, because it could become a problem in the future if it was not seen to. Harry had a look of slight confusion on his face, but Severus could see that his brain was working in high gears to process this information. When he got a nod to continue, he went on about what he thought. The problem here is that in order to levitate something with a wand, you need to focus your magic in a different way than if you want to levitate something without your wand. The wand is a tool that is supposed to help guide your magic and focus it the right way. In this case, it is supposed to focus on the object for you and help you shape the spell's properties to levitate the object. You, on the other hand, is used to focus on the object directly and release your magic around you, from all over your body and engulf the object. It is a natural action that your mind subconsciously takes when you try to levitate something. When you try to focus on using the levitation spell with your conscious mind, but your subconscious mind releases your magic from all over your body, it interferes with the spell and the magic becomes unfocused. That was a lot to take in. But for a boy his age, Harry was very intelligent, and though he didn't quite understand the reasoning, he was able to pick up on the important parts. So, the problem is that I still focus my magic as if I wanted to levitate something wandlessly, while my conscious mind is trying to force it to become focused through the wand. Severus smiled, seeing that he understood the theory thus far. But there was some more to it. That is the base of this theory, yes. But there is also another possibility. Since you are used to releasing your magic all around your body when you levitate something, the amount of magic you call upon is many times higher than what is required to perform the spell with a wand, thus causing the charm to shut down from overloading. Charms in particular are very fragile when it comes to the amount of power used to perform them. If you were to try another spell, for example a high-powered curse, it is more than likely you would still manage to cast it, because it would be able to tolerate and in some cases even demand the higher than usual release of magic. Severus finished. He then gave Harry some time to ponder this, which the boy did the most of. He could clearly see the reasoning behind Severus' theory and felt glad that he at least had something to go on. If this was the case of his disability to use the levitation charm, then perhaps he could train himself to master the charm through another way. He remembered that when he had been learning to control his underage magic and levitate things that way, he had been forced to learn how to focus his magic in a certain way. If the same was the problem here, then perhaps if he could first learn to focus his magic through his wand, it would be easier for him to learn the levitation charm. "So what's the plan?" he asked. "I am going to try and start teaching you a higher level spell that would normally require more magical power than any first year would be able to muster up. If we just get you more used to performing magic with a wand, you will in time learn to better control your powers and hopefully be able to perform the levitation charm then. It is all about getting used to using your wand, and I think we have a better shot at that if we teach you something that won't break from overloading," Severus said as he put a hand on Harry's shoulder again and smiled at him. Harry felt grateful that Severus had taken the time to analyze his problem and try and help him find a solution. This was way more than he would have been able to guess by himself. And if he was to be honest, he hadn't quite gotten everything Severus had said, but at least he understood most of it and was able to understand what Severus was getting at. He was using too much magic and focusing it the wrong way because he was used to performing magic without a wand. When he then tried to do it with a wand, he put too much power into it and the spell broke down before it left the wand because of overloading itself and being poorly focused. "Thanks, Uncle Sev. I really appreciate it," he said as he grinned up at his favorite uncle. Severus ruffled his hair affectionately. to the boy's great displeasure, before offering a very serious look. You can thank me by performing well in your potions class tomorrow. It would be really bad if I had to fail you, he said as the two of them began making their way back towards the castle. Ginny was seriously contemplating not going down for dinner when her mother called her name. They hadn't spoken to each other since their row that morning. She had spent the entire day in her room, except one visit to the loo and one to the kitchen to get a sandwich to take up to her room for lunch. The little part Kneazle they had been fighting over had been excited to get to know its new surroundings, and she had felt content with just watching it darting around her room, sniffing and eyeing everything it was unfamiliar with. The mere thought that the kitten might not be here to stay was eating away at her, as she watched it attempting to climb up into her bed with its small paws. She couldn't believe Harry had actually bought her a pet. Well, it wasn't the first time he had given her something, but this was not just some ice cream or a cheap sweet. She had been to the magical menagerie with her mom when they had bought Percy's owl Hermes, and she had seen the prices on most of the pets in there. They were way out of what her family would ever be able to afford. Even Hermes had been one of the cheaper owls for sale because of its age. The younger the pet, the more it would cost because it would be alive for that much longer. And cats, particularly those with Kneazle blood in them, were amongst the most expensive because of their popularity among young witches. How could Harry expect her to not regard it as a big deal? Meow! The little kitten piped up as he once more failed to jump onto the bed. Ginny giggled at his antics and climbed over to lift him up. Looking him over, she couldn't help but feel happy. The little kitten was just so cute, and what was more, he represented Harry. She knew it was wrong to accept expensive gifts that came for no reason. She really did, but when she held the little part Kneazle, she couldn't help but feel that he belonged with her. Harry had given him to her because he cared for her, not because he wanted to buy her friendship. He didn't need to do that, they were already best friends. By now, her mother should have known that. Ginny couldn't believe her mother had even hinted that she thought Harry was trying to buy her friendship. Speaking of which, she could hear her mom calling her down for dinner again. Well, we better get going then, right? She asked the little part Kneazle. Meow, was the only answer she got. Taking a deep breath to try and calm down, Ginny opened her door and made her way down towards the kitchen, the Kneazle still hugged tightly in her arms. When she entered the kitchen, she found both her parents sitting by the table already. Her father looked up with a surprised look when he spotted the little black Kneazle in his daughter's arms, while her mother just gave her a nervous glance. Hello, Ginny. Who's that you got there? He asked with a kind voice. So her mother hadn't told him yet. Ginny turned towards the woman in question, who was still eyeing her daughter as if she was a ticking bomb, and gave her a sharp look. Harry sent him. Her mother explained the little kitten's presence to her husband. Arthur Weasley's eyes widened at the revelation. He looked from his daughter to the kitten in her arms, then back again. He then turned to his wife with a questioning look, but it was Ginny who answered his unasked question. Harry sent him to me so I wouldn't feel alone while my brothers were away at school. I was very happy until Mom said we should get rid of it. She growled the last part like an angry lion and, as if to underline what Ginny had said, the kitten turned its eyes towards Molly Weasley and gave off what appeared to be a glare. Molly shifted uneasily under her daughter's and the kitten's gazes, looking helplessly at her husband. Arthur studied her for a moment, looking into the same brown eyes that their daughter had inherited from her. He could tell that despite what Ginny implied, Molly too was pretty torn up at the incident. When he didn't say anything, Molly turned away and seemingly sunk into her seat in shame. Raising his eyebrow at this, he turned back towards their daughter who was still standing in the doorway. Why would Molly want to get rid of something that without a doubt should have made Ginny the happiest girl in town? Then his gaze fell on the kitten in Ginny's arms and he began to make a certain connection. The kitten in question did share certain traits with a very specific magical creature. Looking back at Molly, who had returned to looking at Ginny and the kitten, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Pushing aside those thoughts for later, he reached over and grabbed his wife's hand over the table, causing her to turn back towards him. Molly, he said in a soft voice, am I to understand that this kitten Harry sent is a part Kneazle? His wife nodded her head slowly. Did you try to take it away because of how much it must have cost Harry? This time, Molly hung her head in shame, confirming that Arthur had hit the nail on the head. Molly, I understand what it was you were trying to do, but the truth is we shouldn't interfere in this matter. Both the females in the room narrowed their eyes at him at this, Ginny at the first part and Molly at the second. While it is wrong to accept charity without a good reason, I believe this would qualify as a good reason to allow it. What Harry does with his money is not our business. Molly opened her mouth as if she wanted to object to that, but Arthur held up a hand to keep her silent.
No listen.
Harry is Ginny's best friend, and from what I know, he is a wonderful boy, and he have inherited a lot of gold from his parents, particularly from his father. On top of that, he knows that he cannot buy friendship. He wouldn't need to buy any friendship. He could get anyone as a friend if he wanted to. He is the boy who lived after all. He is world famous, and he knows that true friendship comes from something other than fame and money. Molly seemed to ponder this for a moment. Looking over at Ginny, who had been silent during the entire conversation, she got reminded about how Ginny had been before she met Harry. Withdrawn, sad, and rarely spoke to anyone in their family. But Harry had brought her out of that shell she had hid inside, and that had not been done by buying her gifts. You met Harry, didn't you? Did he strike you as the type to try and buy someone? Arthur kept pushing for an answer. Molly shook her head. No, he had definitely not done that. If she wouldn't have known who he was due to Ginny giving it away by hugging him and screaming his name, she could probably never have guessed that he had been rich or famous. And the way he had acted certainly didn't show any signs of arrogance or anything. And when they had said goodbye, Harry had been the only one to give Ginny a proper farewell. Percy had said it, but he hadn't even looked at her when he did. Fred and George had joked it off, though that was to be expected from them, and Ron hadn't even paid her any attention. But Harry, he had turned around when he realized he hadn't said goodbye. He had run back even though the whistle signaled that the train started to move. And he had... Okay, so that kiss on the forehead might have been a little overboard, but he had shown then that he really cared for Ginny. No, he didn't, she said at last. Satisfied with her answer, Arthur once again opened his mouth. I may not know him very well or not at all, but I can tell by the way Ginny have acted since they met that they have become good friends, real friends. And real friends give each other presents from time to time, don't they? For example, I remember that you received a watch from Mary Cooper in our first year because you tended to always lose track of time. Molly blushed at being reminded of that very embarrassing habit of hers. Looking at her now, one would never have guessed she used to be late to half the classes in 1 week during their first year. This is the same thing, Arthur continued. I don't know why Harry sent Ginny a part Kneasel, but he did it for a reason, be it to show that he cared for her or because he thought she needed a playmate or both. But whatever the reason, it wasn't because he wanted to buy her friendship, because that is something he already has. Ginny looked at her father with a whole new respect in her eyes. She never knew he could be so deep. He was usually so easygoing and carefree. So you think we could keep the kitten? Ginny asked hopefully, reminding her parents that she was still there. Arthur looked over at his daughter and offered her a comforting smile. Yes, I think we could. And deep inside, I think your mother does too. He raised an eyebrow at his wife, who was looking down at the table at the moment. He gave her a push and she sat back up straight. After looking at her husband, who smiled reassuringly at her, she turned towards Ginny and motioned for their daughter to come over. Ginny did so slowly. However, her eyes were narrowed down on her mother, and she didn't even blink, as if her mom was a bloodthirsty beast that could jump at her if she didn't pay close attention. When she had finally reached the table, her mother reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry for earlier today, Ginny. I really am. I shouldn't have said those things about Harry, and I realized afterwards how badly you must have taken it. Can you forgive me? Ginny studied her mother for a moment, before she opened up her arms and lifted the little part Kneasel she still held onto into the air so her mother could see him. Do I get to keep Kurt? Her mother frowned. Kurt? Yeah, he's got to have a name, doesn't he? Ginny said as the little kitten purred. Molly smiled slightly as she felt the tension leave the room slightly. Yes, you can keep him as long as you take good care of him and thank Harry properly. Finally hearing the words she had been waiting for all day long, Ginny felt the last of her resentment towards her mother leave her. Seeing that her mother slowly and hesitantly opened her arms, Ginny jumped into her embrace and hugged her back. Thank you, she murmured, felt good to have made up again. Molly returned Ginny's hug and soon Arthur joined in, sneaking his arms into the tangle of limbs that was his wife and daughter. The three Weasleys sighed with content that the little argument was over and all three felt like they had gained something from it. Molly had gained a more open-minded view on money sharing and that not all sharing was made out of pity. Arthur felt like he had achieved something by helping his wife and daughter get along again, and Ginny had gained a new friend, a new respect for her dad, and she felt like she in a way understood her mother better now. But all of them had gained one thing in common: a whole new perspective of one certain Harry James Potter.